Mealtime. Vikir ate in the mess hall on a rare off-duty day. Black bread, pickled sardines, and wilted greens, no corrosion, that was it. Despite the fact that it was a meal for a major-level guard, it was pretty poorly organized. They must be running low on supplies these days. If this was good enough for a major, what about the lower-ranking guards? At this point, he couldn't even imagine what the prisoners were eating. He didn't see many familiar faces in the labor camp these days, and he wondered if they've all starved to death. Vikir was sitting alone eating. Is that true? Yes, it is. He could hear the muffled conversations of the lieutenant colonels at the table in front of him. Vikir's superhuman hearing allowed him to pick up on conversations over great distances. They say the land is in an uproar, demons and monsters are out in force. They said a giant gate or something opened. That's right, they said monsters are pouring out of it. There must have been a breakdown in security, that's why the prisoner population exploded. Who cares about security now? The entire empire is in danger. Most of them were chattering about surface matters. Some of them didn't seem to believe in anything that happened on the land at all. Wow, how old are you, and do you still believe in demons and such? It's all fiction invented by the religious fanatics of the Kovadis. That's right, I don't believe in anything I haven't seen with my own eyes. But in 10,000 meters under the sea, is it possible to see it directly? Ha ha ha. But all the new prisoners say they've seen demons or something, including the gate. Do you really believe the prisoners who come in here? They've all gone crazy with fear, being trapped in the Iron Maiden and sinking 10,000 meters down. Others took the rumor seriously. No, it's not right. I don't think we've ever had so many prisoners in Nouvelle Vague before. There must be some kind of disturbance on the ground. Yes, if Warden Orca, Colonel Diorgium, and even Colonel Soar have traveled to the surface to escort prisoners, then something has indeed happened. Yes, not only is the warden the symbol of the Nouvelle Vague away, but 2 of the 5 wardens have gone to the surface at once, which is unprecedented. Isn't the surface already fucked? From what I've heard, gates are opening and demons are coming out of them, and the patriarchs of the 7 great families of the old country are getting assassination threats. But most of the guards weren't too interested in the topic. Well, just have to deal with the criminals here. That's true, it's none of our business. Since when are we involved in worldly affairs? If demons and monsters are running amok up there, wouldn't it be safer here? Whatever's going on up there can't possibly have reverberated down here. The guards of Nouvelle Vague were mostly relegated and isolated members of society with little love for the world or loyalty to the empire. It had been so long since they had been outside that they had little curiosity about how the world had changed. They had little curiosity about how it had changed because it was obvious that they would not be able to adapt to it anyway. But Vikir, listening to all of this, had a different opinion. Nouvelle Vague will not be free from the aftermath of the Destruction War. After all, in Vikir's original history, Nouvelle Vague had been safe for some time after the war began. Its geography, 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean, was an advantage, allowing it to escape the aftermath of the war. However, the demons took notice of Nouvelle Vague's existence and sent troops to this harsh place. Despite the efforts of Orca Javert, the war hero of a previous generation who had put down the 47 riots, and the current head warden of Nouvelle Vague, and the 5 wardens under his command, the power of demons was impossible to stop. Then, in the midst of their defeat, Nouvelle Vague fell for reasons that had nothing to do with the demons. Most of the guards and prisoners perished in the process, and those who survived came to the surface with a hatred for demons and joined the human alliance forces or fought demons through independent routes. That should hasten that time a bit, Vikir thought as he chewed on a wilted piece of greenery. The condition of the vegetables on the ground must mean that things were deteriorating faster than he thought. Then, there you are. The chair next to Vikir's screeched backward. Lieutenant Kirko Grimm, she was suddenly sitting next to Vikir, taking her seat. Having recovered her strength, she spoke in a calm voice. Apparently being promoted changes the quality of information you get. Did you hear anything? Warden Orca says he's on his way back with Colonel Diorgium and Colonel Soar. the big three of the Nouvelle Vague. They were currently on their way down to Nouvelle Vague with a huge convoy of prisoners. Countless Iron Maidens would be sinking to the bottom of the pitch-black waters. How many of them would make it to Nouvelle Vague alive? Are the guards coming in? Gulper Eels. Colonel Diorjum and Colonel Soar will, and Warden Orca comes in person. In person. Yes, as usual. Kirko shifted casually to the next topic. Rumor has it that there is a great monster among the prisoners coming this time. What's that supposed to be? Apparently someone tried to assassinate the patriarch of one of the 7 great families, and for that crime it was sent straight to Nouvelle Vague. Without even a trial, presumably this person will be transferred there as soon as the construction of Level 10 is complete. The arrival of a new prisoner was not exactly Vikir's concern. When will Warden Orca and the other 2 wardens arrive? I'd like them to arrive within a week, if not sooner. The new prisoners will arrive by then. Vikir's eyes turned cold. The arrival of new prisoners meant the opening of an entrance ceremony. It was the responsibility of Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, and Vikir, now that he has earned his trust, would be among them. If there was to be an escape, this would be the time. Especially since the escape Vikir had in mind wasn't the usual sneak-through. The openings kind of escape. I'm going to get busy. Vikir picked up his plate and stood up. There was a lot to prepare. Then, drool. As Vikir stood up, Kirko, who was sitting next to him, also stood up. There were still a few pieces of black bread and sardines on her plate. Vikir said, "It looks like you're not quite finished eating, but why don't you finish? When my superior gets up, I have to get up with him." "Why?" "Because I'm your second-in-command," Kirko replied as if it were obvious. Vikir thought for a moment. Ever since that day, ever since they'd been audited by Black Tongue, Kirko had followed him closely. Always on call, always with him, and always on all the other little extra duties. They even had rooms right next to each other, which meant that the only time they were apart was to sleep, shower, and go to the bathroom. Whoever came up with the idea of scheduling shifts like this. I have a lot of work to do starting tonight, and this is going to throw off my plans. Vikir thought for a moment, then turned to Kirko. "So are you going to ask me to stay with you tonight?" Vikir's voice was unusually loud. Several of the guards returning the plates heard him. Kirko's face turned bright red as she realized the wide-eyed stares of the guards around her. "What do you mean by that? That night, don't you remember?" "Oh no. That's exactly what you said that night, that you didn't want to be alone." Suddenly Kirko's eyes became fierce. She spoke clearly in a low voice and in an extremely businesslike tone. "I don't want you to be mistaken by the fact that it happened once before, but that was a day when I was unusually weak both in body and mind. I thought you said you didn't remember." Then Kirko's face flushed red to the tips of his ears. "I thought it was a dream." But her words only reinforced the misunderstanding of those around her. "Oh no, that's not it. I'm not saying I thought I was dreaming, but I really thought it was a dream." Kirko, who was still panicking and making comments to herself, quickly disappeared from the scene. Only then could Vikir clear his head. The peaceful life in Nouvelle Vague was over. The time for the great escape has come. Time was running out. The time is short. A great unprecedented chaos will engulf the entire Nouvelle Vague. This will be the signal for humanity's counterattack before the extermination. It will illuminate the final thorny path the Hound will walk in the future. There was a gate. It was massive and solid. A perfect circle. The door was white at the top and black at the bottom, forming a taegyuk pattern as the big circle in the Korean flag, that is a taegyuk pattern. It was magnificent, overwhelming to behold, and once closed it seemed to be impenetrable to anything in this world. Diameter 70 meters, thickness 5 meters, weighing 65-35 tons, made of mithril and adamantium with some copper applied to the surface to prevent corrosion. It was shaped like a rounded circle, and the world called it the Gate of Good and Evil. It is the main entrance to Nouvelle Vague, the symbol of Nouvelle Vague, and the final dividing line between good and evil inside and out. Standing beneath the massive gate which forms the ceiling at the very top of
Nouvelle Vague, Castle Vikir marvelled.
Even if Nouvelle Vague were to fall to pieces, this gate would survive. I agree. How did human technology build such a strong gate? When even Decarabia, whose nickname is the Wailing Wall, is impressed. It's enough. The gate of good and evil, the symbol of the Nouvelle Vague, was much larger, stronger and more magnificent than the vaults of the bourgeois. Even Vikir, who had seen it through to the end of the Annihilation War, couldn't imagine it being destroyed. By the way, human, why are you staring at that door from earlier? Are you really going to break it down? I don't think human strength can break through. At the frowning Decarabia's words, Vikir spoke up in a low voice. Do you like to surf? Decarabia rolled its eyes in confusion. Say what you're thinking, don't just keep your mouth shut all the time. It's frustrating to behold. Was it frustrating to behold? You're not asking because you don't know, are you? Vikir smiled weakly and looked away. I apologize, I've been disciplined to keep my mouth shut my whole life. All my talkative colleagues and brothers have been questioned. Sheesh. Meanwhile, at the gate of good and evil, a number of high-ranking guards, including Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, were waiting. They were awaiting an entrance ceremony that would take place in a few hours. Finally, Warden Orca is coming back. He hasn't been gone this long in while over 2 years, I think. And it's good to see Colonels Diorgium and Colonel Soar back as well. It's been a while since we've had the big three of Nouvelle Vague together. And there are so many prisoners to escort that the warden and the two colonels had to go above all at once. They say this is the biggest one yet. Security on the ground has collapsed. And the criminal population has exploded. Ground, why would ground security break down? Is there another revolt? I'm afraid someone in the Nouvelle Vague hasn't been keeping up with the news. There's a civil war, not a group versus group war, but a nation versus nation war. Rumor has it that the demons have invaded. That's bullshit. Destruction and apocalypse are the stuff of religious books. Well, whatever, the world is as chaotic as it was during the Warring States. Period. And the Nouvelle Vague, which used to be a hellhole, is now a paradise. By the way, did you hear there's a new level 10 transfer coming in? Sentenced directly to level 9 without a trial, and she's a girl. She's even pretty. Proofreader, I bet it's Camus that wanted to see her dear fiancé. Are you out of your mind? You'd have to be a monster to be sent straight to level 9 without a trial, and that's not even a woman. The prisoners were nervous and talking amongst themselves, each in their own way, preparing for what was to come. And of course Vikir was not interested in their conversation at all. It's an opportunity when everyone's eyes are focused on the news. The new prisoners were brought in wearing dissim handcuffs. The guards will pay close attention to the induction ceremony, both to keep an eye on the new prisoners and to keep them in line. In the meantime, the supervision and control of the original prisoners is slightly weakened. It's a rhythm he's mastered over the years as a guard. Picking just the right moment, Vikir plans to assassinate Brigadier General Dissim. Vikir recalled his past battles with her. Oh no, if I die, prisoners, restraints and iron bars, everyone that loses their strength, that's it. These were the desperate words of a shriveled, dried-up Dissim crawling across the floor. Her voice was so desperate that there was not a hint of false light in it. When Brigadier General Dissim dies, all Dissim restraints lose their power. Right? She had kindly spilled all her secrets, but Vikir had already guessed this before, due to several circumstances. I will kill Brigadier General Dissim while the guard's attention is focused on the announcement, and the restraints on every prisoner in Nouvelle Vague will be lifted. Dissim's handcuffs, shackles, and the bars of the cell that bind mana and power will be released. The same goes for every prisoner in Nouvelle Vague. When this happens, the prisoners who were once inducted will immediately turn on each other. The guards will have to deal with the new prisoners first, and then a massive secondary wave of damage from the underground. Level 1 on the first floor, level 2 on the second floor, level 3 on the third floor. As time goes on, stronger and stronger prisoners from the lower levels will rise up to the front gates of this place where word of mouth was spreading. It was clear that there would be a riot of epic proportions, something that had never happened before in the history of Nouvelle Vague. Crisis is opportunity, and every second of every day will be filled with life-changing opportunities. And Vikir planned to exploit the chaos, activate Poseidon, and break out of prison. Only then would his escape be complete. To do that, he'll need to work on Dissim in advance. Vikir quietly stepped back. With all the guards looking nervously at the gate of good and evil, it was a good time to sneak around the back. Wait, before I do that I have to stop by. Vikir gave himself a little time before putting his plan into action. He had 2 people to meet before that. However, the first one came to him before he could get there. Vikir felt a hand on his back as he was being pulled backwards and spun around. Kirko was glaring at him from behind. Unable to guess what she was thinking, Vikir spoke in a casual tone. What are you doing here, Adjutant? I thought you were off duty today. I can't take the day off alone when my superior officer is on duty. I came out to help. She was fully dressed right down to her uniform. Vikir gave a small sigh. I was just heading to your room. For a moment Kirko's face flushed a faint red. Well, if you think my room is an easy place to go just because it happened once that night. At Kirko's reaction, which seemed to indicate another misunderstanding, Vikir shook his head. No, don't go back to your room tonight. Kirko's face turned even redder. Is that an order? If you're so adamant about it, I'll have no choice but to obey you. I'm your subordinate after all. Vikir furrowed his brow for a moment as the conversation continued in a circle. Then, in a voice as cold and sharp as ever, Vikir spoke to Kirko. Go to the 5th floor to the Gulper Eel Kennel right now. Don't ask me why. You are to wait there unconditionally until I tell you to. Go there. This is an order. Kirko shook her head, but the seriousness in Vikir's tone made her nod. I have a feeling something is about to happen, sir. I understand. Kirko was a smart person. Her answer was trustworthy. Vikir nodded and turned away. The second hand moved relentlessly. The predicted bloodshed. Now it was really goodbye to the Nouvelle Vague. Dripping corridors. Vikir walked through empty corridors and over the arched bridge that connected spire to spire. Several lower-ranking guards stand guard and salute when they see Vikir. He recognized them from his room as a low-ranking guard. Vikir returned their salute with a raised hand. Then he said something. You are no longer on guard duty. Proceed to the 5th floor and stand by. The kennels will not be accessible at this time, so the closer you are the better. The only way to survive what was about to happen. Vikir said this to most of the guards he met. The lower-ranking guards, hearing Vikir's words, look at each other and shake their heads. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. The black corridors and spiral staircases are endless. An abyss 10,000 meters below the ocean floor. Vikir continues to fall into the Dampsilengse. A deep-sea fish passes through a window made of flubber slime, emitting a dull glow. Just 2 more turns around the corner in front of him and he would be in the room where Dissim was staying. Just then. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry, Major Rotten Dog Garm? An eerie voice came from the darkness up ahead. No, should I say Major Night Hound Vikir Blahathathat. A laugh had heard once before. Vikir curled the corners of his mouth dryly. Okay, I was going to take a look at your face before I left. There was only one other being in Nouvelle Vague who sounded so unpleasant. A man with sinisterly writhing black skin, eerie eyes and teeth. Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue. He was crouching in the darkness waiting for Vikir. Jing Jing. The magic sword Beelzebub vibrated on the wrist of his right hand. It bared its teeth at the darkness in front of it like the tip of a compass. And, where are you going in such a hurry, Major Rotten Dog Garm? Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue emerged from the darkness in the direction Beelzebub was pointing. No, should I say Major Night Hound Vikir Hathathat. Black Tongue was much larger than he had been the last time they had seen him. The muscles that wriggled throughout its body were clearly leeches, each and every fiber. They were pulsing, stretching, and contracting. Black Tongue stretched out arms longer than his legs. He crawled out of the darkness, gripping the floor and walls with palms that grew to be many times the size of his face. You're not Garm, are you? Common sense tells me it's impossible for a junior garbage man to awaken one day and be promoted to senior guard. The other assholes act like they're hiding their power or something, but I'm the only common sense person here in Nouvelle Vague. Black Tongue laughed through his gaping mouth. Vikir grinned back. You talk a lot for a man who tasted blood and recognized it. What did you just admit it Hathathat? Yes. There was no point in disguising his identity on the way out. Vikir summoned the power of the basilisk and the burn marks on his face were erased in an instant. His bushy hair slicked back and the burn marks cleared away, revealing his true features. Vikir revealed his true form and Black Tongue lolled out in front of him. Prisoners are not my business, but I have no choice. At the same time, squeeze. The darkness around Black Tongue began to move rapidly. Just as his vision was about to get even darker, a large palm flew straight into his eyes. Vikir jerked his head back. The rubbery fingers of Black Tongue flicked across his cheek. Juwug. Blood was drawn from the wound and sucked into Black Tongue's fingers. But, Hudug. Vikir's blood was sucked towards Black Tongue's fingers, but it quickly lost its strength and scattered to the ground. Black Tongue had retrieved his vampiric power midway through. Now that I think about it, your blood looks a little strange. I think it will only be bad for my body if I suck it for no reason. Apparently Black Tongue had noticed the frightening poison in Vikir's blood. Peace. Vikir ducked low to avoid the flying palm behind him and ran. Severed hair flew behind him as Black Tongue's body closed in on him. Snapping his arms back, Vikir snatched Beelzebub from his wrist and aimed for Black Tongue's empty body. Then, seeing an annoying vibration burned his right arm. The magic sword Beelzebub had been reacting abnormally since earlier. What is that? It's a reaction he hasn't seen since he got it, and while it doesn't interfere with combat, something about it bothers him. Vikir paused for a moment as he felt a vibration in his right hand. Welcome. The muscles of Black Tongue reacted sensitively to Vikir's approach. Every single muscle fiber leech stiffened, and all at once they charged at Vikir. It was like hundreds of arms sprouting from his body. Vikir abandoned his approach without a word. He swung Beelzebub and removed the leeches from the Black Tongue's entire body one by one. Pioyog Pipiog Hudug. The blood, flesh, and guts of the bloody leeches began to scatter in all directions. All the while Beelzebub continued to tremble, but it didn't seem to hinder the battle. Meanwhile, while Vikir was swatting away the leeches flying through the air, Black Tongue untied the strap of the sack around his waist and began to shake out what was inside onto the ground. It was a small ball, a leech egg. The leeches hatched from the eggs and crawled across the floor toward Vikir. This is the same stuff that was stuck to Kirko's stomach. Vikir's eyes sparkled. The blood-sucking leeches on Black Tongue's body weren't particularly desirable, but those that stole the power and form of their opponents were personally desirable. Black Tongue noticed Vikir's gaze and spoke with a chuckle. This is an ultra-rare species that I have only recently succeeded in breeding and farming after a lifetime of research. Have you ever heard of a doppelganger leech?
No, Yaben.
Hathathat, of course you haven't. It's a top secret even within the Nouvelle Vague. A purple tongue darted out of his mouth and another mouth opened at the end of it. For your information, I was granted permission to use any prisoner or guard in the Nouvelle Vague as a guinea pig for my research and development of this leech. Permission? Who gave you that right? Who could it be? Orca, that cranky old man. Hell, do anything to increase the security of the Nouvelle Vague. He's probably willing to work with the demons. Black Tongue chuckled. Actually, the research and development ended a long time ago. I'd rather not call it done and have a little fun with it. Hearing that, Vikir nodded silently. Suddenly he remembered Kirko's face. She and her parents had lost everything then simply because of one psycho's entertainment. All the happiness of a family, all the joy and fulfillment of a parent, all the love and happiness a child deserves, all sucked out of them by a leech. Thank God my dad's not a bad person, my mom's not a miserable person, the only bad kid. He remembered Kirko's words. The ghost castle of the great deep, a child born and raised here, a woman with nowhere to turn. Vikir took a deep breath and let it out. When the hot exhalation had been drawn out, the vibration of Beelzebub on his right arm had stopped cold. Hound had decided to be a dirty dog for now. I will take your leech and spread the word about it, but not now, Vikir said briefly. At the same time Beelzebub's sword protruded from his wrist, scratching sharply at the surrounding area. Pakong kadududududug dulalulialug kijijijijigajigigig. The tip of the awl sliced through the stone floor and stone walls. Puff 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 puff. The huge number of crawling leeches burst into flames, all of them dead. Black Tongue's mouth snapped open for a moment. He was astonished at Vikir's ability to kill all those tiny leeches in the pitch darkness. Apparently you're a much trickier prisoner than I thought. Well, the fact that you removed the BDISSM handcuffs was unusual, Hathathat. But Black Tongue was still slacking off. The source of its slack was soon revealed. Vikir narrowed his eyes. Black Tongue had slowly drawn back, and around him the black balls were beginning to appear. You laid this out for me, knowing I'd come for Dissim. Vikir eyed the corridor that stretched out beyond the darkness. The leeches were so swollen that they could easily fit 1 or 2 people. They can be seen clinging to the floor walls and ceiling, blocking Vikir's path. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone, and it wouldn't help if the idiots came. Black Tongue smirked. My children are far more competent here. Look, these are new species. I've invented oil-sucking leeches and body heat-sucking leeches. They're a bit difficult to breed, and they're a minor species, so we won't be able to mass produce them. Both types of leeches were plumped up and pointing their snouts in this direction. And then, pipiong. The leeches began to squirt out what was inside. The oil-sucking leeches spewed out the oil they had stored in their guts, and the heat-sucking leeches spewed out the heat they had stored in their guts in the form of flames. The hot oil bubbled, boiled, and flew, eventually creating a massive inferno. It was enough firepower to make even Vikir want to avoid a head-to-head fight. Piopia-pioping. Oil and flame swept down the straight corridor in a loud explosion. The dampness that had been lingering dried up, leaving nothing but charred stone and ash all around. Hathathat, what a shame! A few more leeches and the fire would have lasted a little longer, but was it enough? Black Tongue muttered as he stared out over the thick soot. But Black Tongue's eyes narrowed. As the flames and smoke cleared, he could see something up ahead. It was a blazing black light, an inferno. It was Vikir using Decorabia as a shield. Is this all just when things were getting a little hot? It's over. Hathathat, you really do piss people off. A black line of veins sprouted on Black Tongue's forehead. Then he lowered his stance to face Vikir in front of him. Good, you win. I have no choice but to reveal my bottom line. Black Tongue pulled out a long sword roughly sheathed in bandages. The handle was wrinkled and hard like a whole piece of meat dried into jerky. Black Tongue gripped it carefully, the dirty bandages tattered underneath. Vikir asked, "Were you a sword wielder? I've never heard of it. Maybe it has rarely been used against humans." Black Tongue grinned and took off all the bandages that had been wrapped in place of the sheath. A moment later, the hideously distorted hilt of the sword came into Vikir's view. At the same time, Vikir realized why Beelzebub had been sending subtle vibrations to his right arm all along. I never knew that sword was here. It was the resonance of his own kind. Vikir fixed his gaze on the sword in front of him. He couldn't say for sure who it was, but he had a hunch. An unprecedented great demonic sword whose notoriety extended far beyond the demon world and into Middle-earth. The 7 ancient demon constellations, also known as the 7 Great Plagues. The remains of these 7 ancient demon constellations were brought into the mortal world in some form, whether material or conceptual, and despite no longer being able to interfere with the laws of cause and effect, they retained some of the power of their lives. One of these was this sword Beelzebub, but there are 6 others. Vikir thought, looking at the red sword of Beelzebub protruding from the wrist of his right hand. Humans called the 7 swords made from the remains of the 7 demon constellations the 7 demon swords. This Beelzebub is one of them. And the sword in front of Vikir was also one of the magic swords included in the 7 demon swords. The magic sword Asmodeus, a fearsome sword that rivaled Beelzebub. One of the final weapons brought by the demons in the later stages of the Age of Destruction. It was one of the great weapons of the first corpses, and I never thought it would be here. Vikir thought as he gazed at Asmodeus the magic sword in front of him. And Asmodeus' current owner Black Tongue stared at the wrinkled hilt with a mesmerized look in his eyes. Once upon a time I had a leech that I loved, no now that I think about it. Maybe it wasn't a leech at all, well anyway. Black Tongue was now explaining how he had acquired the magic sword Asmodeus. It had a great appetite for blood, very greedy, but it kept sucking blood. And it got too big and strong and out of control. Black Tongue laughed as he kissed Asmodeus' sword. So I tricked it, locked it in solitary confinement and starved it to death. Soar had a hard time with that, I guess. But this one, it turns out, is so strong that no matter how long I locked it in solitary confinement, it wouldn't die. Instead, it just stays skinny and unmoving like it's hibernating, and no matter how long I try to dry it with hot air, it doesn't die, it just shrivels up. Black Tongue grinded the leech, which had turned into a solid stick of meat, against a whetstone. There was a ton of meat powder coming out, but as a result it became so sharp. Right? Does it look like a real sword? It's amazing that the remains of the demon constellation didn't lose its bloodlust after such a long time after it was separated from its deceased body, but it's even more amazing that there was a madman who grinded it into a sword. So this is how the magic sword Asmodeus was born. Vikir marveled at the madness of Black Tongue. But it's only admiration as a spectator to the show, the Hound eyeing his prey with his usual lazy gaze. You'd better be careful, that sword does not serve an unworthy master. It'll take the opportunity to bite and then turn around and eat you. Before, the regression had seen many examples. Humans and demons alike have fallen prey to the sword. But Vikir's warning did not fall on deaf ears. Black Tongue smirked and lifted Asmodeus. This one still wants blood even after all this time. Yes, he wants your blood, and he wants it hard. It was true. Asmodeus was swelling up, drinking the blood of Black Tongue. It pulsed like a madman, eager to lunge at the Vikir in front of it. And then, clang, the two magic swords clashed together. Vikir swallowed a groan at the weight on his wrist. He wasn't sure how dried out the large hunk of meat was. It was certainly small in volume, but it weighed a ton, and its strength far exceeded that of any metal. Just as a large hunk of meat becomes smaller and harder when it dries out. Kariririk. Moreover, the sword itself bends at odd angles and slashes through gaps. It was like watching a vampire itself, a single blood-crazed leech. Pyoyog. Asmodeus bent like a whip, avoiding friction with Beelzebub. Pyopia peak. Just as Beelzebub of Vikir stabbed Black Tongue in the chest, Asmodeus of Black Tongue also stabbed Vikir in the thigh. You damned bastard, you're supposed to protect your master before your meal. Black Tongue screamed, but the shape of his mouth was smiling. Madness, it is indeed the sword of its master. Vikir frowned. Even though the sword was rampaging on its own, it was all taking routes optimized for killing. In addition, Black Tongue had considerable swordsmanship skills. Perhaps he could even crush Colonel Diorjum or Colonel Soar with simple combat power alone. Suts. Vikir had tried to tap into the power of the starvation drought within Beelzebub, but it was clearly inferior to Asmodeus' blood-sucking abilities. Moreover, Asmodeus was gulping down Vikir's blood, which contained Madame's poison. What a troublesome guy, Vikir said briefly, stepping back. Black Tongue smirked and followed Vikir. Are you scared? Are you afraid? Why are you running away? Vikir stepped back silent. He took the route back the way he'd come. But Black Tongue wouldn't let him get away. Fear makes you blind and deaf, my friend. At the same time, grasp. Black Tongue's arm snapped a little more grotesquely. Vikir saw Asmodeus, who had let go of Beelzebub, was also bent at an even more severe angle. Black Tongue smiled. No wonder the more blood it sucks, the more flexible it becomes. As dried beef jerky absorbs water, it becomes softer. The same was true for Asmodeus. Asmodeus coiled itself into an even more volatile shape than its previous trajectory and then slammed into Vikir's face. Vikir quickly jerked his head to the side, but Black Tongue's deft swordplay only succeeded in pushing Asmodeus deeper and deeper into Vikir's mouth. Quadug. Vikir's ear was ripped off entirely. It was such a severe wound that even the organs inside, such as the cochlea, and the semicircular canal were ripped out. A groan escaped Vikir's lips. Even if the cotton swab was inserted just a little deeper into the ear, it hurt, but when the entire ear was torn and pulled out, the pain was indescribable. Tsuts. Basilisk's regenerative powers quickly healed the wound, but it would take time to regenerate the intricate organs within. Shudder. The deafening noise in his ears naturally messed with his balance and sense of distance. Black Tongue lunged at the staggering Vikir, mouth wide open all the way to the ears, a smile filled with madness.
Hut, denied Hound.
Vikir swung his sword at the maddened Black Tongue. Geog. The deafening slashes of the sword swung back and forth left and right. But none of them touched Black Tongue. In fact, they flew in the wrong direction. Hathathat, you've made a complete fool of yourself. Black Tongue sneered at Vikir, who was swinging his sword at the wrong place. Quang. Black Tongue ferociously slashes at Vikir, his body more than twice as large as before due to his excitement. The leeches covering his body were bubbling with his excitement. Black Tongue slobbered and mocked atop Vikir's body. With all this commotion, it must be bad. Maybe Diorjum or Soar will come. Heck, maybe the old man himself, Orca, will come to visit. How are you? Feeling nervous, breaking out in a cold sweat, your eyes spinning. But, that won't work. Diorjum or Soar might have been fine, but Orca is too much. At the click of Black Tongue, Vikir replied briefly. I wanted leeches, so I invested some time, but I don't think I have time to play with you anymore. Vikir raised his left hand as Black Tongue gave him a questioning look. Black Tongue's two eyes bulged. The leather sack filled with the eggs of the new leeches was now in Vikir's hand. Goodbye then. Vikir said a short farewell. At the same time, quackwang. The corridor shook. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor cracked following the trajectory of Vikir's blows. Geog. An entire section of the corridor had been cut out, so was the flubber slime that coated the building's exterior walls. Black Tongue suddenly felt the floor he was on, or rather the entire room, shift, like a slice of cake falling away. The entire space in which Black Tongue was standing was moving away from the corridor. Nouvelle Vague is a castle in the depths of the sea. In the direction the piece was headed, of course, was the deepest depths of the sea, the seabed of the great deep. Chwaag. The waters of the deep rushed in like crazy. Ugh, something like this, just swim back. Black Tongue was very embarrassed at having suddenly fallen into the sea and was struggling with its limbs. Then, Black Tongue looked up. The Hound preparing to leap at him, the seasoned veteran's gaze. That annoying guy. Vikir unleashed his reserved power at Black Tongue, who was pushed out to sea. 8th Baskerville form, Black Sun. Extremely concentrated aura forms a black sphere, sucking in everything in its path. Kululululik. The approaching waters swirled in a vortex, and Black Tongue, trapped in the center, could barely squirm. And then, with complete dominance, the Hound delivered its final sentence. Get lost. It was simple and clear. Flash. The slash fired by Vikir is launched toward the center of the vortex. The black pillar created by the aura stretched vertically. The scream of Black Tongue became a mere foam in the water. Rumble. The black bricks crumble like sponge blocks. The Black Tongue, caught at the end of the powerful plasma wave, flew straight into the deep sea. A whole section of the corridor he was standing on was torn off like a piece of cake and floated out of Nouvelle Vague's nature. There's no way he'd survive being exposed to 10,000 meters of water pressure. Even Black Tongue in the realm of superhumans wouldn't have the strength to survive. Slurp. A transparent membrane began to descend before his eyes. Brigadier Flubber's mucus coats the entirety of Nouvelle Vague's nature. Whenever a hole is made in the castle, the mucus is spread out to prevent water from entering. A coating of mucus has formed in the corridor that Vikir cut. The water flow slowed significantly, and soon the floor was revealed. Trickle, trickle, trickle. The remaining seawater flowed down the slope of the corridor and down the spiral staircase. Vikir stood on the wet stone floor and peered through the transparent membrane. Just then, Vikir's crimson eyes, visible through his wet bangs, narrowed. Something was approaching. From beyond the darkness of the deep something huge was coming toward him. With insane speed. Gwa-wa. Black Tongue know what is supposed to be Black Tongue. It was no longer in human form. It was an extremely elongated creature with countless leeches clinging to it. Technically resembling a sea serpent or deep-sea eel. It bared its razor-sharp teeth in front of a crushed, melted face. It swam at a terrifying speed, rushing toward Nouvelle Vague or more. Precisely toward Vikir's area. Upon closer inspection, Vikir realized it was not Black Tongue. Black Tongue is dead, and that must be Asmodeus in true form. Asmodeus, the magic sword, sucked all the blood from the dead Black Tongue, whose lungs burst under the pressure of the deep sea. Using its desires and thoughts as nourishment, it regained its true form. Before it dried up. Gwa-wa. The sea serpent, a grotesque creature that could not be found anywhere else in the world, opened its mouth. Gums and teeth sprouted haphazardly left, right, and center in full bloom. Vikir clicked his tongue. This is how swords that eat their masters. Beelzebub resonated in his right hand. Vikir stretched out a finger and snapped the hilt of Beelzebub's sword. Don't even dream. At the same time, Night Hound's eyes glow red. Baskerville 8th form Black Sun. 8 teeth circle the sphere, crushing everything in their path. Asmodeus, sucked in, lets out a grotesque scream and twists and shudders, but cannot escape the fate of being dragged into the center of the Black Sun. Pagujag wagajigajig. With a loud crash, the sound of something shattering was heard. Vikir could tell by the sensation in his hands that he was controlling the 8 teeth. The magic sword Asmodeus had been completely shattered. And then, the Black Sun sank, and within it was the shattered remains of the sword. Broken into 9 pieces. Silence, the frenzied rampage of a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. They sink silently, wordlessly, row by row toward the darkness of the deep. Like the remains of a shooting star that has fallen into the sea and cooled. The dog that bites its master is boiled. Vikir murmured coldly as he watched the sinking remains of the sword. It was a truth Vikir knew all too well from his own experience. In the end, one of the 7 swords Asmodeus sank into the depths of the sea. In 9 pieces. It had been lost forever. The 7 swords were now 6 with 1 destroyed. But I can't say for sure it's a sword with a strong life force, so it might still be alive. But is there a human who can pick it up and use it? On this point Vikir was skeptical. It would be a waste, but it was impossible to handle more than 2 swords. Anyway, Vikir shook off any lingering regrets about the sunken Asmodeus. Instead, Vikir chose to focus on the actual harvest. More than that, I finally have it. Vikir lifted his left hand. It was a thick leather hilt, quite heavy. He opened the pouch and found it filled with dark eggs. These are the egg sacs of sea leeches, black eggs that are commonly found on the carapace of snow crabs, the tertiary egg membrane which forms a sac within the strong foreskin until the leech larvae inside hatch is hard and elastic and not easily broken. So this is a variant that Black Tongue put a lot of effort into. Vikir recalled the leech that had once attached itself to Kirko's stomach, gradually taking on Kirko's appearance. Perhaps if it had been a little later, the leech would have grown to look exactly like Kirko, a secret weapon as good as the blood daylily. Vikir opened Andromalius' barrier and stored the leech eggs inside. It would come in handy later. Now it is time to capture Bdissem. The finale has entered the countdown. Vikir left without hesitation, to bring about the complete collapse of all of Nouvelle Vague's systems. Joyoyoyog. The symbol of Nouvelle Vague, the gate of good and evil, opened. Kung 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 kung. A huge amount of seawater poured down like a waterfall from above, causing countless iron maidens to fall to the ground on the first floor. And the gulper eels that had departed from the ground had just arrived through the deep-sea dock on the 5th floor. Open the coffins. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille ordered, and the guards stepped forward and pulled the iron maidens open with a twist. Inside, the prisoners were pulled out. Prisoners who had traveled a journey through the depths of the sea. Most of them lay in their coffins, dazed and drooling or already dead. Some prisoners were left in the form of a stew mixed with thick meat porridge and blood. Ugh, I guess this one will have to be fed to Brigadier General Flubber. Oh, but he's alive, send him straight to the front lines. Ew, he just died. Keep the bodies in one place, send them to Brigadier General Flubber. For crazy people a whip is medicine, bring them back to their senses. The sound of clubs and whips echoed around the room. Then the surviving prisoners scrambled to their feet and made their way to the entrance. This time the number of new arrivals was quite large, so the guards were also busy. Just then, thud, the last of the coffins fell. The guards were about to approach it. Wait, don't touch it. We will escort it ourselves. A gravelly voice came from behind them. All the guards, including Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, turned around in alarm. There were Colonel Diorgium and Colonel Soar, who had just returned to
Nouvelle Vague.
Colonel Diorgium and Colonel Soar grabbed the last Iron Maiden from either side and descended into the lower levels. She is a prisoner of level 9 and will be transferred directly to level 10. For her crimes. At those words all the guards swallowed nervously. There was no telling how dangerous this monster could be and why the two wardens were so wary. Meanwhile, Colonel Diorgium spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Bastille. Warden Orca will be returning soon. Prepare a welcoming ceremony. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille quickly turned his head. At times like this a good subordinate must be quick on his feet. Garm, where is Major Garm? Lieutenant Colonel Bastille searched for the bright young officer he had recently added to his entourage. But Major Garm is nowhere to be seen. There were too many new prisoners and the guards were too busy moving about to find him. Then, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille spotted a guard retreating backwards. It was Captain Kirko Grimm, a young officer he'd heard of in his entourage. Hey, Captain Kirko. Kirko looked up at Bastille's call. Get Major Garm in here now, the warden will be back soon and we need to get ready for the welcome party, and while you're at it make sure you have your eyes fixed on him. Yes, I'll get him right away. Kirko nodded, knowing it was right. It was just as well since Garm had suddenly given her an order to go to the 5th floor and she was looking for an excuse to fulfill it. She quickly broke away from the entrance and ran downstairs. The road to the 5th floor she had to pass through several corridors and bridges to get to the Gulper eel kennel that Garm had told her about. Tick tick tick. A dripping corridor. As she passed through the empty corridors and over the arched bridge, connecting spire to spire, she saw familiar faces. She recognized them from her days as a junior guard. A Captain Kirko salute. Old comrades saluting Kirko, who has now become their distant superior. Then one of the guards asked Kirko, Captain Kirko, are you also going to the 5th floor? What do you mean? Well, Major Garm passed by here just now too, and what did he say? He told me to hurry up and go near the kennels because I don't have to stand guard anymore. For a moment Kirko's expression hardened. Something had really happened. Don't take the Major's word for it. With that, Kirko sprinted forward. The two junior guards on guard duty quickly tried to stop Kirko. Now wait a minute, Captain. From here onwards is the area where people with the rank of Major can enter autonomously. But the guards didn't finish their sentence. Kwakwang Yulyulung. A black corona rising out of the window in the distance. A tremendous roar and shockwave shook the entire 5th floor. Boom! The triple-layered steel door has been smashed to pieces. All that remained was a grid-like wire mesh made of Dissum. On the other side of the grid, on the bed, Brigadier General Dissum sat up, with a shocked expression on her face. What is it? What is the commotion? She had the appearance of a young girl, her body fully recovered from the earlier incident. Dissum frowned at Vakir as he strode in through the shattered doorway. Her gaze lingered on the rank patch on Vakir's uniform chest patch. What the hell? Where does a major get the nerve to come into my room like this? Are you insane? But when Vakir took off his hat, revealing his bare face, Dissum's expression turned white. Pyong. The mattress of the bed exploded. She flailed as if in a fit and soon jumped up on the bed. You bastard, didn't you escape? But that's just wishful thinking on her part. It was just an excuse made up without properly checking to avoid being reprimanded. Her mind flashed back to her conversation with Diorgium. Where did the prisoner go? He's dead. Dead? Then where's the body? He went out to sea in an Gulper eel. Then he's not dead. He didn't seem to have a clue about the circulation currents that lead to the surface, so he was bound to get caught in a trap current and he'd be stuck in the deep for the rest of his life. Did it happen? It definitely sounds like you didn't see it. Yes, I saw him ride and gulper eel out of the hole in the wall. Before I passed out. You're sure you saw the last of him, aren't you? No, that's right. Who do you think I am? And don't you dare look at me like that when it's none of my business. Of course Dissim never saw what happened to Vikir in the end because she passed out. This was the result. The cold sweat that had gathered under her chin was dripping down like small raindrops. Her eyes and eyebrows drooped downward, her focus dazedly unfocused and unsteady. Dissim shuddered and shook as if she were an aspen-type ant. Well, whatever it is, you're finished and am calling for Diorjum, and so are right now. It seemed like she was trying to buy time by hiding behind the Dissim wire fence she had made. But, you do, Doug. With a simple touch of his hand, Vikir snapped the Dissim wire with a snap. PSSSSSSS. The stem of the dead and dying plant crumbled like a burnt matchstick. The stem of Dissim dried up where Vikir touched it, a hole in the wire mesh, just big enough for one person to fit through. Giabiog. Vikir stumbled through the gaping hole. You. Dissim clung to the back of the bed as the horrors of the past returned. The Hound stalked toward her, red eyes glowing in the darkness. Stretch your neck. It was time for the death sentence to be carried out. But Dissim does not accept her fate as an innocent bystander easily. Hey, even if it's like this, I'm also the 5 warden. As long as I don't let my guard down, I won't get caught. Giant kelp leaves grew up around her. Each one was a seaweed whip with a powerful binding force. Kalalalig. In a few short moments the kelp leaves formed a dense forest of seaweed and began to wrap around Vikir. No use. Vikir swung Beelzebub and cut off all the kelp leaves. But Dissim didn't attack Vikir. It simply glided across the floor using the seaweed leaves as a surfboard. Ho ho ho, no one can catch me if I run away with it. Dissim shouted confidently. But Vikir didn't react much to her words. He just quietly asked a question. No one. And as soon as the words were finished, something wrapped around Dissim's body as it slipped through the torn door. Sialalalog. It was a vine of plants. Dissim looked dazed as she hung upside down in the air. Kududug Kudiodiog Bassasag. The slippery kelp leaves she was riding on dried up in an instant. Siamial. The roots of a plant shed never seen before began to grow out of the tiny kelp flakes and onto the board. Daylily of the blood tree. Danger rating S. Size. Found in deep in the polar hell inaccessible zone blood swamp flesh. Splattered zone of area 4. Also known as blood swamp daylily or blood swamp nightmare. A mysterious plant that floats on the churning waters of the blood swamp at the mouth of the lake of blood in the depths of hell. Even in the blood swamp where everything sinks because there is no buoyancy, you can somehow see them floating. It is the strongest and most fearsome of all the flora and fauna that inhabit the blood lake, and its insatiable appetite and gluttony are feared even by its own kind. It is said that a single daylily sprouting from a single seed of this plant once grew so large that it brought humanity to the brink of destruction. This plant, so bizarre that it has no place in the human world, is called the daylily of blood tree. The seeds that Vikir had scattered at the entrance had sucked in the dampness of the Nouvelle Vague and germinated. Dissim gasped in astonishment, gulping down the air. The plants of the human world and the demon world were in a perfect food chain for the demonic beasts that have adapted to the harsh and barren environment of the demon world. The plants of the human world are merely fragile and defenseless prey. Therefore all plants in the human world have an instinctive fear of demonic plants. Dissim was no different. Dissim realized with certainty the source of the unexplained fear she had felt when Vikir had first demonstrated the power of starvation drought. But by the time she realized, it was too late. Her body was already wrapped around the daylily stalks, draining her of moisture at an alarming rate. Daylily of blood tree are notoriously vicious among demons, for in colonies Where they grow, all other demons around them wither and die, even those in the human world. Vikir looked up at Dissim, who had been captured by a daylily vine. Even the mighty seaweed adapted to the depths of the sea was no match for the daylily. Vikir stepped in front of the hanging creature. Thwack! A vicious grip pressed down hard on both of her cheeks. You up! As the insides of the cheeks dug into his upper and lower teeth, Dissim was forced to open her mouth. At that point Vikir placed something in her mouth. Now if you don't do as I say, I'm going to stick this in your mouth. Chemhumph. Dissim was stunned. A shadowy figure loomed before her eyes, a handful of seeds. Waljulag. Daylily of blood tree, countless seeds that had yet to germinate. If all of them made it into Dissim's mouth and traveled straight to her stomach, it was obvious what would happen next. You. Tears of terror welled up in Dissim's eyes as she imagined the horrifying scenario. Please let him. Dissim's face was covered in tears and she was smearing her lips. When Vikir loosened his grip slightly, she could hear her words clearly. Please let me live, I'll do anything. It was all she could do to say, knowing from previous battles that she had no chance of winning. Vikir nodded. It would be quicker to just kill you as usual. Hick. Dissim's face turned a deep blue. But Vikir moved the sword of the awl and looked the other way. But there's one more thing I want. If you do it right, I might have a way to save your life. What is it? Dissim, who had gone from hell to heaven in an instant, asked breathlessly. Vikir continued. I want two things. First, its original purpose, to remove the handcuffs, shackles and cage. It's possible, but can't you do it yourself? I saw you break them earlier. Not mine, but those of every prisoner here in Nouvelle Vague. At those words, Dissim's expression hardened. Now she understand. Why did this man not escape from prison even after being released from his restraints? Or why had turned himself in the first place and walked into this hellhole? He wasn't trying to break his restraints, he was trying to break everyone's restraints, the very system that controls individuals. Rattling. Dissim was avoiding Vikir's gaze, desperately squinting her pupils, which were so shaky they couldn't even focus properly. The giant dog, a monster with burning eyes, is right in front of her, clutching tightly at her life and death. It's so frightening, so terrifying that it makes her mind go blank. She has no idea what kind of chaos this creature is trying to unleash on
Nouvelle Vague.
It has no purpose, no meaning, nothing but sheer terror. You don't want to do it, want to make it a little easier. Vikir shoved a daylily seed into Dissim's mouth and she struggled, making a dying sound. I'll do it, let me do it. Good then. Second. Vikir whispered the next order into Dissim's ear. Wait outside the window of the kennel on the 5th floor, a person will come out. That person. Hearing that, Dissim nodded frantically. Vikir nodded with satisfaction. You know what happens if these two promises are not fulfilled? What happens? You will definitely see me again, but after that I leave it to your imagination. He. Vikir laughed grimly. He realized that this was probably the first time in his life that he had ever laughed out loud. And the effect of Vikir's laughter was profound. Iayak. Bidisema's crotch turned yellow and soaked through her pants and top. The sight was horrifying. Vikir jabbed the awl into Dissim's throat. Now go ahead and fulfill your first promise. Okay, wait. Dissim squeezed her eyes shut. Pass. After a few seconds she opened them again. Done. It was deceptively easy and quick. Vikir frowned. Was that all there was to it? All of the systems that had kept the Nouvelle Vague alive for so long had been wiped out in such a ridiculously short amount of time. Are you really telling me that all of the nullifying mana and physical force, cuffs, shackles, and cages are gone? You're not trying to trick me. Vikir was just about to reveal a glimmer of doubt. Thud. The floor rumbled once more. A heavy shockwave that had never been experienced before, short and thick. The instincts of a seasoned hound screamed out. The Dissim restraints are gone. Vikir opened his senses and quickly scanned his surroundings. Indeed, all of the Dissim materials in the vicinity were blackened and dead. Even the fragment's head slipped into his pockets just in case, and all of the Dism that were a considerable distance away. At this rate, the handcuffs, shackles, chains, and cages that held the prisoners downstairs would surely all be dead as well. It's true I've unlocked them from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. Believe me please. Dism cries out in a pathetic voice. The truth of her words was being conveyed both audibly and visually. Vikir nodded. Yes, I guess so. Ordinarily, he would have preferred to cut off Dism's breathing for good. But she still had some use. Hound was done hunting, and he turned away without another word. The escape plan had reached the halfway point. A massive uprising unprecedented in history. The collapse of the Nouvelle Vague has just begun. Abysmal. It was the best word to describe the current situation in Nouvelle Vague. Just a few hours, minutes, or seconds ago, everything was normal. The guards were controlling the prisoners with their weapons, and the prisoners were languishing under the weight of dreadful restraints that drained their mana and strength. Then, at a moment that no one remembers clearly, just a few seconds ago, thud, the handcuffs, shackles, and cages that had held the prisoners' wrists, ankles, and entire bodies were gone. It happened simultaneously throughout the vast Nouvelle Vague. Both the guards and the prisoners were stunned into silence. They had no idea what had just happened. Why is this happening now? Is something wrong with my eyes? Is it a small accident? Is it something that only happened to me, a small anomaly that only happened in this area? But it soon became clear that it was not. All the handcuffs, shackles, and cages in the entire Nouvelle Vague were gone. The cuffs that threatened to crush their wrists, the shackles that threatened to snap their ankles, the cages that made it impossible for them to go outside. All the restraints that had held them down for what seemed like eons were gone. It was as if all the hardships and adversity had been a dream. The prisoners felt mana flowing through their bodies. Strength returned. Desire and anger, long forgotten and thoroughly castrated, ignited in their hearts. The first to adjust to the new reality were the prisoners who were in the midst of their entrance ceremony. What is this? My mana is flowing. Dism's handcuffs are off. Kaisu, I don't know what it is, but it's great.
You bastards.
The prisoners on the Blade Bridge suddenly turned around and began to pounce on the guards. The other prisoners rose to their feet as well. Kill all the guards first. Beat them to death, kill them all. Set them on fire, burn them all. Open the gate of good and evil, let's get out of here. 5th floor, there's an gulper eel on the 5th floor, let's take the eels. And get out. They had been living like worms for so long that their freedom was short-lived, and they quickly returned to their old savagery. Nature never changes. Just then, quackwang. With a tremendous crash, the prisoners at the induction hall fell to their deaths. Kugagagugagu. In the midst of the bloody scene, in the midst of a thick cloud of sulfur, two wardens picked themselves up. Diorjum and Soar. They each had a prisoner lying on the ground, hands and feet covered in blood. Shake, Diorjum said, tossing the prisoner's body in his hands. Get your heads out of your asses, this is 10,000 meters deep, you want. Make it out of here anyway. We may be outnumbered right now, but reinforcements will be coming from the ground soon. What will you do then? He was right. Even if the prisoners rioted and somehow overpowered the guards, they wouldn't be able to get out of here. Even if they were freed, there would be no way out of the 10,000-meter deep trench, and as soon as Brigadier General Flubber abandoned the waterproofing, the place would be flooded. By this time Soar, who was beside him, had brushed off the corpses stuck to the back of her heels. Ho, it'll give you a chance now if you stand by this side and help suppress the riot. It'll let you become a sucker shark, it'll cut your workload and give you a reduced sentence, well, even make you a junior guard of course, first come first served. The momentum exuded by the two wardens was overwhelming. Within seconds of their appearance, they had beaten dozens of prisoners to a bloody pulp. Furthermore, behind their backs stood the gate of good and evil, a gigantic wall that was intimidating to look at. Gulp. From among the prisoners came those who swallowed dry saliva. If they voluntarily submitted themselves now, their lives would be much easier. In the future, not only will the labor be easier, but the quality of the food will be incomparably better. Since they won't be able to open that gate of good and evil, wouldn't it be Better to stick to the guard side and help suppress it and score points. Everyone was thinking the same thing. They finally let out their pent-up anger and hatred, but there must be a heavy and harsh price to pay for the brief moment of exultation and freedom. As the excitement wore off, reason returned. The prisoners slowly began to realize the reality of their situation. After all, it is impossible to cross the gate of good and evil. The prisoners at Nouvelle Vague knew this from years of experience. Diorjum and Soar, seeing the momentum of the prisoners, which had been so fiery just moments before cool down, realized that the situation might be easier to calm down than they thought. But the key Harem, the key to the front door. An unidentified shout came from somewhere. At the same time, something was flung into the middle of the battlefield. A sword sculpture with an impressive white lower part of the blade, a black middle part, a reddish upper part, and a spiral embossed pattern. Pete. It flew and lodged in the high ceiling in full view of all the prisoners. A few knowledgeable prisoners opened their eyes wide. Is that the key to the main entrance? It looked like the horns of a unicorn, and it was a fragment of Orwell's sword of winter. It was a legendary sword that only those who have attained the highest level of mastery are allowed to wield it, and it once belonged to Winston, the principal of Colosio Academy. Diorjum and Swear's eyes widened at the sight of it. It's the key to the gate of good and evil. Why is it here? A long time ago, Winston, the principal of Colosio Academy, and Orca, the warden of Nouvelle Vague, worked together to capture a prisoner. To commemorate that imprisonment, they gave each other two keys, one for the ocean floor and one for the surface. But why is one of them here now? Who put the key in here? Soar scanned the area with sharp eyes, but there was no way she could identify a single culprit in a scene that had already been torn apart by a prisoner riot. Diorjum shouted at the prisoners in disbelief. I don't know why the key is here, but it doesn't change anything, and there's no way you can get out of here once you've unlocked the gate of good and evil. But Diorjum didn't get to finish his sentence. Wah! A huge roar rushed in, drowning out Diorjum's voice. Things don't always work out so calmly and rationally. The prisoner's eyes, which had paused for a moment at the confirmation of the key's existence, flipped once more. Collective madness, as long as it has an excuse to ignite, it explodes. Regardless of whether it is valid or not, whether small or large. It's the key. That will open the gate of good and evil. Aha, that thing will take us to the surface. If you have the key, that's it, kill them all. They were now attaching sanctity to a tool called a key. Diorjum said in disbelief. Hey, wake up, that key is only half a key, and opening the gate of good and evil will only let the water rush in. Use common sense. What do you think you're capable of in these deep seas? Hey man, stop it. Do you think they have the intelligence to think of that shit? Soar stepped forward in annoyance. She kicked one of the charging level 1 prisoners to death with her heel, then pulled out the sledgehammer on her back. Bang! A large prisoner who had been charging like a wild boar lost his head to Swear's sledgehammer. The battle had begun. The elite guards who had gathered to control the news of the incident launched a merciless killing spree. No need to look the other way. Kill them outright. They are the ones who couldn't even eat a bowl of blood porridge anyway. The prisoners who had come up from the lower floors, even if they had regained their strength, their bodies were still weakened by the harsh labor and poor food. No matter how crazy and outnumbered they were, they couldn't pull off a coup once the guards regained their senses. Moreover, the presence of the 2 wardens rampaging like wagons in front of a line of elite guards was overwhelming. Kulululululig quaquaquaquang. The axe blades on Diorjum's forearms created a vortex of aura that minced nearby prisoners like fish meat. Kulyong kululululug bugulbuglebule. The ground beneath Swear's feet melted away and soon became a boiling lava that engulfed the prisoners around her. Starting from the 2 who stood at the forefront of the guard camp, numerous prisoners were being torn apart. Even the largest of men were crushed, and those who moved the fastest were caught and killed. The 2 colonels, intent on becoming the next head warden of Nouvelle Vague, were turning everything in their path to pulp. 1 against 100,000 at a time, 10,000 enemies A long trail of killing centered on where Diorjum and Soar stood. A bloodbath. No prisoner had ever crossed it before. Naturally, the morale of the guards behind the two wardens was high. It's the colonels. The symbol of the Nouvelle Vague, the backbone of the fighting force. They really are heroes fighting for the position of next head warden. We can do it. All the prisoners are welcome to come as many times as they want. The guards who were holding the induction ceremony or who had almost suppressed the prisoners' coup from the lower floors were cheering with 100 times of courage. However, from far below came the voice of a terrified guard. Level 9, the prisoners from the 9th floor are coming up. It was a report that brought a chill to the already heated atmosphere of the guards' camp. Level 9, the prisoners imprisoned in the abyss of the 9th floor underground, have been released. When the Dissim restraints, the only means of controlling level 9 beings, lost their power, they too ascended to the upper levels of Nouvelle Vague. Each and every one of them was imprisoned here after serving more than 1,000 consecutive life sentences while on land. They are monsters whose very existence is a threat to the security of the Empire. Not only do they possess great strength, but they also have diabolical brains. When the prisoners of level 9 joined the riot, the tide quickly turned. These guys are too strong. Even the other prisoners are affected. Damn it, those scums are in formation. Don't get pushed back. If you get pushed back even once, it's over. Focus on killing summoners and black mages. The guards gritted their teeth and fought back, but it was impossible to even hold their positions. Aside from being strong, level 9 also included many who were skilled in mercenary arts and military tactics, so the guards' siege was crumbling in real time.
Elting Colonel Bastille schouted.
Orkanim, where is Orkanim? He hasn't returned yet. At his subordinates' report, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille bit his lip so hard it bled. His only hope at this point was with the two wardens, Colonel Diorjum and
Colonel Soir.
Kujik. Diorjum, who had just killed a prisoner in front of him with the blade of his axe, strode forward, tearing up the battlefield. Don't be intimidated, they're nothing more than a bunch of weak and decaying cronies. But Diorjum's words did not reach the end. Tiog. The axe blade that was slaughtering and crushing everything around it stopped spinning. The face of the prisoner was visible, holding the scorching blade with his bare hands. Seeing that face, Diorjum also groaned softly. Magidio, level 9. The red-haired female prisoner smirked, fire blazing from her eyes, as if she owed Diorjum a favor. Kwang Hudug. Diorjum's face jerked to the side from the punch, spraying blood. Damn it, the troublesome bitches have escaped. What the hell happened to Dissim? Taking a few steps backward, Diorjum spat out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth and snarled. Soar, watching from the side, clicked her tongue. You're getting your ass kicked by a prisoner, you suck. But she couldn't bring herself to laugh at Diorjum. A girl with snow-white skin raised her fingernails and scratched at her cheeks fiercely. Oh my, it's Snow White of the Killing Clan. Yes, I knew you'd be the first to jump out. Of course you'd be the first to come for me. Soar lifted her bloodied face and gave a slow laugh. A thick cigar burned brightly in her mouth, puffing out a thick cloud of smoke. One by one, the prisoners of level 9 gathered around the two wardens. Each one was a villain who had gained a fearsome notoriety during their time on land. Monsters who could have single-handedly destroyed a small country during the Warring States period. Diorjum and Swear's expressions grew more and more grim as they watched the scene unfold. They stood with their backs to each other in the center of the encirclement and opened their mouths. This is where I'm going to die. It's not too bad, nice weather, if only I could leave a nice corpse, and I did shave today. Still, I'll die later than you'd like to see your ugly face crushed. Ho ho ho, a moodless man after nearly 30 years of fighting back and forth. Since we were junior guards as youths, this is the last thing you say to each other. Humph, did you expect a confession then? I might have expected a little ho 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 joke. After finishing their conversation, Diorjum and Soar summoned all their strength. Ududug, Udiug. Diorjum's entire body was covered in dark iron scales. Blade-like teeth hang beneath the elongated snout. Diordum's already large size increases several times over, revealing his true form as a fierce saltwater crocodile. Swore to manifests both dwarven and elven blood coursing through her veins. Her ears pricked up and her senses sharpened. At the same time, her body temperature began to rise to a temperature that could melt metal. Level 9's demons began to flee like fish out of water. O Diorjum, I've been waiting for this day to kill you. Soar, I will cut off your legs for trampling on me. Orca, bring me Orca, you rascals. The guards desperately covered Diorjum, and Soar, the key to winning or losing the battle. Support our two wardens. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille led the senior guards forward. He wielded a large two-handed greatsword and herded the level 9 prisoners into a circle. Well done, Bastille, buy us a little time. Diorjum exclaimed through gritted teeth, having just decapitated a prisoner. From level 9. Covered in prisoner's blood, he was like one giant demon. Quack-quack-quack-quang. Diorjum swung his tail and the stalactites around him shattered. Heavy chunks of stone flew in all directions, slamming into the prisoners. Diorjum extended the axe blades on his forearms to their limits. A black saltwater crocodile whose entire body is armed with an axe blade. The hard razor-sharp scales that covered its entire body tightened, transforming its appearance into something like an evil god that had descended to earth to kill.
Die scum.
With a thunderous roar, Diorjum began to spin. Death roll. A crocodile's signature hunting move. A technique that involves biting down on an opponent and rotating their entire body to tear off chunks of flesh. But when it was used by Diorjum, its destructive power was extraordinary. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quack-quack-quack-quang. Scales sprouted from Diordum's entire body along with 6 massive pairs of axe blades. The aura that coated the tips of those blades also elongated, forming a guillotine-like shape. A black vortex engulfed everything. Everything sucked in was shattered and crushed. The huge slashing whirlwind lay horizontally and swept the ground, swaying back and forth like a snake thrown onto a grill. A glancing blow would dismember them and a solid hit would kill them. Aha, Colonel Diorjum has used a death roll. Dodge, he can't even recognize his allies in that state. Push the prisoners in, just hold the line. Stay in position and you won't be dragged. Diordum's special move was a threat not only to the prisoners but also to the guards. Even the vicious level 9 prisoners ducked to the side to avoid the whirlwind of strikes that Diorjum unleashed. Quadadudiududiag. The black vortex shears away and crushes any stalactites or boulders that stand in its way, turning them into a flat surface. The stalactites that took the brunt of the aura storm are shattered and turned to sand, and the large chunky boulders have gaping gouges in their sides. All the prisoners stepped back and sideways at the sheer power of the blow, which altered the interior terrain so drastically. But among the prisoners stampeding on both sides there was a person standing, still and alone. A man in a tattered guard's uniform. A silver rose of Sharon symbolizing Major can be seen pinned to his chest. The unidentified Major wears his hat brim deeply pressed down. He stood still, unmoved by the death roll of Diorjum coming straight at him. Hey, are you out of your mind, Major? What the hell are you doing? Get out of here. Haha, you're killing your own guards, Diorjum. The shouts of prisoners and guards rained down on him from the ebbing crowd. But he stood still, his eyes fixed on the storm of charges that was closing in on him. Tangulang. Eventually a silver rose of Sharon flower fell off and rolled on the floor. He was about to rip off his chest plate. Screech. From top to bottom he brought his arm down vertically. Quackwang. An arm that had only moved once, and a small blade sprouted from his wrist. But it came down like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the body of Diorjum, who had been flying straight at it. Ujijijig. Diordum's head, which had smashed into the ground, bounced off the ground. Once more. Kung. That was the end. A single strike, with a single swipe, Diorjum lay on the ground covered in blood. A moment of silence descended upon the abysmal Nouvelle Vague. Podug, podug, podug. Amidst the eerily cold and eerie silence, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the man wiping the blood from his sword with the lapel of his uniform. overwhelming. The aura emanating from him seemed to consume everything on the battlefield. Every living thing in Nouvelle Vague held its breath in horror at the sight of this crimson charisma shaped like a large monstrous dog. With that, the man stepped forward with a military-booted step and stomped on the head of the defeated Diorgium. I'm the kind of person who makes sure I pay my debts. And with that, Night Hound was once again in Nouvelle Vague. Rumbling. A heavy aftermath shook the entire cavity. The giant crocodile's body sank to the ground. And all in one blow, Colonel Diorgium, a candidate to become the next head of the prison. One of Nouvelle Vague's top 5 wardens and the one who was in charge of the actual force had been knocked out so quickly. Everyone froze mouths agape in shock at what had happened. Prisoners and guards alike fell silent, a brief pause in the chaos of the battlefield. Especially Lieutenant Colonel Bastille Diordium's direct line, who was so stunned that he thought his heart might leap out of his throat.
Tsotso Kenel de Ordume.
But Diorgium, head down on the ground, was speechless, judging by the long tongue hanging out of his ear over the corner of the pit. He was either stunned or dead. The watching guards could only hope it was not the latter. Meanwhile, Vikir removed his hat, revealing his face to Nouvelle Vague once more. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Nouvelle Vague. It was the reappearance of Night Hound, who was officially supposed to have escaped and met a miserable end in the middle of the sea. In the hands of this brilliant escapee was the key to the gate of good and evil, the symbol of Nouvelle Vague, the sword of Winter Orwell. It was now clear who had been responsible for the chaos at the entrance. Earlier, upon seeing it, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's face was once again colored with astonishment. What the hell is that thing doing there? Surely it belongs to Sir Winston, the principal of Colosio Academy. It was even more shocking that Orwell, the Sword of Winter, was here than that Night Hound who had escaped and was thought to be dead was alive. But no matter how many questions he asked, Vikir didn't answer them. Then, swoosh, beyond the flames and vapor, huge shadows loomed. Prisoners from level 9 and level 8 had somehow found their way to Vikir's side. Too bad Diorgium was my prey. Kid, you're a bit of a fighter. What's with the guard uniform? Do you know anything about Orca and when the old man is coming? I can knock Diorgium down with one blow if I eat well enough. Prisoners of all shapes and sizes surrounded Vikir. Their eyes were all fixed on the key in Vikir's hand. Vikir spoke briefly. My friends, I have no intention of monopolizing this key. If he did, he wouldn't have thrown it in the middle of this mess earlier. Once more Vikir tossed the key into the distance. It flew off in a parabolic arc and landed right in the center of where the prisoners and guards were standing. Vikir had no intention of picking it up again. It had served its purpose by drawing attention to itself twice in this desperate situation. Oh, it's a real key. Open the gate of good and evil. Let's go out of this nostalgic land. Wait, aren't we supposed to steal the gulper eel first? The prisoners scrambled to pick up the key. Vikir watched and knew it was time to slip away. As they all looked up, Night Hound was staring down into the depths. Now is the time to go to level 10. There, surrounded by blue lava, laid the sphere that would become humanity's final weapon, Poseidon. While everyone's eyes were on the gate of good and evil on the first floor, those with brains are eyeing the gulper eel kennel on the 5th floor, and the all-seeing regressor has his sights set on Poseidon on the 10th floor. Vikir threw the key away, turned and ran away. The eyes of prisoners as well as the guards were turned to the gate of good and evil and its key. It was clear that there would be a shower of blood where the key fell. I am glad I brought the key. Nothing's better than a distraction. For guards as well as prisoners, there was nothing more intriguing than the key of a prison lock. Vikir remembered the face of Professor Sadie, who had briefly held his hand when he had confronted Winston at the academy. After all, it was her taking away Winston's sword Orwell that had made this operation possible, so it would be nice to say hello if they ever met. If she's alive. The woman who used to go by the name Miss Ouroboros had completely disappeared. After the events of Winston and the Fallen, and her whereabouts were unknown. But the words Sadie had spoken to him as she handed him the Sword of Winter Orwell were still fresh in his mind. Hand it over. Yes, I'll give it to you. I'm sure I'll need the key to the front gate. But there's another way. Can you promise me one more thing in return though, if there's ever a chance, please take it out with you. Okay, if you get a chance. That would be great. Vikir needed to go to level 10 once more, if only to fulfill his promise to Sadie. Her request was one that could be granted while Poseidon was up and active. Vikir sprinted down the slope, feeling all eyes on him. And then, pow! A sharp rock protruded from the wall and grazed Vikir's cheek. Vikir threw his head back to dodge. If he hadn't, the momentum of his run could have exploded his head with that one hit. As Vikir turned his head, he saw the creature that had moved the boulder. Standing in front of him, there was just one person, one who hadn't been distracted by the keys. Colonel Soar, one of the two colonels who represent the twin walls of the Nouvelle Vague. She stood blocking the entrance to the stairs leading downstairs, shooting Vikir a cold stare. Soar glanced back and forth between Vikir and Diorjum lying behind him. You're the one I put in solitary confinement, if you think about it that way. Don't you owe me something? I see. Would you like me to repay you? When you are capable. Soar tilted her head and Vikir nodded approvingly. Of course. At the same time, Swear's sledgehammer and Vikir's sword clashed. Boom! A heavy shockwave stretched out like countless snakes spreading out. Flames, oil, slicks, gas, and dirt swirled around, creating a terrifying sight. Quakwang kong tang ujijig kang quaquakwang kadudadudiag. The magic sword Beelzebub and the heavy sledgehammer were exchanging blows at an alarming rate. Soar was pushing hard enough to make the hammer glow red, but she couldn't avoid being pushed backwards. What kind of strength? She could see why Diorjum had been destroyed by the blow. Her opponent was a seasoned warrior who had strength for strength, speed for speed, and nothing was missing. Soar realized that she wasn't going to win in a head-to-head fight, so she drew back. Piopioping. A wave of lava rose up from where Shed stomped and slammed into Vikir. Vikir slashed at the lava, but it quickly hardened and turned to dust. It was followed by a second and third wave of rocks. That's a troublesome pattern. This wasn't an attack designed to hurt Vikir, but to waste time. Soar sensed that Vikir was trying to make his way downstairs after wreaking havoc with some sort of purpose. I don't know what you're after, but give it up. I'm good at defense. Soar smirked and blew out a puff of cigarette smoke. Each of Nouvelle Vague's twin walls had its own specialty. Diodum for offense, Soar for defense. Diorjum specialized in frenzied sweeping attacks, while Soar drew in the surrounding rocks and minerals to create a shield that stacked infinitely. The personalities of these two were very clear and distinct. Vikir furrowed his brow as he watched Swear's shield of layered rocks and alloys. The compatibility isn't very good. After all, Soar was one of the formidable foes he needed to defeat here. It seemed that the time had gained by using all his strength to neutralize Diorjum would be wasted. Can't be helped, I'll lose a lot of time, but I have to be sure to step on. It was thinking Vikir to himself. Quaquang. A loud explosion erupted from the front. It was a shockwave so powerful that the lowly guards standing around burst their eardrums and spurted blood. Swear's head whipped around as if it was being ripped from between her shoulders. She was thrown out into a trajectory that flattened her to the ground and slammed her into the wall, where she promptly blacked out. She had the same ending as Diorjum. Vikir looked up from the dense dust. A slender shadow stood over Swear's face. There was a murmur of voices around him. Hick, hey, it's the newest prisoner. Is it that bitch, the one who was supposed to be admitted to level 10? She came straight in without a trial, and I can't believe she sent Soar away in one fell swoop. Another monster, I see. Vikir's mind raced with information that he had previously passed over without much thought. Oh, and did you hear there's a new one coming in, sentenced to level 9? Without a trial, and she's a girl. They even said she was pretty. Are you out of your mind? She would be a monster of monsters if she were to be thrown straight into level 9 without a trial, and that's if she's a woman. The newest prisoner to arrive was the one who made the most noise. Black hair mixed with silver, triangular pointed ears, and an ashen face. Big clear eyes like a lake in bitter eyes. She looked up at Vikir and smiled. Long time no see, husband. A new night fox had taken over from Aquila the night fox. It was Ian Balak, a warrior tribe of the Red and Black Mountains. Along with iron-blooded swordsman Baskerville, they wielded great influence throughout the western continent. Ian is the chieftain of the Balak and a warrior unrivaled among her people. The daughter of chieftain Aquila and the young blood who succeeded her, she possessed the talents and qualities to become a graduator at just 17 years of age. Ordinarily she would have been gone when the Red Death swept through the jungle, but the butterfly effect created by Vikir changed the future. But even so, I never thought I'd see you here again. Vikir's mouth was half open at the unexpected outcome. Then Ian smirked and nudged Vikir in the side with an elbow. I knew you'd be here, though I didn't realize you were still wearing the leash. She smiled wickedly at the worn choker around Vikir's neck. Meanwhile, Biker looked back at Soar, who was rolling to the ground in a heap of rocks. Surely it was Ian who had kicked Soar in the head just a moment ago. What happened? What are you asking? Why I'm here, or how did I get so strong in such a short time? Both. Ian pointed a thumb behind him as Vikir asked. We can talk about the details as we go, aren't we in a hurry? Ian was right. Vikir quickly assessed the situation and left. Ian knocked out 2 guards who stood in their way and took their bows and arrows from them. Then she followed Vikir and spoke in a low voice. I too have been in the Hell Tree. Vikir remembered when he had fought Amdusias so many years ago. The tips of Amdusias' horns bore the unmistakable marks of arrows. And Ahul, whom he had met in the Hell Tree, had said the same thing. I'm worried about what happened to the other tribe members, especially my brother and the tribal leader. We were able to survive, at least by falling here, if those who couldn't come here suffered even more misery. Amdusias, the worldview absorber, raided the Balak's territory and imprisoned them in the Hell Tree. Did that mean that Ian was in the same abyss tower that Vikir had entered? But Ian shook her head. The Hell Tree I was in was a different entity. He called it a prototype. Vikir knew immediately what that meant. Vikir's Hell Tree was a modified version of the one that made survival a little easier for the challengers in the tower. Ian, however, had entered an earlier version of the Hell Tree into an object that was discarded because its survival rate was too low for those who attempted it, and alone. I survived in there by killing fairies and demons and eating candy, perhaps. Because it was an object with many errors, clearing it was impossible. They said I would just have to stay trapped in that tower forever. That's what the demonic dragon I defeated on the top floor said. Vikir looked genuinely surprised. Even if it was a different version of the Hell Tree, a demonic dragon was usually a strong demon. After challenging the tower several times, Ian succeeded in hunting down such a demonic dragon. There's a reason why you became a comeback champion when I wasn't looking. But I was only able to get out of the tower because my husband defeated Amdusias in the end. Frustrated that no matter how many times she cleared the tower she couldn't get out, Ian suddenly realized that she could get out of the tower. Only later did she realize that it was because Vikir had cleared the Hell Tree in the Imperial Academy and defeated the tower's master Amdusias. After that, I left the western continent and traveled to the central continent. However, I found that the place had already been wiped out. Ian's testimony is remarkable. One day countless gates suddenly appeared in the night sky, pouring out fire and demons. Demons rampaged everywhere and fire rained down. The gate of hell had opened. There were 4 ominous signs that the end of the world was approaching. Wait a minute, 4 things, not 10. Vikir asked, and Ian nodded. Endless darkness, hailstorms of fire, swarms of flies and frogs, 4 things. Right? I see. I've eliminated 6 of the 10, so the number of plagues is down to 4. Vikir nodded. Originally there were supposed to be 6 more plagues on Earth. The waters turning to blood, the herds boiling over the livestock and animals being slaughtered, the locust storms drying up all the food, the firstborn dying that year. But all these things did not happen. Vikir had already removed the causes of these disasters. But the 4 remaining 10 corpses are enough to destroy the world. It's just a matter of time. It would take a little longer for the world to be completely destroyed, but the 4 great demons were steadily bringing destruction to Earth. even at this very moment. Perhaps soon the gates of destruction will be fully opened before that happens. I must eliminate them once and for all. As if reading Vikir's thoughts, Ian spoke in an angry voice. So as soon as I went to the imperial capital, I went to see Cindy Wendy. Vikir's eyes lit up. Cindy Wendy was one of Vikir's henchmen, someone he could trust no matter what. Vikir had given her a number of instructions before entering the Nouvelle Vague, and if Ian met her, things would go smoothly. Cindy Wendy was trusted because she had traded with Balak for so long. That's where I heard the story of my husband, that she was falsely accused and imprisoned. Not falsely accused, but well, go on. So I thought I'd take care of the things you left unfinished. Ian's eyes glowed with a searing light. Pedro of Don Quixote, Isolde of Usher, and Thomas of Leviathan and their masters, Passamont of Don Quixote, Madeline of Usher, and Hobbs of Leviathan. I tried to assassinate them all. Listening to her, Vikir understood what had been written in the newspaper. Clippings he had once obtained from a prisoner. Inside palace guard raiding. The Usher family, a mysterious attack, heavy damage. Authorities have identified one suspect, the victim Madeline, seriously injured but not life-threatening. The sole victim of a series of attacks on Don Quixote family, another mystery attack, Count Passamont, minor injuries. Authorities have identified one suspect believed to be the same. Exclusive suspected assassin arrested. Leviathan family attack on Patriarch Hobbs, blamed on the recent surge in demonic activity. Mysterious gates and strange dungeons popping up all over the Leviathan family estate. An empire-wide investigation has been launched. The Night Hounds, a suspicious organization, a citywide scare. The Ushers, Don Quixote, and the Leviathans have been attacked, and there is only one man left standing. And that was Ian. You could have just waited to meet me. I was planning to get out of here soon. Anyway, that's what I was counting on. There's no better welcome home gift than an enemy's head or raw liver. I am also a woman with a mood. Ian seemed genuinely depressed that she hadn't been able to rip the heads off the rest of the 10 corpses. Vikir comforted her. You were brave to go in alone, that's all that matters. It's nothing compared to the demonic dragon I fought in the Hell Tree, or the entire Daylily colony in the River of Flow. So what happened? Well, I failed, to put it mildly. I tried to march into Leviathan family and rip out Patriarch's head, but he was much stronger than I expected, so I was captured and brought down here to Nouvelle Vague. I see his name is Floros, a demon with great power. You probably wouldn't have been able to do it alone. Didn't Cindy Wendy stop you? She didn't. I wasn't alone. The words left out a lot, but it was clear how much Ian must have prepared. How much she must have thought about in order to get her revenge. Thanks. Ahem, that's all you need to know. Be good to me. Then, bastards. A large man stood in the way of Vikir and Ian. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, he was wielding a broken greatsword, blocking their path. Downstairs. I don't know what you're up to, but you're not getting through. He knew he couldn't stop the duo that had sent Diorgium and Soar away with just his strength. So Lieutenant Colonel Bastille slammed his greatsword down on the ground. Quakwang geog. It was meant to cause an earthquake and collapse the passage, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Vikir frowned at the unexpected obstacle. Boulders were falling from above and the floor was deeply cracked. But, Wyayik. Ian smiled meaningfully and whistled. Then something amazing happened. Ian's hair burst into flames and a giant wolf was summoned into a body of flames. Seeing the wolf's face, Vikir cried out in delight. Vakira. Vakira the wolf, the one who once had roamed the jungle with Vikir. Ian laughed bitterly. I'm grateful he stayed by my side after his lifespan was up. We made a contract for redemption in the Hell Tree. The fire wolf summoned by Ian immediately struck Lieutenant Colonel Bastille with its forepaws, sending him flying. Pyong. With a loud shockwave, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's body was sent flying into the distance. Kung. Vakira leaped across the crack in the floor that had opened just moments before, carrying Ian and Vikir on his back. That's a lot of speed. Vikir shuddered at Vakira's speed. He hadn't expected the creature that had lost its hind legs during Madame's attack to be able to run this fast. Then, as if on cue, Ian asked, "But isn't the 5th floor the Gulper Eel Kennel? Why are you heading to the 10th floor instead of the 5th floor. That. Vikir whispered in Ayan's ear and told her what was coming next. I'm surprised was this all planned from the beginning, even your imprisonment here. Of course so far it's going according to plan. Vikir nodded at Ayan's question. Indeed so far everything had gone well. Diorjum and Soar had been knocked out and even Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, who was supposed to be in charge of the guards, had fallen. Prisoners of all levels were on a rampage led by a handful of extraordinary prisoners from level 9, and the guards seemed to be getting pushed back. But life is always unpredictable, things don't always go as planned. Quang. A loud noise from nowhere pounded the ceiling. Geog. The enormous gate of good and evil suddenly began to open.
Ting teong tudug pagog.
The chains supporting the gate snapped with a loud crash and the massive pulleys made of cast iron were crushed by the unexplained force. Who opened the gate of good and evil? Lieutenant Colonel Bastille shouted in horror as he emerged from the crack in the ground, but there was no answer. Swawa paswisisisich. A cold shower of water rained down from above, cooling the heated battlefield. All the prisoners and guards who had been fighting tooth and nail looked up in
Surprise.
And there they saw only one old man. Opening the gate of good and evil with only the strength of his arms, he slowly pushed himself into the Nouvelle Vague. Thud. The old man hit the ground, and the complexions of all the prisoners began to turn blue at the sight of the old man's wrinkled face, his tightly pressed lips, his white stiff beard, and his knife-like wrinkled uniform, the symbol of the Nouvelle Vague, the one who reigns in fear of all the prisoners, who holds the power over all the guards. The prison warden Orca Montrawil-sur-Mer Javert fell in the middle of the battlefield. The deep furrows that are often engraved on the faces of veterans who have crossed all kinds of harsh lines of fire. Wrinkles that look like scars under the corners of the eyes, the ferociously growing sideburns, the eyebrows thick and full enough to hide their coldly sunken eyeballs, the flat noses and square jaws. His uniform, despite its wetness, was creased like a knife, buttoned all the way up to his neck, and a black fur coat resembling a lion's mane covered his broad chest and broad shoulders. It was a perfect outfit except for the crookedness of his belt buckle. He was taller than anyone else in the place, and a club hung below his waist, with a sharp point of lead attached to the end. Orca Montrawil-sur-Mer Javert, the head of prison at Nouvelle Vague. Old man, a symbol of Nouvelle Vague for nearly 100 years, when generations on Earth have changed several times. Chig. Tapping the end of his cigarette against the flames on the ground, he scanned his surroundings with a lingering gaze. A puff of cigarette smoke puffs out between cracked, salt-soaked lips. What is this? He pulled something out of his arms. A pocket watch, blackened and shriveled. Apparently it was made of Dissum. I had a feeling something had happened to Dissum no matter what. Then, Orca, I've lived my entire life to get revenge on you, be prepared. A thunderous shout rang out from behind him. It was Mamadama's, the piercing tusk, a prisoner of level 9. King of the bandits who once ruled an entire mountain range in his time on land. A villain of a previous generation, so vicious that he had been sentenced to over 2,800 consecutive life sentences by the Nakajanai court. He rushed forward with tremendous force. Then he slammed his shoulder into Warden Orca's back with such force that the Major and Lieutenant Colonel guards who stood in his way were knocked to the ground. Pyong Yudu dug. The sound of tearing hard leather and the shattering of hard objects within echoed through the area. The result, Kwaaf. It was a crushing defeat for Mamadamas. Broken shoulder blades ripped through the skin. Mamadamas fell to the ground in a heap. Meanwhile, Major General Orca was still standing there unmoving. And then, what the hell? He raised one hand high in the air. The gongs and spiked clubs followed Warden Orca across his arms and flashed upward over his heavy bald head. And just like that, it struck the ground like a bolt of black lightning. What a sight! A deafening crash shook the earth. Mamadama's head exploded, and with that, as its epicenter, a massive seismic wave tore and twisted the surrounding terrain apart. With one of Level 9's prisoners now dead, Warden Orcus' anger was beginning to show. Just by furrowing his eyebrows, the air around him cracked. It's Orca after all. He must have a taste for hunting. That old man can't even die. No, but he's not as strong as he used to be. He's old. He is Mamadamas. He had a big voice, but he wasn't really good at anything. Was he? The prisoners of Level 9 snickered and began to close in on the encirclement. But Warden Orca was unfazed. Get lost, scum. At the same time, his club began to wail ferociously. The two white spots on the tip of the club's black head were swung like the head of a killer whale. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quack-quang. Dozens of skulls exploded under the blow of the club. Shattered skull fragments, brain water, and droplets of blood flew everywhere. With a terrifying momentum, Warden Orca raised his club and began to beat the Level 9 prisoners to death. With one sweep of his arm, blood spattered the walls and floor, and with one movement of his body, he split the crowd in half. Pioyog, 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 pioyog. Even the mighty monsters of Level 9 didn't dare to step in front of Warden Orcus' club. The gongs, thorns, and chains at the end of the club were soaked with human oil and blood to the point that their original colors were no longer visible. That's right. Where are Diorgium and Soar? I thought they were here first. Warden Orca asked. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, whose face had been scratched by a wolf's claws, bowed down and said, with all due respect, they are collapsed over there. At the words, Major General Orcus' thick eyebrows knit together. Turning his head, he saw two people lying on a slope with stairs leading down. Diorgium face down on the floor and Soar face down against the wall. Stunned, Orca sighs at the sight of his two subordinates. Wake up. However, both of the wardens turned their eyes upside down and made no movement. A line of blood formed on Orcus' forehead. Wake up. He spoke in an even quieter voice. But perhaps because of the different weight of energy it carried, it was more effective than his previous words. Hugh. Diorgium and Soar snapped out of their reverie as soon as Major General Orcus' words left their mouths. They staggered to their feet and saluted. Salute, I see you, sir. Forget the salutes. Who made you look like that? No, never mind. Where did he go? He went downstairs. Orca sighed again. I'll take care of this place on my own. You guys should chase after him and get revenge. No one with dirty debts will be the next head of the prison, you know that, right? Under Orcus' glare, Diorgium and Soar flinched. At the same time, pong. The backs of Diorgium and Soar's uniforms burst open at the same time, revealing their reddened bare skin. Major General Orca slapped them on the back with the palm of his hand to encourage them. Make sure you pay off your debts. The Major General's plan was clear. A man who ruined the face of the wardens and the prestige of the entire Nouvelle Vague in front of everyone. The plan was to place all responsibility for this riot on him and execute him. Nouvelle Vague Level 10, the labor camp on the 10th floor of the underground. Deeper than Level 9, which was the deepest and harshest. Vikir made his way to the work pit, the lowest in the Level 10. Lava flowed and flames and steam hung in the air. The hot spring water bursting out from all over the place was bubbling and then evaporated and turned into steam before it fell to the ground. As if that weren't bad enough, an unidentifiable sphere engulfed in blue flames lies in the center of the pit. Poseidon, the ultimate goal that had driven Vikir to descend to Nouvelle Vague. Himself. Ian asked. You mean we should destroy it? Something like that. We can shock it or infuse it with mana. Finished. Vikir gave the test. Baskerville 8th Form Black Sun. Vikir unleashed the most powerful attack he could unleash on Poseidon. Quakwang. Surprisingly, Poseidon didn't break. It simply absorbed all of Vikir's mana, aura, and impact. He didn't know if it was his mood, but the sphere seemed to swell a little more. The blue flames burning around it were also a bit more intense. Ian nodded. Alright, I'll give it a try. She picked up the bow and arrow shed taken from one of the guards. Beside her, Vikira was preparing to shoot a flame from his mouth as well. Then, stop, you two. What do you think you're doing? A voice interrupted Vikir and Ian from behind. Diorgium and Soar, they had come to their senses and were following closely behind. Ian's expression turned sour. I saved your lives and you came back without thanking me. Ho ho ho, I'm so proud of the fact that I barely managed to get one hit in a surprise attack from the side. Soar is no match for Ian. Diorjum also glared at Vikir with a tense demeanor unlike before. I didn't realize you were so powerful that you reached the supreme realm. But I am not afraid. I'm not going to let my guard down and fall. But Vikir was calmly analyzing the situation. They've already lost once and they're coming after us and they don't look scared. Does that mean? After finishing his thought, Vikir shouted, "Get back." Ian had just stopped lunging at Soar and immediately stepped back. And then, Kiolpiog Kielputiog. A blob of sticky slime landed where Vikir and Ian had stood just moments before. Kulyong 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 Kulyong. A huge plume of slime began to flow in front of Vikir's eyes. The translucent green slime grew larger and larger until it began to extend. Numerous tentacles behind Diorjum and Soar, as if to escort them. I knew it. There was a part of me that believed in it. Vikir swallowed hard. It was a hasty misjudgment to exclude it from the escape plan, assuming it lacked intelligence and reason. Brigadier General Flubber. A strange substance that no one can determine with certainty whether or not it is a life form, and therefore no one can estimate its combat capabilities, had entered the fray. Flubber, full name Flubber J. Tarbond, rank is Brigadier General. Responsible for coating the outside of Nouvelle Vague's castle with a thin layer of slime to keep water out. Flubber was one of the two great mountains that support Nouvelle Vague's system, along with Dissim, an unidentifiable substance and creature with a body made up of an enormous mass of mucus of unknown volume, a pair of eyeballs that were nothing more than hollow spheres, a mouth that was gaping open in a smiling arc, and other grotesque deformities. This strange entity now surrounded Vikir and Ian with obvious hostility. Vikir and Ian each said something amazing, a creature capable of thinking. Indeed, it looks like Shadowless King of the Black Sea. This was quite a surprise, as he had assumed that it would not have intelligence or reason. Even Diorjum and Soar didn't seem to be adjusting to the situation. Flubber, you monster still only moves like a sword when you think Nouvelle Vague is in danger. You must be attached to this place, that's why you're always sweeping, cleaning and repairing the outer walls of the castle. Flubber's motives were a little different than Vikir had expected. He hadn't come here to help Diorjum and Soar, but rather had sensed something was up with Poseidon and descended to prevent the destruction of Nouvelle Vague. No one knows why Flubber wanted to protect Nouvelle Vague. The only thing he could assume was that his attachment to this place and his desire to restore it were great. Yes, even the most incomprehensible monsters have the same goal. It's creepy to work with this monster, but there's nothing I can do about. Next, Diorjum and Soar moved under Flubber's cover. Quaquaquaquang. The combination of Diorjum's attack, swears defense, and Flubber's tentacles closing in on the entire field worked quite well. Ujijig pio pio pia pia peak. As they stepped back to avoid the slash of the axe blade swung by Diorjum, Flubber's slime soon covered the entire ground. Vikir and Ian were forced to retreat, trudging over a limited area of ground. Pyong Pagag. Ian fired an arrow, but Soar raised several layers of earth shields to block it, and beyond it Diorjum's attacks continued to fly. They've been very annoying. It's to be expected with 3 of the 5 warden in one place. Vikir nodded in agreement with Ian's words. This was not a phenomenon that could be explained by the Formula 112. The combination of Diorjum in attack, Soar in defense, and Flubber filling in all the gaps was difficult for even Vikir to deal with. Good thing I took care of Black Tongue and Dissim beforehand, Vikir muttered to himself. Ian, who was deflecting Diorjum's attacks, asked in surprise. I thought it was my husband that worked on Dissim, but Black Tongue is that also the warden? Yeah, I got rid of it because I thought it would get in the way of my escape. And I think it will help me now. Vikir slipped his hand into the leather pouch at his waist and grabbed a handful of what was inside. Kalalalag. Soon black pearl-like things were scattered in the air. What? Diorjum and Soar paused for a moment. They were wary of these black pearls falling down, thinking it might be explosives. But it was something far more troublesome than explosives. Ujijig, ujijig, ujijig. The surface of the black pearl cracked and what was inside crawled out. Those are the eggs of a new type of leech that stole and killed Black Tongue. Vikir had deliberately cut his palm, causing blood to spurt out, and the eggs soaked in it had hatched as soon as they smelled the scent of blood. The tiny leeches began to cling to Diorjum and Swear's bodies. Damn it, these are Black Tongue leeches, they're stolen. Kaya, that perverted bastard, must have betrayed us. Diorjum and Soar didn't realize that Black Tongue had betrayed them or that the leeches had been stolen, but they did not think that he had been attacked by Vikir. They scrabbled and scratched until their bodies bled, pulling the leeches off. Vikir bit his lip in disappointment. I guess we'll have to use them on people who don't know about leeches in the future, at least not in Nouvelle Vague. Diorjum and Soar were aware of Black Tongue's perverted tastes and powers, so their wariness of leeches was at an all-time high. To add insult to injury, the leeches weren't responding to flubber at all, so the effect wasn't as effective as hoped. But it bought us time, and that's enough. Vikir and Ian closed in on Poseidon, keeping their distance behind them. Diorjum spun the axe blade on his forearm again. Death roll. The whirlwind of strikes that had torn countless prisoners to shreds once more revealed its terrifying presence. Vikir and Ian did not meet Diorjum's attack head-on. Do as I explained. Understood. Ian jerked backward. He turned and ducked behind the blue glowing Poseidon. Vikir too moved to the other side of Ian, using Poseidon as a shield as he guided Diorjum's charge. Quaquang. Poseidon was struck by Diorjum's attack. The lava roots nearby exploded with a loud noise, and the resulting shock wave was also absorbed by Poseidon. Flash. The blue light emitted by the sphere became even more intense. The vibrations emanating from its roots also became much more intense. Diorjum's brow furrowed. What is it? There is something fishy about this. They're not fighting back. Like they're waiting for us to use our power, and that blue sphere looks even more. What are you talking about? We need to take care of this and get reinforcements upstairs, and if we don't kill them, the Major General will kill us. Soar stepped forward in frustration. Quaquang. Her sledgehammer struck the ground, sending spiky rocks flying with lava. Ujijijijijig. Hot volcanic bombs were scorching the area. And as it does, Poseidon's light grew brighter and brighter. Vikir sensed Poseidon's vibrations transmitting through the surface gauging. The accumulated power. Human, the wave of mana is unusual. I think about half of the power has been accumulated. Vikir was convinced when he heard Decorabia shout from his chest. 50, that's quite a charge. Well, the years I spent here were a long time. In fact, once the power was built up to 90, it was all a matter of time. The explosions and aftershocks that the lava roots were constantly generating would easily fill the rest. What would happen when it reaches 100? As Vikir counted down the seconds, rumbling, the ominous sound got closer to his ears. Vikir looks up to see Flubber smiling from ear to ear. The creature had traveled unnoticed by rats and birds alike on a stalactite that had sprouted from the ceiling. TCH. Ian fired an arrow, but Flubber just swallowed it whole. As expected, it seemed to ignore any physical force. Jululug tug Kuliong. Flubber turned to the rear and slid down the stalactite. It seemed to be enough to support Diorjum as he bombarded from the front. This is bad. Flubber doesn't use physical power, so it won't help. Poseidon, if anything, it'll hinder it. Vikir bit his lip. He hadn't expected Flubber, whom had written out of the plan, because he didn't think it would be a factor to be this much of a hindrance. If Flubber were to enter the fray, absorb the impact, and swallow everything up, it would be impossible to activate Poseidon. However, unlike Vikir, who was feeling tense inside, Ian's expression remained relaxed. Don't worry, Husby, there is a part of me that believes, just as there is a part of them that believes. What does that mean? Suddenly Vikir's mind flashed back to something Ian had said to him before. They came down here. You wouldn't have been able to do it alone. Didn't Cindy Wendy stop you? She didn't. I wasn't alone. The story of the time when Ian attacked Don Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan. At Vikir's questioning look, Ian smirked. I didn't come alone either. At the same time, quackwang. The stalactites on the ceiling were swept away. Flubber's body, which was hanging from top to bottom, was cut into pieces and burned. Oh. Flubber let out a grotesque scream and retracted its tentacles. At the same time, a huge storm of strikes rained down on the backs of Diorgium and Soar, who were still looking straight ahead. Quackwang. With a loud shockwave, Diorgium, Soar, and Flubber were sent flying at the same time. The blue flames emitted by Poseidon became even stronger. Ugh! As Diorgium and Soar looked up with bloodshot eyes, a shadowy figure was cast across the roaring flames. Ho 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 ho! A muffled laugh clearly mocking Diorgium and Soar as they lay on the ground. Blinded by rage, where are you looking? A whip crackled with flames. The person holding it tightly was wearing black tights that covered his entire body and high heels that were over 30 centimeters high. For the first time since entering the Nouvelle Vague, Vikir's eyes widened. And rightly so, for the figure that had just entered the battlefield had a face that Vikir recognized. Ms. Ouroboros. Professor Sadie, whom he hadn't seen since he dropped out of Colosio Academy, had entered the battlefield. Quack. Water was leaking all over Nouvelle Vague. On the first floor, in front of the gate of good and evil, the guards were putting down a prisoner riot when they realized things were getting out of hand. Damn, the hole in the exterior wall is not being repaired. Where's Brigadier General Flubber? Why does the water keep coming in? It's a big problem. The collapsed battlement section continues to flood. Half the inner wall is already under water, damn it. The more areas Brigadier General Flubber was unable to cover, the more water rushed into the castle. We're all going to die at this rate. Prisoner and guard were both terrified. Unlike when Diasem was gone, if Flubber was gone, the castle itself would be completely submerged under 10,000 meters of water. There was no doubt that all life would be exterminated. Now is not the time to fight among ourselves. What should we do? Should we stop the water first? Run, we have to run. To where we're 10,000 meters below the surface anyway, it's the same. No matter where we go. The prisoners and guards stopped fighting and looked for a way out. Just then Lieutenant Colonel Bastille shouted, Major General Orca must be here. Where is the warden? I don't know, he hasn't been seen since some time. Orca, who had just moments before been on the front lines fighting the prisoners of Level 9, was nowhere to be found. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille had no choice but to give the final order. I have no choice, everyone to the 5th floor, to the Gulper Eel Kennel. The situation was so desperate that he had no idea what his order would lead to. Give up, suppression, everyone retreat. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's words were the beginning of a remarkable event that would later be written in a small corner of the history books of mankind. It was the first official declaration of humanity's intention to abandon the
Nouvelle Vague.
Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Nouvelle Vague, an entirely new figure has emerged. Professor Sadie. She opened her mouth, looking no different than she did on the surface. Hello friends, long time no see. She waved her hand once at Diorgium and Soar, who had their mouths open in disbelief. Vikir opened his mouth to express his disbelief. You managed to come this far. A night hound, it's an honor, ho ho ho. She walked over and shook hands with Ian, who was standing next to Vikir. It's been a while, Ms. Night Fox. It is good to see you again, Miss Ouroboros. You kept your promise. Of course I told you I'd be right behind you. I have business here. Ian had visited Cindy Wendy as soon as she was free of her past, and it seemed she had introduced her to Professor Sadie. Ian, who had been a sniper in the Imperial City and carried on the reputation of Aquila the Night Fox, and Professor Sadie, who had been a terrorist under the moniker Miss Ouroboros, had joined forces. Ian and Sadie were a perfect match for each other, as they were both anti-empire. Vikir thought to himself, it's a good thing I had given Cindy Wendy orders to find Sadie before I was sent to Nouvelle Vague. At the time of his previous sentencing to Nouvelle Vague, Vikir had handed Cindy Wendy a note with his instructions. And look for Professor Sadie. She might be able to help him someday, he thought. Even if he was psychotic and moody, at least they had similar goals, and it worked. Ian had deliberately chosen the Nouvelle Vague to follow Vikir's trail, and Professor Sadie had used her status and connections as a former official of the Imperial Prison Service to disguise herself as a guard and sneak down to join the ranks of the guards who happened to be above ground in the Nouvelle Vague. Ho ho ho, Warden Orca and the rest of you just happened to be on the ground. So it was easy to infiltrate the convoy, as it was the largest convoy ever. Fake identities, it's my specialty. Sadie acted as if he knew Diorjum and Soar well. The more she did so, the more their faces crumpled like they chewed shit. You, the one who once served as an Imperial family advisor to the arresting unit, why did you betray us? It's disgusting that you were once considered a candidate for warden alongside us. Humph, if you'd done anything wrong, you'd have been called sixth warden. Alongside that bitch, though she was eventually rejected for having traitorous blood in her veins. Despite Diorjum and Swear's sour accusations, Sadie was still smiling broadly. Do you think I'm crazy enough to be thrown into this stuffy, damp place with you pigs? No grace. With that, Sadie dismissed the conversation with Diorjum and Soar. Then, as if on cue, she looked back at Vikir and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you seen the man I placed in the Nouvelle Vague? He's from Leviathan. His name is Saketh, and he's a pretty good pig." "Haven't seen him." "Really? Well, he's always been a little unstable mentally, but he said he could do a good job, so I didn't expect much from him, but I guess it didn't work out." Sadie chuckled and stepped in front of Diorjum, Soar, and Flubber. "I'm gonna stop them, so just do what you can." At the same time, Sadith's entire body began to glow with dark mana. Vikir realized immediately what Sadie was trying to do. Gurgling, a demonic, ferocious energy exploded from Sadith's left eye. Demonization. Vikir could sense the familiar aura of Sadith's transformation into a demon. Belial, the artifact from when I killed the sixth corpse. He had been wondering why no artifact had dropped when he killed Belial, who was infiltrating bourgeois. Sadie removed the blindfold covering her left eye. A golden-colored artifact glimmered inside. Suts. A black and golden aura blazed, making Sadith's whip even longer and thicker. Jagag. The black and golden snake slithered across the ground. It was a fierce attack that sent Diorjum, Soar, and even Flubber flying. Vikir swallowed hard as he watched the immense combat power of the demonized Sadie, the student under Dogma who had an average level of combat power when he was in the Hell Tree, had gained strength comparable to a Danger Class A monster. After becoming a Demonmagian, it was hard to even estimate how powerful Sadie, who was originally strong enough to surpass the realm of the Master, would have now that she became a Magian. Ho-ho-ho technique that requires you to lie down for at least half a year after you use it. Unlike Underdogma, Sadie had not become a full demon but was walking a tightrope with half of her body remaining human. This was possible thanks to her sense of balance, which had long since surpassed the level of humans, and her innate sense of combat. Diorjum and Soar flinched back from Sadith's assault. Flubber too was powerless against the AoE whip, which burnt everything it touched, and Sadith's chaotic aura stretched out and swirled wildly in all directions. It was an ineffective attack, but it worked in Vikir's favor. This is because Poseidon was absorbing an increasing amount of force due to the impact being transmitted towards the surface. That's it, almost just a little more. The blue light emitted by Poseidon grew stronger and stronger. Geogiag. The blue color of the surface began to crack with violent vibrations. Vikir and Ian were drawing up mana with all their might and pouring it into Poseidon. Kun. There was a being that cut off all these flows at once. Ujijijig. A shockwave crashes down on the ground. Crumbling earth, Diorjum and Soar falling backwards, and Flubber fidgeting. What? Sadie closed her left eye, blocking out the magic. The instincts of a genius, the dangers that screamed at her. Having ignored that warning once before and lost her left eyeball, Sadie wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Boom! For the third time, Sadie flipped and fell backwards. Still alert, she lowered her stance and kept her body close to the ground. And then, A figure that made even the demonized Sadie take a step back stepped out into the middle of the battlefield. A trench coat with black fur strewn about gray hair and beard that rose stiffly. Warden Orca. He had personally walked down to level 10. Sadie. Orca's brow furrowed as soon as he saw Sadie's face, as if he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Sadie broke out in a cold sweat just hearing his thick hoarse voice. Don't say my name, old man. Her whip flew out like a writhing viper aiming for Orca's face. Pakong. Orca raised his gator leg to block the whip. Kararirik. The whip was unable to overcome the force of the swing and was caught in Orca's gaiters and military boots. Orca stamped his foot as the whip was wrapped around his foot. Kung. With a single roll of his foot, Sadie almost missed the whip. Barely holding on to the body she was being dragged, she tightened her arms and yanked the whip back. Kudu-doody-udud quagajig. But the whip crunched beneath Orca's military boots and didn't budge. Orca, this seasoned veteran, raised his hollow eyes and looked around, slowly as if he didn't care about Sadie in front of him. And then, Orca's eyes narrowed. His gaze was fixed on the side of the blue orb that emitted a brilliant light. On a boy who stood awkwardly and peered down at them. Vikir van Baskerville, young on the outside but a seasoned warrior who had seen many lives. And Orca Montrawilsermer Javert, a veteran of several generations already. The two veterans who met in one place transcending time and space began to sharply confront each other. All of Nouvelle Vague's all-stars have gathered in the level 10 sector. Warden Orca. And 3 of the 5 wardens, Diorjum, Soar, and Flubber, except 4. Dissum and Black Tongue, who were eliminated by Vikir. Among them, Orca is the one who stands alone. Orca's eyes are fixed on Vikir. Vikir in turn watches Orca. When a war of nerves between two veterans is about to break out. How dare you ignore me? A tearing yell pierced the air. Professor Sadie, her bloodshot gaze flashed toward Orca. Quakwang. The whip that was under Orca's military boots broke the ground and was pulled up. It bared its fangs once more and wrapped around Orca's body. But Orca was still unmoved. It merely clicked its tongue. Winston, that guy, maybe he's too young, but I advised him not to reap, just stomp her to death. Although it is a baby, what good is there in keeping the seed of anger alive? It will eventually come back to bite him. The old soldier recalled a time long ago, a long time ago. And the reminiscences were enough to provoke someone just by muttering them. Such was the case with Sadie. Dial kill Uea. Her resentment growing thicker and hotter with each passing second, she channeled all of her aura, enhanced by her demonization, into the tip of the whip and let it explode. Quack-quack-quack-wang. The air ruptured and the ground tore like paper. Orca's brow furrowed and he yanked at the chain around his waist. Gialjuliak. The chain moved and so did the handle of the club at its end. Orca grabbed the handle of the club and swung it once casually. Boom! The ripple in the air is enough to break Sadie's whip. Seeing this, Ian's mouth dropped open. Is it possible to have that kind of strength at that age? Normally he should be lying in bed and being carried around. The same could be said for Chief Aquila. My mother wasn't that old. Ian smirked at Vikir's comment. At the same time she raised the bow in her hand and prepared to snipe. The extra strength shed gained from the stats shed gotten from the hell tree allowed her to pull the bowstring even tighter. Pow! The sound of an arrow being released was deceptively loud as it struck Orca. Near his throat, to be exact. Tong. Orca raised his club to block Ian's arrow. Sniper, you're a nuisance. Ian felt sorry for Orca when he responded indifferently. If only I had a better bow. But before Ian could finish her grumble, Orca made a move. You guys go clean up the area. I'm going to investigate that strange orb. At Orca's command, Diorjum and Soar nodded with grim expressions. Even Flubber's expression turned a bit somber next to them. With that, Orca approached Poseidon with his club crossed in front of him. Standing in his way was Vikir. No. A crimson aura emanated from Beelzebub. Orca's brow creased. It's the child of the Baskervilles, but how did you get this power at your age? Let's not mention age. Young or old, these are two men with powers that don't belong together. The two old warriors clashed ferociously in the center of the battlefield. Pakong. The atmosphere shatters into pieces. The heavy black aura emanating from Orcus Club and the crimson light from Vikir's Beelzebub intertwine ferociously. The aftermath of the impact is still running through the ground, nourishing Poseidon. The blue glow was even more intense than before. Seeing it, Orcus' eyes turned even more sinister. You must have something up your sleeve, I suppose, to cause all this chaos. And then sneak back here like a rat. I won't deny it. Orcus Club comes down and Vikir's sword meets it. The air cracked and the ground warped with each blow. Vikir turned to Ian behind him. They'll stop this one and you focus on getting Poseidon activated. Got it. As soon as Ian realized that Orca was no match for her, she began to do what she could. You grumpy old man. Sadie raised her demonized body again and tried to aim for Orcus back, but the presence of Diorjum Soar and Flubber in front of her prevented her from doing so. This allowed Vikir to focus solely on the opponent in front of him. But that doesn't make things any easier. Clang. The weight of the club landing on the back of his sword was more than even the mighty Vikir could handle. Each blow was heavy and the slightest misstep in the center of gravity would result in an instant death. Orca, an unexpected figure. Indeed, the Nouvelle Vague's signature fighting power. Vikir stepped back, feeling a few drops of cold sweat slip away as the club swept past him. Despite drawing upon the power of the Supreme Realm and beyond, the battle was tense. Vikir had to admit that Orca was much stronger than he had expected. I think he's a little stronger than Nabokov I and a little less than King Corso. Pope Nabokov's combat prowess had been a surprise to him, having seen it only briefly against Amdusia's. But she was long past her prime, and as a priest she wasn't exactly a combat specialist. And considering that King Corso was also a former human who became a death knight, it's safe to say that Warden Orca in front of him is the strongest human Vikir has ever encountered. Orca, meanwhile, is equally surprised that Vikir, who appears to be no more than 20 years old at most, has such great strength and seasoned senses. Quackwang. Once again Orcus Club and Vikir's sword clashed. Their auras tangled wildly, each crushing and cutting the other. In the aftermath of this murderous clash, the surrounding stone mountains crumbled, leaving behind a trail of steam, flame, and dust. Pyoyog. Vikir raised his knee to block the flying Orcus military boots. Pududug. Orca turned his head away to avoid Vikir's left fist. The blue flames surrounding Poseidon grew stronger and stronger as Vikir and Orca fought a fierce hand-to-hand combat using fists and feet in addition to swords and clubs. Husby, it's almost time. Hearing Ian's shout, Vikir nodded and tried to push back. However, Kalulya, a chain swung from the end of the club like a whip, grabbed Vikir's ankle and yanked. Where are you going? I have to see the end. Young people these days don't have much patience. Orcus' eyes sparked with searing fire. Vikir glanced away and squinted behind him. Poseidon's vibration is unusual. Judging by the constant explosions near the roots, the accumulated shock must be about to cross the breaking point. Now or a little longer. No, should we leave now? The timing was ambiguous enough that even Vikir couldn't make an accurate judgment. A little more shock, just a little more, would make it clearer, but if he stayed here and fought Orca any longer, he wouldn't have the stamina to escape. And above all, on the battlefield before the regression, Orca was a great hero who had helped the human alliance enormously, so he could not be expected to fight to the death in a place like this. He was also the one who blew up the Nouvelle Vague with his own hands. Vikir already knew why. The destruction war, a growing war, the looming doom, demons turning their attention to Nouvelle Vague, and then there was the event that had nothing to do with any of that. The second 47-man riot. Vikir mentally recalled a specific event. Quackwang. Orcus Club came flying down. Vikir pushed his aura to the limit and met Orcus' blow. Kerr. Baskerville 8th Form Black Sun. Despite the fact that even the Black Tongue was sent flying in a single blow, Orca managed to hold on. His brow crumpled slightly, but he didn't back down. The gaping wounds on his forehead and chin were popping open and spewing red blood, but he hadn't taken a step back from the spot blocking Vikir's black Son, is this your highest power? Then it's my turn. Orca swiped a hand across his sweaty, bloodied face. And then, you-do-do-dug. The sound of twisting muscles and bones could be heard throughout his body. For a moment a piece of pre-regression common sense flashed through Vikir's mind. They said Orca wasn't an ordinary human either. That's right, just as the 5 wardens of the Nouvelle Vague were not all human, so was Orca. Vikir had just adjusted his stance and was about to enter the second round. Jagag. The sound of tough leather popping came from somewhere. The back of Javert's thick fur coat was torn from his shoulders and a whip flicked across it. Sadie, she was holding onto Orca's back, exhausted from the aftereffects of the demonization and the battle. Further behind them Diorjum and Soar lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Flubber doesn't even look like it's been blown to pieces. Thank you. Sadie wasn't looking at Orca, she was looking at Vikir. Vikir tilted his head at her unexpected words. What is she thanking me for? Sadie continued. For keeping your promise. Suddenly Vikir remembered a promise had made to her at Colossio Academy. He had asked her to hand over Orwell the key to Nouvelle Vague's front door. Hand it over. Yes, I'll give it to you, I really need the front door key too, but there are other ways. Can you promise me one more thing in return? Sadie was clearly asking for a favor. When you escape, if you get a chance, please bring my grandfather out with you. Sadie's grandfather, the man she credits with having the greatest influence on her thinking. Vikir's eyes widened and she looked around. The terrain had already been ravaged by Vikir and Orca's clash. Every mountain and hill had collapsed and countless crevasses had formed on the plains, leaving them open-mouthed. Even level 9 couldn't handle it, and the aftermath had reached the areas of the beings they had isolated. Under the circumstances, it's no wonder. Ujig. In the distance, the cell began to crumble.
Ano.
Soar, who was in charge of the cell, turned white. Diorjum too was unable to speak as he was devastated. Even the mighty Orca's face crumpled. His face was even more distorted than when he was facing Vikir's 8th form earlier. And then, a voice began to emanate from the crumbling cell. Pushishishishi. A hollow laugh like the wind being let out of a balloon. It was a sound Vikir had heard once before when he was in solitary confinement. Then from among the crumbling rubble a tall, sturdy old man pushed himself. His appearance was so gaunt and twisted that one might suspect he was undead. Indeed, he had the gaunt appearance of someone who had just been released from solitary confinement. However, his gestures and movements still have a leisurely feel. He didn't look like he was someone who had just come out of solitary confinement. Engagement? Vikir asks, and the old man nods and smiles. Good thing you came, I was getting tired of vacation. The old man looked back at Sadie on the floor and smiled warmly. Only then was Vikir once again certain of his identity. Engagement Cedric Sadie de Sade, also known as the Marquis de Sade. It was the unleashing of a rare warmonger who had shaken the empire to its core more than 40 years ago with the 47-man riots. Grumble. The clash between Vikir and Orca smashed and crumbled everything in its path. Regardless of whether something was touched by human hands or not, it was an equal ending. Mountains, hills, outer walls, watchtowers, shafts, piers all collapsed. And solitary confinement was one of them. Kualululululululug. Numerous solitary confinement cells collapsed, everything, nothing left. Kwajig Pipiong. Each time one of Swear's strange structures, such as a cell or a mold, collapsed, skeletal mummies would emerge from within. Only one man survived, Marquis de Sade. The one human being that even the harsh conditions of level 9 could not contain. In fact, his presence was so great that it was rumored that the Nouvelle Vague
Existed solely to imprison markvning de Sade.
Geez. Vikir took a step backwards at the creepy sensation that shot through his body. It felt like countless snakes were licking his entire body. He felt this even though they hadn't made eye contact and were just looking at him. I should have known it when I heard the name Engagement. As he had suspected, the identity of Old Man Engagement was none other than the Marquis de Sade, the warmonger who had once incited 47 families to stage a coup, the madman who wanted to return to the days of war when only the strongest could survive. He was free again. Pushishi, it's been a while since I've moved my body. Marquis de Sade moved his skinny arms back and forth. Each twist of the joint made a dull noise like something popping and breaking. Then, "Grandfather." Professor Sadie next to me called out to Marquis de Sade, her voice trembling slightly unlike her. "Sadie and Sade. Is that you, Sadie? Oh dear, you've grown up so much since I last saw you. Ho ho ho, I went to great effort to save my grandfather, but you'll still be nice to me, want you? No matter how, come here and hug this old man." Sadie staggered to her feet covered in blood and hugged Marquis de Sade. Marquis de Sade too smiled warmly and stroked Sada's hair. "Thank God you're alive, my dear. I'm glad my grandfather is safe. I thought our family line was dead, but now there's a day of sunshine. What, I'm not looking for a man. I'm only saying that because I'm thinking of meeting a woman." Sadie and Marquis de Sade were laughing heartily and chatting. The atmosphere was so peaceful and relaxed that for a moment one might mistake it for a café terrace in the middle of a quiet morning. But the peacefulness was short-lived. "You finally crawled out, engagement." Orca growled, his voice like boiling water. Marquis de Sade turned his head, a bored expression on his face, and met Orca's gaze. "Long time no see, old Orca, you live so long without dying." "That's not what I want to hear from you." Orca immediately picked up his club. He swung it with all his might at the Marquis de Sade. "Oh, you're going to persecute an old man unarmed and empty-handed? That's really too much." Marquis de Sade smirked and picked up the whip from the floor. "Granddaughter, I'll borrow your whip." And Pipiong Kalalalig. He swung it back at Orca's flying club. The heavy iron on the tip of Orca's club met the heavy iron on the tip of
Marquis de Sade's whip.
Quackwang. A loud explosion erupted, too loud to be believed to be metal on metal. Sparks and shards of aura scattered in all directions, upsetting the already devastated landscape once more. Quackwang quang yujijijijig pipiong piong yulyulung. With each stroke of the club and whip the landscape cracked, rejoined, twisted, minced, and then cracked, crumbled, and shattered again. Surprisingly, the power and spirit radiated by the Marquis de Sade was not at all inferior to that of Orca. Who would have thought had spent the last few decades in solitary confinement? On the 9th floor of the Nouvelle Vague, Orca wrapped his trembling arms around himself and lowered his posture. Marquis de Sade looked down at him, then opened his mouth. "Yes, I remember that day. It's been more than 40 years. The 47-man riot. An unprecedented event that occurred when the empire had just been unified. It was led by 47 people, but each of them was the head of a single family. Which is why it's also known as the 47 Families Rebellion. They rebelled against the empire and stormed the imperial palace, coming close to beheading the emperor. The official reason given was that they wanted the imperial throne, but actually they didn't care about the throne at all. Pushishi. Marquis de Sade had rebelled for one reason only: fun. Since the empire had been united, there had been no more large-scale wars, no more hundreds of thousands dying a day, no more blood and guts fights with the strongest. Power was no longer something to be wielded at will, and revenge was no longer something to be taken when wronged. Everything was done according to laws and rules, and the emphasis was on getting things done as peacefully and bloodlessly as possible. Marquis de Sade hated this change bitterly. The days of war, killing, plunder, revenge, and the struggle of strength against strength. A time of endless blood and violence when only the strongest could survive and prove their lives were worth living. I loved those days, those people, those times. Pushishishi. Marquis de Sade, who had lived his entire life in such a state of warfare, could not adapt to the dull and boring era he was suddenly thrust into at the end of his life. Or rather, he hadn't had the heart to adapt in the first place. Well, whatever, so I stirred things up, a riot. It was fun for a while, yeah. I'm sure the world hasn't been the same since. It's a boring place again, and I can tell by the state of the children who are admitted here they've been bred for peace and laziness. Marquis de Sade shook his head as if he was disgusted. So I thought it might be better for me to spend some time in solitary confinement here at Nouvelle Vague to clear my head and organize my thoughts. Why would someone who did that crawl back out now? Orca asked. Marquis de Sade looked at Orca with a childlike gaze. Well, I hear things have gotten quite interesting on the surface lately. Orca's already stiff expression hardened even more. This was one thing he didn't want to be found out about. The current state of affairs on the surface of the world was something that Marquis de Sade must never know. Orca had seen the world before returning here to Nouvelle Vague. He saw how it had changed. And Marquis de Sade had seen it too. In those eyes he saw it. There were things everywhere that Marquis de Sade would have loved to see. Things that would have kept his interest piqued and insatiable. War, killing, slaughter, blood, violence, a brute force world where only the strong survive. The fiercest days of the warring states period. The greatest, hottest, most violent times when the great black mage Circe or the great swordsman Ornati lived. An era of great war comparable to the heyday of the warring states period is coming. Pushishishi, this was such a shameful thing in my later years that my blood got hot. It's been a while since I wanted to go outside. Can you help me, my dear? Of course, Grandpa. I'll escort you to the ground. Marquis de Sade looked back at his granddaughter Sadie and spoke in a humorous tone. It was clearly a friendly conversation between the grandchildren, but somehow a terrifying madness was felt in their smiles. At that time, Kun. Orca struck the ground once with his club. You'll never get out, you guys. Orca's eyes dripped with hatred as he turned to face the criminals. Social evil, it is my responsibility to prevent the chaos and disorder created by your very existence and the anxiety of the common people. Even if I die, you can't leave this place. Pushishishi, come on, my friend, what do you think your life is worth? Major General Orca and Marquis de Sade began to face off once more. I'm not letting you go, never ever. Pushishishi, and you don't even have Winston to assist you this time. Orca raised his heavy club. Marquis de Sade curled his whip as well, posturing as if he were about to perform a sword duel. Geogeog. The air and ground around them shattered like glass as the two ferocious forces collided. Meanwhile, just a few feet away from the center of the maelstrom, Ian asked, Vikir, what do you think we should do? Run away? No, in a way this is good timing. Vikir shook his head. Maybe he could take advantage of their fight. Timing, I have to get the timing right. The confrontation between Orca and Marquis de Sade was indeed frightening. Simply glaring at each other and exuding momentum is enough to warp the terrain, but what happens when they unleash their full power? The results were starting to play out in real time right now. Quakwang. Orca kicked the ground and rushed forward. Marquis de Sade chuckled and took a step back. Orca charging like an angry killer whale and Marquis de Sade flying like a pale ghost. Both of them were holding strong power in their hands as if they were trying to win the battle with one blow. Flash. Orca channeled all of his aura into the tip of his club. A tidal wave of energy washed over Marquis de Sade. Quaquaquaquaqua. Marquis de Sade shortened his whip, and he rotated the aura that was previously immobilized by the bdism. Restraints. Suts. Combination, the explosive power and momentum of a punch, a technique that would settle the match in a single blow, was embodied in the whip. Just then, out. Vikir stepped between them. Kulululig Qualulung. Eighth form of Baskerville, the black sun fell between Orca and Marquis de Sade. Orca and Marquis de Sade were greatly disconcerted by the sudden turn of their unknown fight into a three-way battle, but they could not take back the blow that had already cost them their lives. Then a tidal wave of black from Orca's club, a serpent of strikes from Marquis de Sade's whip, and Vikir's black sun descended upon the same spot in unison, and there was one who moved swiftly ahead of them. West, take it. It was Ian. She stretched out her hands with all her might toward the blue glowing orb in front of them. Poseidon. Quaquaquang. A ferocious explosion occurred near the root and the ground shook in the aftermath. Ujijijig. Poseidon was pulled out of the ground. It dropped from the ground like an onion with roots sprouting out of it and soon rolled tumbling down the slope toward the very spot where Orca and Marquis de Sade were gathering for Vikir's blow. At the same time, flash, a blinding light and a tremendous roar erupted. Ian barely covered her ears. Vikir felt his eardrums burst and blood flow. Kuhuk, kuh. The explosion was so loud that even Diorjum and Soar, who were watching, fell to the ground clutching their ears. And at the same time, after being hit by 3 different types of shockwaves, Poseidon's state began to change. Geogeog. The sound of an eggshell cracking. It sounded like something was hatching. Flash. A storm erupted. A huge crater was created and all the dirt, dust, moisture, water vapor, groundwater, lava, smoke, sulfurous gas, and everything else in the vicinity was swept away. The floor was swept so cleanly that it felt smooth. The air was parched without a trace of moisture and there was no sign of the usual flames or gases. And in the center of this pristine wasteland 2 men knelt on one knee. Their clothes tattered and torn, blood streaming from their foreheads, the weapons that had defended their masters embedded deep in the ground. They endured it all with their eyes wide open despite the bombardment of light and heat. On one side, displaying a truly fearsome will, is Orca, the head warden of Nouvelle Vague. On the other was Marquis de Sade, Nouvelle Vague's worst prisoner. What was that? Oh my body feel ache. Why you interrupt? The strength of the 2 old men who had survived the explosion and its aftermath was the same, but the source of that strength was completely different. Major General Orcus will to protect and defend. The Marquis de Sade's will to harm and destroy. The will and purpose of these 2 men were so opposed to each other that they unexpectedly produced the same result. The 2 old men who had managed to hold their own in the midst of the chaos soon straightened up and prepared to fight again. However, both old men were stunned by the scene in front of them as soon as they opened their eyes. Kololulialik. Blue flames roared from the center of the crater. A thick, gigantic pillar of fire was rising from the ground below, pierced through the ceilings of every floor of Nouvelle Vague. LV9, LV8, LV7, LV6, LV5, LV4, LV3, LV2, and LV1, and stretched even higher. Der. The gate of good and evil. The massive circular gate that served as the lid of the Nouvelle Vague kept the blue pillar of fire at bay, but the chains around it were breaking one by one, and it looked quite precarious. The entire gate was burning brightly as the chains snapped and the pulleys around it broke. The flubber slime was beginning to clear and the water that had begun to rush in from outside was evaporating before it could get anywhere near the pillar of fire. What is that? Orcus' mouth was half open in disbelief. But no one knew anything about this anomaly. Even Diordamra, Soar, Sadie Ion, and Marquis de Sade far away in the distance were all staring blankly at the end of the pillar of fire. Every single person except for Vikir. Kulululik. Vikir approached the spot where the flame sprout had germinated, where the blue egg had been. The hot air and blue flames threatened to consume him, but Vikir was undaunted. He thought he'd gotten used to the heat from the burns he'd suffered while trying to disguise himself as Garm's face, but the heat he felt now was something else entirely. The ultra-high temperature clear salt, which was so hot that it could not even be compared to a normal fire, was creating an enormous rising air current. It's almost burning my flesh now. Vikir pushed through the searing flames. He had to cling to the ground with all his might to keep himself from floating upward. Finally, through the flames and turbulence, he could see Poseidon's form. The round sphere had been split in half and a pillar of blue fire was erupting from its center. The roots of the pillar of fire beneath it were barely visible, judging by the intermittent explosions and earthquakes that were coming from very deep beneath the ground. He could only guess that it was probably touching the thermosphere of the deepest part of the Nouvelle Vague volcano. So Nouvelle Vague is not an extinct volcano. This volcano is not extinct. It's just been secretly storing up energy to explode one day in the biggest, most spectacular way possible. And it was this blue seed Poseidon that had taken root in the center of that power and was sucking it up. Technically, it was a parasite on the Nouvelle Vague. No, maybe it's not a parasite. Maybe this place Nouvelle Vague itself was created by someone for the purpose of hatching Poseidon. But that wasn't what mattered now. Vikir plunged his hand into the flames and pulled away all the scorching embers. To his surprise, the flames seemed wary and fierce at first but calmed down. At his touch, like an animal that has allowed its fur to be stroked, the heat diminished and soon there was nothing but warmth. Vikir pushed forward using the basilisk's power to regenerate his flesh. At this point Vikir was able to part the curtains of fire and look through them. Inside was a small circular space, and there was a pair of eyes looking up at him, black scales and blue flames sizzling between them. The creature was maybe a little less than the size of a palm. A strange creature that looked like a lizard but with wings on its back glared at Vikir. Its entire body was engulfed in flames as if it were a creature born of fire. Fed by fire, nourished by fire, and returned to fire. Vikir stared down at it. It stared back at him too. They are seeing each other for the first time since they were born. And then, hiccup. It gave a small hiccup. A tiny spark of blue flame flared from its tiny nostrils and then it was gone. Pretty so something like this can be born from an egg. Is it something like salamander? No, it's much higher beings than that. Vikir's words were cut short by the admiring words of Ayan, who had now caught up with him. Vikir doesn't know exactly what it is either. He knows only that it is the greatest of the ancient beings that oppose the demons and that it holds the greatest potential. That could be guessed just by looking at Dekarabia's reaction as it trembled between his chest. Gosh, I can't believe this still exists. I thought it was extinct a long time ago. I've heard that the mage Emperor Circe personally exterminated them one by one. Maybe this is the last one left in the world. At the sight of Poseidon, Dekarabia began to tremble with all the excitement he had been holding in. Meanwhile, Kulug. It moved its black and blue body and approached Vikir. It nuzzled its cheek against the back of Vikir's hand. An expression of friendliness and movement that reveals unconditional liking. An affection for the being that one sees for the first time in one's life. But the time of communication was short. Pong. It spread its wings and prepared to take to the skies. Vikir was calmly meeting its gaze as if it was begging him to take care of himself. See you again. A message echoed in Vikir's mind. It wasn't in the form of words, but that didn't make it any less true, and it struck a chord in his heart. Vikir responded in kind. Human life is short. By the time you are old enough to come and see me, I will not be here. You will never see me again. It closed its eyes, shook its head, and looked terribly sad at Vikir's words. And then it was time. It spread its tiny wings wide. And from beneath the ground, from the deepest, hottest part of the volcano, a plume of blue fire erupted, powering its wings. Kugagagugugugu. The power of the volcano was condensed into its two tiny wings, creating a blinding blue light. At any moment it is about to break through the bottom of the abyss, penetrate the deep dark abyss, rise above the water, pass through the distant skies, and soar into the vast expanse of heaven. That's it, it's done. Vikir turned his attention away from all of this. All the work he had done was done. All the dangers and hardships of his journey to and from this ghost castle in the deepest depths of the sea have been fulfilled. This is the end of my purpose in Nouvelle Vague. The egg has hatched and there's nothing more to see. Really, does that mean we can get out of here? Now that's a new problem. Vikir was silent. In truth, Head thought about this when Head first descended into Nouvelle Vague. If he could find this Poseidon safely and get it up and running a few years early, Head have done his duty and then he doesn't mind dying. But now that he had gotten to this point and made it work, he had a new desire. He wants to live. He wants to survive longer. He wants to see with his own eyes how the future of humanity plays out, how this long, terrible war ends, how it's resolved, how it's finished in a way that he didn't see in his last life. Many would die, and many will survive and live on. The future, the far future, far beyond what Vikir had seen in his previous life. Tioyog. Vikir reached out and tugged at Ayan's wrist. What? Turning to Ayan, who looked surprised, Vikir said briefly, let's get out of here. Now it was his turn to leave Nouvelle Vague for real. The nostalgic faces swirling in his head. It was time to return to the ground which had changed so much in the meantime. Quaquang rumble. The entire Nouvelle Vague prison shook violently. Vikir and Ayan raced down the spiral staircase on Vikira's back. Kiong, kiong, kiong. Vikira's sprint was faster than it had been in his prime significantly, reducing the time it took to climb the floors. Chwag. A huge tidal wave surged in front of them. Oh no, this must be a flooded corridor. This is the shortcut breakthrough. At Vikir's words, Ayan nodded and loaded an arrow. Pipiong. The arrow flew in a straight line, tearing a gaping hole in the waves. Vikira leaped over the ring of water like a circus act, kicking the ground. Beneath the waves where the arrow had cut through and leaping again. Thud. Through the flooded corridor and landing on a half-destroyed bridge pier. Vikira continued to run. Off to the side, the blue pillar of fire continued to rise, burning away at the gate of good and evil. We're on the 5th floor now. Yep, there's an gulper eel kennel on this floor. Do you think there are any eels left? Last time I checked there were quite a few of them, even if they escaped. First, they couldn't have used all of them. Vikir was right. There were still a few gulper eels in the holding tank with debris and water raining down from the ceiling. There was chaos all around, as many of the prisoners and guards had already escaped. There was blood everywhere and bodies floating around. It was easy to see that there had been a terrible fight for the gulper eel. It's a good thing I sent those who would escape first to the 5th floor. Vikir had ordered that as many people as possible who were worth saving were to wait on the 5th floor before entering. Had even gone so far as to forge the orders, so there must have been quite a few people on the 5th floor. They were already on the 5th floor at the time of the rampage, so they had a good chance of getting out safely. It's a miracle there are any eels left. Ayan picked up a fishing hook and rope and jumped into the fish tank himself, catching a large gulper eel. Chwok. She twisted the jumped eel's mouth open with a grimace and said, "Husby, are you ready for this?"
I'm ready.
Vikir nodded. But nevertheless Ayan opened her mouth once more. The land has changed, it's not the world as my husby knows it anymore. I know the general picture. Ayan tilted her head. The world was different before and after Vikir's imprisonment in Nouvelle Vague. How could Vikir know that? A newspaper, a story told to him by a new prisoner, or an informant had kept to himself. Ayan looked back at Vikir with a puzzled expression, but Vikir didn't really have an answer. Instead, Vikir was thinking about the world before he had returned. Memories of that day always haunt his nightmares. How could he forget that devastating season when 98% of humanity was wiped? The sky suddenly torn apart and the flames that flowed from the cracks. The countless drops of fire that fell like snakes in showers. The torrential rain that lasted for 150 days, the rain of fear. A terrible weather event that turned the world's forests into deserts and its lakes into bottomless pits. Even after the dead have closed their eyes, the sounds of the dead wandering. The parched wastelands howling and the unborn gasping for their dying breath will haunt their dreams. A time when nothing could be promised or assured. A long rainy season that sentenced humanity to destruction. It is about to begin. Vikir could already see that the gates of destruction were about to open. The changes on the earth now are but fresh blood, mere signs and omens. They are merely the demons warming up before the real game begins. So Vikir has arranged all of this in advance. Slowly, patiently, and thoroughly. Now it was time to give the demons a good kicking. The volcano is about to erupt. Poseidon has hatched and it's time to begin its ascent to the heavens. It was the beginning of the great Nouvelle Vague eruption. We must get out of here before then. But why did you explode the Nouvelle Vague? Showers of fire to counter the rainy season of fear. Ayan scratched her head. But Vikir had no answer for her this time. He merely replayed in his mind over and over again the thought of the gates of destruction, a great rain of fire that would last for 150 days. Now that Poseidon has hatched, the climate will change dramatically. All that remains is to wait and see. With those words Vikir reeled in the gulper eel. Quackwackwang yulululiung kielsieg. Everywhere earthquakes rumbled and collapses fell. The rising tide flooded the castle hour after hour. The roar and crash of the waves was faintly interrupted by the shouts of the prisoners and guards upstairs. Ian stood in front of the faint remnants of the flubber doors dragging in. Gulper eel with her. Let's get out. Vikir took a step forward. Just then. Wait. A voice stopped Vikir and Ian. Ian wiggled one eyebrow. Vikir's expression hardened slightly as well. Captain Kirko Grim, she was standing in the corner of the kennel. Her uniform was torn to rags, revealing her scarred and bare body. He noticed that her beloved sword, which she had always honed, was broken in half. Red blood oozed from every part of her body, staining the waters around her. Red. Vikir and Kirko stood facing each other. It was the first time they had ever shown their bare faces. There was a sharpness in Kirko's gaze. She asked Vikir pointedly, "Are you a prisoner?" Vikir didn't answer. Why she hasn't escaped yet is unknown. But if she tries to escape, we'll have to take her down by force. However, if you ride any current, you'll die before you can escape. Go back out the door on the left and take current 3021. Kirko showed an unexpected reaction. There are thousands of currents that can carry and Gulper eel from the 5th floor. Only one of them is a circulation current that connects to the surface. All the rest were trap currents that would keep them at the bottom of the sea. For hundreds of years. Vikir asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Kirko spoke after a long silence. "I saw you kill Black Tongue." Kirko took off his guard's hat. Then in a dry, clear voice Kirko asked, "What happened to the real Garm?" The question was cold and sharp like a stab to the lungs. Vikir answered in a flat tone, "Dead." When? 2 years ago during the riots in Saketh, saving you when you were unconscious. Where's the body? Buried. Kirko was still staring at Vikir, her eyes emotionless, her gaze unwavering. Her lips curled again. Did he say any final words? For a moment Vikir's mind flashes back to Garm's last words. He had muttered these words before he died. "I wanted to show that girl the outside world and her." That was Garm's last words. Vikir complied. "He wanted to show you the outside world." A moment. Kirko's pupils, which had not even moved until now, shook violently. Vikir remembered Garm's long-burned diary. At the end of her diary, Garm wrote that he always wanted to get out of here. With Kirko. Even though Garm was now forever unable to leave Nouvelle Vague. And then, tak. The sound of Kirko's footsteps broke Vikir's reverie. She turned around. And walking forward. It was not in the direction of the escape route. Kwakwang Yulyulung. Dead land with huge piles of stones and waterfalls. "Aren't we getting out?" Vikir asked, and Kirko answered without looking back. "I'm not leaving. This is where I was born and raised." She paused after she finished speaking. Then, after a long silence, she turned her head slightly to the side and said, in a whisper, "Goodbye." It was such a small sound that it was barely audible, drowned out by the roar of the tidal wave crashing next to her. Unable to waste any more time, Vikir forced himself into the eel's mouth. Ian cuts the rope and the Gulper eel is carried out of the castle by the current. The Gulper eel is quickly moving away from the ocean current. With that, Vikir and Ian left Nouvelle Vague and headed for the surface. The castle is crumbling and falling apart, seawater rushing in from everywhere. Kirko was the only one left. She could see a man's face in her mind. A man from the surface. A man who looked and acted friendly. But no matter how she looked at him, he was not fit to be a guard. And who seemed to think that one day he might return to the ground from which he came. So she didn't want to stick around. Such a weak guy. But what is this? The guy who seemed like he was going to return to the ground at any time ended up not being able to do so. Tug. She took it off and threw the hat in her hand onto the flooded floor. And finally she lowered her stinging gaze and spoke. "Stupid Garm, you're such an idiot." That was the end of it. Soon a huge amount of sea water rushed in and completely filled the castle. Quaquaquaquang kulalulululug. And just like that, Nouvelle Vague was buried beneath the pitch-black water. Forever.
Kulalulululug. Te ubiso vestvoid.
The blackened vision makes the passing of the mass of water bubbles only audible. Vikir and Ian's Gulper eel shook violently before emerging into the center of the deep sea.
Doi 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 doi.
For a moment they thought they were in the wrong current because of the Violent currents churning in all directions, but this was actually the only one that was working. Compared to the other currents which are initially stable, this current 3021 is violently churning and unstable, but it eventually becomes the safest route. Soon the faint light from the gulper eel's skin began to illuminate the surroundings. The pitch blackness brightened a bit, and through the transparent skin they could see the outside of the deep sea.
Ululung.
Nouvelle Vague was completely submerged. Shrouded in flames and steam from the volcano's interior, the Nouvelle Vague looks precariously close to exploding at any moment. This is probably because the gate of good and evil in the ceiling of Nouvelle Vague is preventing the volcano from erupting. As a result, the Nouvelle Vague currently resembles a champagne bottle that has been shaken to the limit. The moment the top cap, the gate of good and evil, is destroyed, an enormous explosion and rising current will occur. The explosion and the seawater that flows into the resulting cavity is heated by geothermal heat and expands, creating a primary pillar of fire and a secondary pillar of water on a massive scale. It will start in the deepest strata of the seafloor, penetrate the seafloor, and rise up high, passing over the surface of the water and into the air very high up, and it will be powerful enough to create extreme weather on the surface. Ian nodded at Vikir's words. She was currently tugging at the fishing hook and rope hanging from the lip of the gulper eel, keeping it balanced. In other words, it is the role of the coachman who drives the carriage. Vikir was about to grab the line too when Ian, who had a good sense, felt something. I think there's something attached to the eel's tail. Vikir looked back. Sure enough, there was something dangling from the tip of the gulper eel's tail. It was dark and the current was too strong to see exactly what it was. But even without looking too closely, the thing started to move closer and closer to Vikir. Pulling on the eel's tail, the creature slowly approached towards him. Vikir's eyes widened. It was Marquis de Sade holding the gulper eel's tail. He even had a Sadie at his side. Next, Marquis de Sade grabbed the gulper eel's body and crawled up to its mouth and crawled in. Puha, the water pressure almost crushed my bones, pushishishishi, but after being in solitary confinement for a long time, I'm starting to get used to it. Greetings, Night Hound, it's shameless, but ID like a free ride. Marquis de Sade laughed heartily. Even Sadie, who has lost her mind, also lies down like a mollusk and laughs. The gulper eel was already large enough to carry a dozen people, so adding Sadie and Sade wouldn't cause much trouble. They'll give you a ride if you behave. Oh no, I feel sorry for the young fellow, I don't think I can stay quiet. At Vikir's words, Marquis de Sade shook his head with a sad expression. It didn't take Vikir long to realize why he was saying this. Something was furiously chasing after the gulper eel as it slowly drifted along the current. Oh. A terrifying sound began to emanate from beyond the blackness. At first glance, it sounded like a ship's bellows, but it was far too high pitched for that. Could this be the voice of the legendary siren? Even the eels that had been swimming around twisted in pain. This unidentifiable sound filled the void of the seafloor. Vikir sensed that the creator of the sound was near. I think it's Orca. Marquis de Sade smirked. Then beyond the transparent flesh of the eel's body, something massive emerged. A body with a black luster, white spots clearly visible even through the darkness. Muscles packed tightly throughout powerful dorsal fins, forearms and legs, bared beneath a tattered coat of fur. Orca, he transformed into a strange body and once again blocked Vikir's path. Are you a member of the killer whale orca-type beastman? Vikir spoke to himself in a low voice. Just as Diorjum had transformed into the form of a saltwater crocodile. Earlier, Orca had a similar constitution. He grasped the chain and club at the end of his long tail, which had slipped out of his coat, with a clawed hand. Sade, you're never going outside. Orca's hissing voice was clear even in these murky depths. In the midst of this hopeless sea, Orca had met his match. The worst of all fears had come true. Marquis de Sade chuckled. On land, maybe, but underwater it's suicide to take on that old man. What do you propose? Well, shamelessly, I'd like to ask you what you think. Marquis de Sade was secretly indicating that he would follow Vikir's lead. Vikir said plainly, You owe me a debt, how will you repay me? Pushishishi. Marquis of Sade laughed wordlessly, then held up 3 fingers. The people of the Sade family will repay a favor threefold, and our enemies 3,000-fold. You owe me 1 life, so I will repay you with 3. Give me 3 names of those you wish to kill. Whoever they are, I will kill them for you. Marquis de Sade narrowed one eye at the end, saying, if only we can get out safely to the ground. Vikir nodded silently. Jilkeen. With that, Vikir tied Sade's whip around his waist. Then he tied the other around Marquis de Sade's waist. Hold on to these. Vikir placed the middle of the whip in Ayan's hand. Sadie, immobilized by the aftereffects of the demonization, asked, are you going to out? There is no other way. Vikir said, looking into Ayan's eyes. Ayan looked back at Vikir with uneasy eyes. I'd rather go out, husband. You drive the eels, it's safer that way. I don't want to be separated again. How did we ever get back together? It's important to hold the line. Vikir spoke in a serious tone, and Ayan bowed her head deeply. Then she looked up, biting her lip so hard it bled. Never, I will never let go. That's enough. Vikir stood up. Then through the mouth of the gulper eel he threw himself into the deep, to cross the final gateway to the surface. The pressure of the water at 10,000 meters was beyond his imagination. Even Vikir's stats, the protection of the river Styx, and his body, which had reached the supreme realm, could not withstand it. I can see why the demons didn't cross this place until late in the War of Destruction. A pressure that would crush an entire body just by being present. It's like hundreds of elephants on an egg. This is why the Marquis de Sade asked for help.
Fikir clenched sitewise.
He could see Marquis de Sade with a whip tied around his waist, gasping for her. Just then, an invisible pressure began to distort the front. A tidal wave on the surface of the water, it would have risen to enormous heights, but under the sea it was completely invisible. Quack-quack-wang. A vision swirling with a roar. Orca in the shape of a killer whale passes in front of him. Sieg Pioyog. Suddenly his vision blurred red. Vikir squinted, but it didn't stop his face from being crushed. His skull felt like a grain of sand, the impact shattering his nose, cheekbones, and front teeth. It was like taking a full swinging warhammer to the center of the face. Is it a drop of water? Orca was scooping up water from the distance with a wide raked hand and throwing it back. It flew like a cannonball aimed at Vikir and Marquis de Sade. However, Vikir stretched out his sword and sliced the flying water droplet diagonally. Additionally, the orca's location was detected based on the direction and angle of the water droplet flying. Flash. Decarabia on the chest narrowed its eyes and shot out a red light. For a moment the surroundings were illuminated. Oh, you can do that. You think so little of me. A radius of 12 meters lit up with the haughty glare of Decarabia. Then he could clearly see Orca's figure in front of him. Dressed in a warden's uniform and coat, he held a club in his hand. It looked like a half-and-half killer whale and a human. Get lost. Orca swung the club in his hand. A massive tsunami erupted, crushing the space around them. But Vikir was confident. If I know the direction, I can stop it. The mana ebbed away, revealing Decarabia's true form. Red inverted pentagram wailing wall. Although it consumes a lot of mana, its defense is a solid shield. It blocked all of Orcus' ranged attacks. Kugagugung. If anything, Orcus' attacks only made Ayan's gulper eel go faster and faster. Vikir and Marquis de Sade, connected by whip rope, also rose upwards faster. And faster. These bastards. Orca eventually changed his attack method. Close combat, the most primitive and surest way to attack, lunging in with a club and beating them down. And that's what Vikir and the Marquis de Sade wanted too. A monstrous whale tearing through the turbulent currents. Vikir drew his magic sword Beelzebub, and Marquis de Sade raised a sword of unknown origin to meet Orca. The powers of the three came together once more. Vikir's black sun, Marquis de Sade's serpentine aura, and the tsunami of Orca's club all came together in a fierce collision. Quack-quack-quack. A giant whirlpool formed in the sea. The sword trajectories of Vikir and Marquis de Sade formed the upper layer of The vortex and the tsunami of Orca's club formed the lower layer meeting in the center, Kwakwang Kwalyulung. With a thunderous crack, the shockwave stretched out in all directions, tearing the surrounding sea to shreds. As the water and air re-entered the empty space created by the ripping of the waves, violent currents formed, building up the space around them. The pressure raging in all directions crushed and shattered everything, cliffs and rocks alike. A thick line of blood sprouted on Vikir's forehead. His instincts, sharpened by having crossed so many lines of fire, were giving him a cold assessment of the current situation. Never win. As long as Orca is under the sea, it is no different from a god. He can still breathe underwater, and he moves much faster with ever more powerful muscles. He could shoot out sound waves to see everything for miles around, and he could unleash a tsunami without moving to take out his enemies at great distances. Moreover, on this harsh sea floor, in an environment where everything was unstable, to stand against him was like a worm against a beast. Marquis de Sade sensed it too and smirked. Is this going to kill me? Even before Vikir's regression, Marquis de Sade attempted to break out of Nouvelle Vague, only to be stopped and killed by Orca. Even with Vikir by his side now, it seemed unlikely that fate could be reversed. The wheels of causality were turning. Vikir was just a mere mole standing in its way. The moment Vikir and Marquis de Sade's gazes locked together, as if in a pact, they both moved their hands to snap the whip at their waist. No. In the distance, Ian, who was driving the gulper eel, shouted, but it was too late. The current rushed even more violently, pushing the gulper eel upward. Those who must go, and those who must stay must stay. At the same time, Orca felt something. Two men who had chosen to remain in the depths of the sea. The momentum of Vikir and Marquis de Sade had completely shifted. It was sharp enough to make even the mighty Orca break out in a cold sweat. At that very moment, the balance between the three warriors in the darkness of the deep sea was shattered. A strange thing that was difficult to explain rationally. It was what can only be described as luck. TLN plot armor. Vikir, who had never been blessed with much luck in his entire life, could not help but feel somewhat bewildered. To properly explain this phenomenon, we need to go back a few seconds. Kololululig Kudududiadud. A pillar of fire erupted when Poseidon was activated. It was like a residual eruption from the condensation of volcanic power. The intense heat surged as if it were going to explode, but it was blocked by the gate of good and evil, the final gateway to the Nouvelle Vague, and was trapped and unable to escape until now. But now, one by one, the chains and pulleys securing the gate broke and destroyed, causing the gate of good and evil to heat up to its limit. Ting tong tung. All the chains connected to the Nouvelle Vague were broken. Kaboom! The gate of good and evil was thrown up into the air like the cap of a champagne bottle that had been shaken to its limit. The gate of good and evil was blasted open by the immense pressure. 70 meters in diameter, 5 meters thick, and weight 6,535 tons, made of a mithril and adamantium alloy. It flew like a bottle cap at the end of an exploding champagne stem, and this huge and heavy lump of alloy, which had randomly and accidentally bounced away, ended up heading towards Orca, who was confronting him while turning his back on the true nature of Nouvelle Vague. The direction of the wheel of fate is unpredictable. Pyoyog. Orca fell forward as this huge object passed by his head out of nowhere. Red blood spurted out. The monster whale was struck in the head by a sudden impact and was quickly caught in the current and sank like a piece of trash. Marquis de Sade's mouth dropped open in disbelief. But that was not the reaction he saw in Orca. Kwakwang. The gate of good and evil flew off into the distance, smashing into a corner of the cliff before rolling back down. With the gate of good and evil broken through, Nouvelle Vague's downfall began. In earnest, a castle submerged in water. The space between the black bricks began to glow red. In the beginning, Nouvelle Vague was built by digging into the interior of an extinct volcano, and now that the volcano is active again, everything is over. The Iron Fortress, a castle with a long history that has never shown any Flaws has now become like a cork blocking a bottle of champagne that is about to burst. Its body is corroded and crumbling. The great pillar of fire that broke through the gate of good and evil was only the beginning. The crackling pillar of fire soon turned blue at the base and then expanded greatly in the second and third waves, instantly expanding in size. The explosion was so loud, far beyond the range of human hearing, that it seemed as if the entire ocean had been blown away. It was the beginning of a great eruption that would easily surpass 10,000 meters deep and extend dozens of kilometers into the sky. The Nouvelle Vague volcano has erupted. A tremendous explosion. The momentum was such that it seemed as if the entire sea was being lifted up with it. The pillar of fire that blew away the gate of good and evil immediately turned blue, then doubled, tripled, quadrupled hundreds of times in thickness and size, as the pillar of fire soared. Secondary and tertiary currents formed around it, and a gigantic column of water rose up to envelop it. A tsunami so powerful that it has never been seen before in human history. It was a major tectonic shift that would have devastating effects on the sea and all life on Earth. A few minutes before the Nouvelle Vague crater erupted, Vikir saw Nouvelle Vague's iconic gate of good and evil blown away. The power of the explosion was evident in the way the massive mass of alloy blew off like a bottle cap. But that won't be the end of it. Soon a second, third, fourth, and hundreds of shock waves will hit this place, one after another. And then it's all over. I hope Ian is safe. Vikir glanced back. The gulper eel was already out of sight. The strong current created by Orca pushed its back, so it probably drifted to a safe place. He could only hope so. Finished with his thoughts, Vikir turned his head again. Yulyulung Kwakwang. Lightning was raging at the bottom of the deep sea. Tsunamis raging on a scale that could easily destroy a country. In the face of this vast maelstrom of chaos, humans were nothing more than insignificant grains of sand. Then, toch. A hand tapped Vikir on the shoulder. It was the Marquis de Sade looking into Vikir's eyes as if to ask him what he would do. Vikir tried to think of a way to survive in this extreme situation. Soon there was a tremendous explosion. It will be followed by a massive upward current that will sweep away everything here. Then, suddenly something caught Vikir's eye. The gate of good and evil. A giant disc, the symbol of Nouvelle Vague. It had been struck by the full force of Poseidon's power, and yet it remained unbroken. It was dented in the center but not cracked. It just bounced off because all the chains around it were broken. Vikir recalled the vault of the bourgeois in his mind. The one Belial had crafted two forged from mithril and Orharkan alloy. Despite its size, it had withstood an attack by the entire Pitbull Knights for 2 hours. But what about the gate of good and evil? The strongest gate that no one has ever been able to break through. Even Poseidon's first blast had only managed to make a small dent. Vikir moved instinctively. Come with me. The Marquis de Sade flailed his limbs in a frenzy and followed Vikir's lead. Then, reaching the frantic shaking ground, Vikir landed on the gate of good and evil that hung over the walls of Nouvelle Vague. Beside him the pillar of fire grew blue. It will soon rise in power and engulf everything here, sweeping everything upward. Vikir intended to stay close to this gate of good and evil then. Like a cork on a gushing stem of champagne, he planned to cling to it and get out to the surface. Are you insane? Even the Marquis de Sade's mouth dropped open in disbelief. But there was no other option. The oxygen would soon run out, and there was no other way to get to the surface from 10,000 meters below. We have to find a way to stay alive. Of course, the chances of survival are less than 0.0001. But it's better than 0. You have to try anything you can, right? Vikir made his way to the hollow in the center of the gate of good and evil, and took a seat. He imbued Decarabia with mana. Human. Decarabia realized Vikir's plan. He would hold the gate of good and evil like a surfboard at the top of the blast. You hold the pressure from above. Vikir's strategy was simple. Like a sandwich, the pressure would be minimized by spreading out the gates of good and evil on the bottom and the protective shield of Decarabra on top. The dome-shaped shield of Decarabia should be able to withstand the terrifying pressure from above. The problem is Vikir doesn't have enough mana to maintain that level of defense. If that's the problem, I can help, Marquis de Sade said quickly from the side. He seemed worried that Vikir would leave him behind. I wonder how much more interesting things would be on the ground. Please take me with you. Marquis de Sade took Vikir's hand and begged. Vikir nodded, feeling the purity and quality of mana flowing through their clasped hands. But even so, their chances of survival were slim. Decarabia's defenses were reliable, but even with Vikir and Marquis de Sade's combined mana, there was no telling how long they could hold out. Just then, thud, a palm came up over the edge of the gate of good and evil. Black webbed feet can be seen between the thick fingers that are imbued with strong power. Take me. A bloodied old man sprawled his upper body across the disc. He stared at Vikir with his one eye, which had just burst from the impact. Marquis de Sade asked in disbelief. Are you insane? Did you forget we were just fighting? I am sane, I remember clearly. With that, Orca no longer looked at Marquis de Sade. His gaze was fixed solely on Vikir. Cannot die here. Vikir felt the strong, unyielding determination in Orca's gaze. Oh no, I don't think I'd be able to carry that old man. I would be far more trustworthy than a heinous criminal. Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca were still arguing sharply even through their bloodied bodies. Vikir looked at them and thought of the original history. Causality has been twisted. Marquis de Sade escaped from prison much later during the latter stages of the War of Destruction. Sadie, who has gathered forces from outside, uses the 3 works she had infiltrated in Nouvelle Vague to open the gate of good and evil and rescue his grandfather Marquis de Sade. Intrigued by the news that the land is in flames and that the age of war has arrived, Marquis de Sade kills Dissem and incites all the prisoners to start a massive riot. Orca and the guards, who were distracted by the demonic army that was coming in from outside at the time, missed Marquis de Sade's prison escape. Nouvelle Vague is about to fall to the demons and the worst prisoner escapes just in time. Faced with the possibility of defeating the demon army and allowing Sade to escape at the same time, Orca is forced to make an extreme choice. He activates the Poseidon he's been studying since discovering it during the construction of level 10. In the process, Orca triggered the great eruption of the Nouvelle Vague, annihilating countless demonic forces and Marquis de Sade before ascending to the surface and joining the human alliance. And now Orca, covered in blood, was begging Vikir for mercy. Believe me, this world has turned into hell. It's barely a shadow of its former self, and I've seen it. Orca begged Vikir, banging his head on the gate of good and evil. Save me and take me with you. I will definitely be helpful in dealing with monsters. Vikir stared at Orca for a long moment. And then, okay. He nodded with a short reply. The words were barely out of his mouth before Orca was on top of the gate of good and evil. It's narrow as hell, and the old distracted man is a. Marquis de Sade grunted in disapproval, but Major General Orca shrugged it off and took his place beside Vikir. Vikir, Night Hound. Marquis de Sade of the 47-man riot. Orca, Warden of Nouvelle Vague. As the 3 of them stood together, a red, inverted pentagram was drawn above them. Decarabia materializes in the form of a hemisphere and brings the tips of its 5 legs to the gate of good and evil. If the gate of good and evil cannot hold, we will all die. If the mana that fuels Decarabia runs out, we all die. At Vikir's words, both Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca, who had been infusing mana into each of his shoulders, nodded stiffly. The symbol of Nouvelle Vague, the gate of good and evil. The only thing indestructible in this great chaos. Vikir used it as the base and the wailing dome of Decarabia as the ceiling and walls. And now the time of judgment has come. The space around them began to warp and scream. The heavy energy felt from the ground, and before they know it, it speeds up and rushes towards them, directly below, towards the soles of their feet. Quackwang. The first explosion, an eardrum-splitting blast, was heard by everyone. The second and third explosions that followed were so far beyond the range of human hearing that they seemed merely static. Both the Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca were perplexed. Anxiety, crisis, tension, nervousness, excitement, and climax like nothing they had ever felt before, even after a lifetime of gambling and war. It was truly an unreasonable number that they haven't seen in a long time. And then, the gate of good and evil floated upward. A single coin of insignificant value was swept away by a strong wind casually and unceremoniously, but the three people on it were literally experiencing hell. The pressure felt like his body was being crushed, the sensation of being turned alive into paste. Vikir poured all of the mana that Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca were pumping into him into Decarabia's shields. At the same time, Beelzebub squeezed the basilisk's regenerative powers to the limit. Ududug. The bones, flesh, muscles, and blood of the entire body were being pressed to their limits by a terrifying pressure that would make even a danger level.
Srank monster scream.
Human. Here we go. The sound of Decarabia's shouts echoed faintly in his ears amidst the inaudible but unmistakable roar. Suddenly a voice sticks in Vikir's mind. He doesn't know why, but the words had spoken when he was promoted to major suddenly came back to him. I'm going to put everything I have on the line and I'm going to transform.
Nouvelle vague.
A plan had since he walked into Nouvelle Vague. It was realized perfectly. It really has made a huge difference. Vikir drew a faint arc around the corner of his mouth. It's called do your best to wait for destiny. He had done all he could as a human being. He's done his best, done it perfectly. All that remains is for the heavens to decide. And so Vikir goes to meet the heavens. He is shooting out to ask Skyheaven, whom he has not seen for nearly 4 years, about the future and his accomplishment. Toward the ground 10,000 meters above. Above ground in a remote village in the southern continent Wakwak. This village, which had always been warm and humid and had abundant fruit crops, had been suffering from unprecedented drought and famine in recent decades, even hundreds of years. The drought is so extreme that the ground is parched and cracked, and the trees and grasses are not only dying but burning to a crisp. Wildfires of epic proportions have scorched the mountains and dried up the lakes, decimating the wild animals and aquatic species. Open dungeons everywhere are causing monster damage to explode. Whying. A hot, dry wind carries ash. It blows from the opposite mountain range, which has been reduced to a pile of charcoal by a forest fire. These pungent ash blowing in with the wind sucked up every bit of moisture that was left, further impoverishing people's spirits. And across the desolate wasteland a wanderer made his way. Dull black armor peeked out from beneath a tattered black cloak. A plague doctor's mask with a long stork's beak hung below his waist, and a long object wrapped in bandages was carried on his back. Cholki Kiolkidiag. Every time he took a step that seemed arduous, the sound of the joints of the armor clicking together rang out faintly. Wandering knight speechless. This is a group of people that can be seen often, if not commonly, in these difficult times. The black-armored wanderer arrived in Wakwak with weary steps. He headed straight for the nearest tavern, pushing open the dried-out wooden door and taking a seat in a corner. Between famine, drought, forest fires, and monster damage, the town's food situation was not good. It was reflected in the drinks and snacks served at the tavern. 2 handfuls of boiled beans on a bare plate, a glass of steaming beer. At least it was a tavern and you got what you paid for. The wandering knight checked the mask strapped to his waist and drank his beer in silence. Then, a commotion began to emanate from the tavern's center table. 2 men, apparently vigilantes, were having a conversation. Since ancient times, taverns have been a hotbed of rumors, both past and present, and many would agree that a group of men with nothing better to do than get drunk and argue about politics. So are you conservative or progressive? Well, I'm always a progressive. What about you? What are you asking? I am a conservative. They argue about their views on the current state of affairs on the continent. Oh, of course the throne should go to the right man. Isn't it only right that the first prince be crowned? Don Quixote and Usher and Leviathan are doing a great job. I think the second prince is fine, and I can understand the choices of Baskerville, Morgue, Bourgeois, and Quo Vadis. So you're saying they were right to stage a coup? No, it's not a coup, it's just a fight to stand in line. Since it is a political fight, it is correct to call it a civil war. So is it right for the 7 families of the old country to be fighting a civil war at this time, and the second prince they're crowning as emperor hasn't appeared in front of the people in decades? I don't even know if he exists anymore. Ugh, you're being disrespectful. Isn't it the same for the first prince's faction to be waging a civil war in these times? Why do you blame it on the second prince's faction? The current situation on the continent was extremely complicated. Aside from the massive wildfires spreading across the empire and the devastating drought, famine, and monster damage, the political powers were engaged in a fierce civil war among themselves. The 7 pillars of the empire: Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman; Morgue, the mage sect; Quo Vadis, the faithful; Don Quixote, the spearmaster; Usher, the archon; Leviathan, the poisonous cancer; and Bourgeois, the tycoon. Since the emperor's death, each of these 7 families has been in bitter conflict over who should be the next emperor. The Old Testament factions Quo Vadis, Don Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan were in favor of first Prince Jack Meridew as emperor. The New Testament faction of Quo Vadis, Baskerville, Moore, and Bourgeois was supporting the second crown prince Ralph. Both crown princes were descended from the founding emperor and possessed the power of prophecy, and were the recipients of an oracle that said one of them will destroy the world, the other will save the world. Therefore, who would ascend to the throne would be a matter of concern for all the people of the empire. If the wrong crown prince became emperor, the empire would be ruined. Of course, the first crown prince should ascend to the throne. It is only natural that he is the legitimate eldest son, and has continued to appear in front of the people of the empire over the years, leading by example in everything he does. Even in our family, the only hope is for the eldest son. Haha, your ruined family is the same as the imperial family, and in your family the second child is much smarter. What? Why are you talking about my family? Because you mentioned your family first, and I'm wondering if it's realistically possible for the first crown prince to ascend to the throne. With the old faction of the Quo Vadis virtually collapsed, it's generally accepted that the tide has turned in favor of the second crown prince, and from what I've heard, Don Quixote and Usher are the most talked about members of the family right now. What, Don Quixote and Usher? Why is there some sort of controversy? It's not so much a controversy as a rumor that the current head of the family is ill, and I hear it's very serious. It could be today or tomorrow. Lord Cervantes, the Spear King, and Lord Roderick, the Archon. Nonsense. Didn't we see them in action the last time a demon appeared in the imperial capital? I saw them with my own 2 eyes. They're superhumans. They're masters. They're not going to succumb to illness. Well, I've heard it through the rumors. After all, they've been out of service for years now. From what I've heard, Don Quixote's younger brother is the current regent, and Usher's younger sister is the current regent. I've heard that, but I've also heard that Don Quixote and Usher don't have many members of their own family, so they rely heavily on people from the outside of the family is that why. The argument between the two men was superficial, but it summarized the state of affairs on the continent. One Don Quixote usher Leviathan and the Old Testament faction of the Quavadis led by Prince Jack Meridu. Two Baskerville Morgue bourgeois and the New Testament faction of Quavadis, led by Prince Ralph. Now that the Quavadis' Old Testament faction was gone, the civil war was intensifying. This confrontation, which had originally been going on for a very long time, began to flare up in earnest just a few years ago due to the Night Hound incident. Justification. Night Hound served its purpose to the Second Crown Prince faction. The fight was over whether Night Hound was evil or a righteous, if somewhat radical man who overthrew a demon hiding among humans. The other families were outraged by the fact that 3 of the demons in the convoy happened to be members of the First Crown Prince's faction. Isabella of Baskerville, Banshee of Morgue, Lovebad of Bourgeois, and Mazgas of Quavadis accused Pedro of Don Quixote, Isolde of Usher, and Thomas of Leviathan of being demons. Their statements were perfect and they had proof. I demand a retrial for Night Hound. But the claims of the Morgue Banshee were rejected. Don Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan immediately attempted to cover their tracks. And suddenly even the first prince was up front in denial. To doubt them is to doubt me. It was the first crown prince's unusually hardline stance that ultimately led to this protracted civil war. But the second crown prince's faction was not without gains from the trial. The second crown prince, who was rumored to have disappeared, was able to cover his lack of influence with a powerful rationale. The Baskervilles, Morgue bourgeois, and Quavadis were united under a very basic ethical code of rejection of those in league with demons. 7 families, each rivaling the power of a kingdom, entered the civil war. They began to tighten their grip on their territories and stopped all trade with the enemy camp. The civil war was raging. To add insult to injury, the people were already suffering from drought, wildfires, monster damage, and other natural disasters. Public sentiment was at an all-time low. However, there was also a rumor that was a ray of hope for the people. Let's stop talking about this. That's right, it's all for the high and mighty. More than that, have you heard the rumor? What rumor? The vigilantes roaming the continent. Aren't we the vigilantes? This guy, not a lowly vigilante like us, I'm talking about wandering knights, who operates all over the empire. Wandering knights in this day and age, that's just a rumor.
No listen.
A hopeful rumor that soothes the hearts of people devastated by all kinds of natural disasters. It was a story about the Night Walkers, a civilian group of vigilantes. They travel thousands of kilometers a day slaying monsters, and they're supposed to be incredibly powerful. Does that make sense? No, I heard they showed up and destroyed a horde of monsters when I went to the city across the street. Is that all? They offered food, water, and God's blessing if they followed them, and they took refugees in droves. Half the city's population followed them. If there are such righteous people, why don't they show up in our town? I'm afraid we'll be killed by the gnolls. Well, maybe it's because there are fewer people and the damage area is so large. Yes, let's say it is because we need that hope to survive. The only force that has the support of the people. They are the vigilantes, the Night Walkers. A group of mysterious figures who have rallied under the slogan, even the strongest darkness is beaten back by the weakest light. They traveled across the continent under the somewhat childish nicknames of Saint of the Night, Knight of the Night, Sniper of the Night, Warrior of the Night, Wealthy of the Night, and Queen of the Night, respectively. And like the old oral fairy tale, the Pied Piper, they whispered salvation with sweet words and took countless people to distant places. People were scared even as they waited for them. They were hopeful but wary. Longing, curiosity, hope, anxiety, vigilance, fear, or just plain snorting. At the sound of nothingness, they still follow them today. And then, bang! The tavern door shattered open and a vigilante soldier rushed in. Raid, it's a raid, let's go. At the same time, the horns of the monster's invasion began to echo throughout the village. Even before the sound could be heard, the people in the tavern were on their feet. The 2 soldiers who had just been arguing over politics quickly grabbed their swords and spears, and ran while the tavern owner put everything aside and took refuge in the cellar. Everyone get to the underground cellar. The people in the tavern looked contemplative but in a very familiar motion. They followed the tavern owner to the passageway below. The tavern was silent in an instant. Pagudiog, tu. The sound of a horn rang out announcing a monster invasion. The entire town was in a panic. It wasn't just a horde of bandits or a wildfire. The enemy is monsters, not humans, and it's not a matter of stealing money, food, or shelter, but of immediate danger to their lives. Moreover, the type of monster that is crossing the fence this time is a gnoll, a canine monster known for its large population and ferocity. Growling. Soon bizarre things begin to flood into the town. A voice that sounds like oil slowly boiling from a low temperature. The sound of scratching in the parched earth. Stooped back, vaguely bipedal, walking, sharp teeth and claws and hideously shiny eyes. A horde of gnolls, the most damaging species to humankind, has invaded the town. The gnolls were also severely malnourished, their fur dry and lacking in shine. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the saliva that dripped from their mouths reeked of greed. The monsters are tired and weary of the great famine. The ongoing drought has left them with nothing to eat or drink, and the wildfires that have raged across the empire have drastically reduced their living space. The lesser monsters, unable to compete with the other monsters for food, have been forced to descend upon the human population in record numbers. This group of gnolls here were swept away by the tide of fate. Kayak. A gnoll began to ransack the house. Cloth was torn, wood was broken, everything that had been touched by human hands was being ravaged. It stretched its long nose and tracked the freshest of the smells to the floor. At that time, Kwang. The closet door shattered and a man burst out from inside. Hey, get away from me. The man raised a pitchfork and brought it down on Noel's head. Kig. Noel was dead on the spot with a shattered skull. The problem was it was followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so many Noels that it was pointless to count. Honey, run out the back door, go to the basement shed in the backyard. Before the man could finish his shout, the side door opened and a woman came running out with 3 children. The man quickly caught up to her and ran after her, threatening the gnolls, who were excited by the smell of blood, with a pitchfork. Backyard. A shed door to the basement is visible. The man quickly opened the door and went inside with the woman. Then, "Wah, Mom!" A scream erupted from behind them. Before the man and woman could turn around, they realized who the scream belonged to. 2 children had entered the basement bunker, and where they all turned there was a little girl who was just getting up after falling to the ground. Her clothes were torn at the sides and the blood was clearly visible, staining them red. The youngest. The man shouted, but it was too late. If they leave now, everyone will die. Closing this door as soon as possible is the only way to save his wife and the 2 remaining children. What must it be like for a parent to give up their child right before their eyes? The man and woman hesitated, chewing on his lips, unaware that he was bleeding. He made a decision in that brief moment that he would regret no matter how many times he turned around in his life. Bang! The door slammed shut. Reality is always unavoidable, and so it was with this closed door. The girl cried out and fell to her knees, scratching at the door so desperately that her fingernails were peeling off. As her father had always nagged her, she should have put the nail sticking out of the side of the front door back in properly. If only she had, she wouldn't have fumbled with her clothes on the nail just a moment ago. But regret is always too late. The girl cried out at the top of her lungs. "Mom, Dad, open up. I'll listen to you from now on. I won't cry. I'll eat less. I'll clean up after myself, and I won't fight with my sisters and brothers." Unfortunately, it wasn't her parents and siblings who answered her plea, but the swarm of gnolls behind her. Quag. They lunged at the girl in the lead. Just as she was about to scream, Pyoyog. A pitchfork stuck in the gnoll's mouth. Youngest, hurry. The man who had just opened the door fought off the gnolls. The woman also came out carrying an armful of bricks from the walls of the warehouse and was glaring at the gnolls. The father is strong, of course, the mother too. "Dad, Mom." The little girl ran backward, tears streaming down her face. The father raised his pitchfork to face the gnolls. But no matter how strong parents are, they are not stronger than the world. Around them, soon the gnolls lunged at them, teeth and claws bared. Buck. Blood splattered as thick leather pants ripped open. It was the beginning of a family's downfall. Just then, Pyoyog, the father's feet grew lighter. Gnol's head hanging from his pants shattered like a watermelon. The place where the father's blank gaze was directed was towards the front. Flutter. A ragged blood-red robe fluttered in the dry wind. The matte black plate armor was making an unpleasant metallic sound. The wandering knight, he appears out of nowhere, standing tall above the ground facing the gnolls. "They're there, who are you?" the father asked, but the wandering knight did not answer. Instead, Quag, the long stick he was carrying on his back, shifted in his hand. Pyoang Pagag. The heads of the gnolls around him exploded. A blue spear blade was revealed within a piece of bandage that was torn with red blood. The liquid aura that symbolized the graduator was sticky, drawing a complex trajectory in the air. Puff, puff, puff. A movement without waste. A skilled path forged by extreme battle experience. It was the skill of a seasoned warrior who had seen countless battlefields. The hood was lifted, revealing the face of the wandering knight. Although he had a young face, he had a sense of authority and an appearance. That was an appropriate mix of two things that are usually difficult to coexist. His shoulders are broad like a bear's and his waist is lean like a wolf's. His body was optimized for battle except for the absence of his left arm. Even with his one arm, he boasted ghostly spear skills. A single swing of his spear killed at least one enemy and crippled more than one. Pyoyog Peeg Ududug Pyoyog. The sound of mincing meat and bones all at once. In no time the backyard was covered in blood. But the gnolls' messy groans were no longer audible. The one-armed wandering knight who had neatly cleared away the group of monsters brushed the blood off his spear. At that time there was a hand pulling open the door to the basement. It was the girl who had almost never made it inside a moment ago. She called out to the wandering knight, "Mr. Who are you?" "My name is Shamua, and I was wondering if you could tell me who my benefactor is." The wandering knight turned his head and looked back at the girl. Whether it was fearlessness or gratitude, the girl's tears had been wiped away, and she was looking at him with longing and curiosity. The wandering knight was just about to open his mouth to say something. Kaiwa. Jarararar. Kong Kong. The sound of gnolls screaming outside the fence. Obviously things aren't over yet. The wandering knight took a short break and stood facing forward again. And then, a splatter. The wooden fence shattered and something huge burst into the backyard. It was 3 times the size of a normal gnoll, its fur standing on end all over its body, stained an unusual black-green color. Oil-like fluids were dripping from its bloodshot eyes and a sickening stench wafted through the air. Poison gnoll. Danger rating A. Size 3 meters. Found in all continents. Also known as poison gnoll or deadly poison gnoll. This is an example of an abnormally evolved digestive system among gnolls. Most gnolls feed on carcasses, but the poison gnoll has evolved the ability to accumulate poison in its skin and saliva from the rotting flesh of its prey in its stomach. There is one gnoll in a colony of more than 300 individuals, and most seem to fulfill the role of leader. Poison gnoll, a variant of the gnoll swarm, they possess a strength and ferocity that no normal gnoll can match. The family, thinking they were safe, cowered to the ground in fear at the sight of the poison gnoll's fearsome form. However, the one-armed wandering knight merely laughed dryly. "Poison gnoll, long time no see." His voice was dry and short. He radiated a blue aura that wavered like a tidal wave with his only arm. The spear he held tightly rolled up did not budge. Just before the girl behind him closed the door drawn by her mother's torch, the wandering knight spoke. "I belong to a vigilante group called Night Walkers. My nickname is a bit cringe, but it's Night of the Night." The girl's ears perked up. The other side was a member of Night Walkers, a vigilante group rumored among the people these days. One of the beings of urban legend who were said to lead the weary to a land of salvation a paradise called the Ark. The one-armed wandering knight or knight of the night as he was known, smiled at the girl with a mischievous smile and narrowed one eye. Name's Tudor. And when he turned his head back to the front his expression was extremely cold and chilly. No last name. Pow. The hard skeleton shattered and all the hot stuff inside spilled out onto the ground. The poison knoll fell to the ground spraying poisonous brain fluid and after shaking its body for a while it cooled down. The gnolls that had followed the poison knoll into human territory also fell to the ground, all of them dead. Initially a single clean hole in the head or heart, the gnoll corpses piled up, their entrails and heads bursting open in a gruesome messy mound that testified to the fierceness of the battle. Knight of the Night Tudor, a wandering knight in black plate armor, sat atop the corpses of the gnolls breathing heavily. It's hard to get used to having one arm. The expression on his face has worn away as he continues to march constantly, exhausted and tired from the lack of sleep. Muttering to himself in a dry voice, Tudor suddenly realizes that his tone and manner of speaking reminds him of someone he remembers, then smiled. Perhaps that's how he's always lived his life and that's why he's so cold and dull in personality. Vikir the Night Hound. It had been quite some time but his face and voice were still fresh in his memory. Tudor remembered his old friend expelled from the academy long ago now. Imprisoned in a prison in a faraway place. Throbbing. And every time he did pain shot through his severed left arm. Don Quixote's eldest son, the next in line to become head of the family, had abandoned the family name and turned his back on his family. He left his severed left arm at home. Tudor recalled a story he'd heard in a tavern before the fight with the gnolls. I also hear that Don Quixote and the ushers are the subject of much gossip in town and that the current patriarch is laid up with an illness, a very serious one. I hear. See you today and tomorrow. They're superhumans, they're masters, they are not the kind of people who will succumb to disease or something like that. They've been out of active service for years now from what I've heard. Don Quixote's younger brother is the regent and Usher's younger sister is the regent. I've heard that, but I've also heard that Don Quixote and Usher didn't have many members of their own families, so they relied on people from the outside world to help them. Is that why? The sound of teeth grinding came out of Tudor's mouth as he recalled the memory of that time. Grrrttt. Anger surges through him, a throbbing sensation in his missing left arm. Tudor remembered that night, the night of his escape from the family home. Clearly. Uncle Passamont, who had been involved in escorting Vikir to Nouvelle Fate. He had also vehemently advocated for the Nakajani court of the imperial capital to sentence Vikir to death. After the trial, Tudor had visited Passamont several times to discuss the demon controversy and Vikir's punishment. Even then he had doubts. Could his uncle, who had been so kind to him since he was a child, really be involved with the demon? The uncle who had taught him what chivalry, romance, and ambition meant.
Es la misión del verdadero caballero, su deber no su
privilegio. It is the task and duty of a true knight, no, not your duty but your privilege.
Sour lo imposible sour.
To dream the impossible dream.
Vencer al invicto rival.
To defeat an invincible opponent.
Sufrir el dolor insufrible.
To endure unbearable pain.
Morir por un noble ideal.
To die for a noble ideal.
Saber enmendar el error.
To know how to fix a wrong.
Amar con pureza y bondad.
To love with purity and goodwill.
Querer en un sueño imposible.
To fall in love in an impossible dream.
Con fe una estrella alcanzar.
To have faith to reach for the stars. When he closed his eyes he could still hear his uncle's voice in his ear as he recited verses from the epic poem. But that didn't make him doubt Vikir. As far as Tudor knew, Vikir had never told a bluff. That was the kind of man he was. A friend who was close to his age but like an older brother, sometimes even an elder brother, a trusted and reliable friend. He could never imagine that Vikir would ever claim anything false. And then there was Professor Morg Banshee, a familiar face at Colosio Academy. He may be a bit of a jerk and a pompous prick, but he's a fierce, principled man and never speaks up when he's not sure about something. Tutor, a former student at the academy, knew this well. So the idea was to meet Passamont face to face and investigate the facts. However, Tutor has not been able to even see Passamonte's face properly in recent years. Passamont, who had succeeded his father as regent after his sudden illness, kept Tutor out of his life. Power struggles are a common occurrence in high-ranking families with complex family histories. It's a common cliched trope that's always been part of fairy tales and legends. But when it comes to his family, it's a different story. During the vacation before Tutor graduation from the academy, a secret civil war raged within the Don Quixote family. His uncle's rebellion for control over the province. Tutor is forced to flee the family home to escape a wave of assassins. It wasn't until a sword was drawn to his throat that Tutor knew for sure Don Quixote's family had already been eaten by the Passamont. That the sudden illness of his father, who was called the King of Spears, had been caused by a terrible conspiracy, and that, in the end, Vikir, the old friend, was right. Tutor fled through tears through the pain and humiliation of having his arm cut off on the way. As Tutor fled by boat, he remembered the words of Passamont, who was at the head of the pursuing party, as he scowled at him. "Do you mean to abandon your father and run away, and yet you are the son of the Lion King?" Enraged, Tutor plunged into a final life-threatening battle. It would have definitely been like that if it hadn't been for Bianca, who appeared at the right time, to Tutor's stubborn insistence that he could not leave his father behind.
Bianca calmly replied,
"Retreating is not running away, and it is not wise to simply wait when danger outweighs hope. A wise man does not risk everything in one day, knowing to save today for tomorrow." These were Vikir's last words on the court of Nakajanai in the center of the imperial capital. Tutor left the family following in the footsteps of Bianca, who had turned her back on her family in the same situation. The heads of the Don Quixote family and the Usher family, who had tried to declare neutrality in the face of signs of civil war, have since disappeared from the world. The actual patriarch of Don Quixote and Usher family became Don Quixote La Mancha Passamont and Usher Po Madeline. They searched the entire continent under the pretext of finding missing young patriarchs, and Tutor and Bianca had to go on an arduous escape. The journey was arduous and dangerous, requiring them to penetrate several layers of vast siege networks and overcome countless guard posts. And the people who helped and accepted Tutor and Bianca are the Nightwalkers, a group of followers and vigilantes who continue the legacy of the Night Hound. And now, Tutor, who had followed in the footsteps of the Night Hound and become a Knight of the Night, looked down on the town from above the corpses of the gnolls. The world had changed a lot. Famines, long droughts, giant wildfires raging across the empire, and hordes of monsters. The lives of humans had been squeezed to the bone, and it wasn't something anyone learned about in textbooks. A large man shoves a slender girl and rips a chunk of meat from a gnoll corpse. The strong extorted and robbed the weak and treated them as if they were not human. The truly strong are strong to the strong and weak to the weak. The strong do not bully others because they can afford it, but the weak bully others to hide the fact that they are weak. A quote from the autobiography of Don Quixote La Mancha, Alonso Quijano, a man from the distant past, a true ancestor of Don Quixote the Spearman. But the romance of chivalric literature and the reality of life were diametrically opposed. The stronger you are, the more you bully others, and the weaker you are, the more unfair things you experience. However, the weak were not necessarily good and kind. The reality was much different than what they were taught in the academy and within their families. It was not the strong who survived, but the strong who survived. Such was the world. Tutor had seen this kind of humanity many times before, and he could feel his own personality becoming duller and more calloused as the battle raged on. It was a process of going from an aspiring hero to a battlefield veteran. And why? The more Tutor's personality, speaking style, and voice become more and more similar to Vikir's. "Ha ha ha, I shouldn't even take on his way of speaking, that's too stiff." Tutor smiled mischievously and then stood up. Just then, so there, someone shuffled to the side. Where Tutor turned his head, a girl stood. the same girl who had just escaped the knoll attack. Drink this. The girl held out a large bowl of clear water and toasted bread sprinkled with herbs. Water and herbs in this time of need. Tudor felt his throat instantly tighten. Can I accept something so precious? Of course. The girl who had been worried that her gift might not be accepted replied. With a wide smile, Tudor ate the bread and drank the water. He would have to travel a long way to get back to the night walker's hideout. When Tudor finished eating, he stood up and saw that quite a few people had gathered around him. Knight of the night, please take us with you. We have heard that following the night walkers will lead us to a place where there is water, food, and God's blessings. Please have mercy on us. The people gathered are those who no longer have a place to live due to knoll raids, famine, and wildfires. At first glance, the crowd looked to be about 10 of the town's population, and Tudor nodded to them. Follow me. This is why the Knight of the Night had come all this way in the first place. A secret but not so secret place where the night walkers gathered. Only there will fire and water escape, and only there will true salvation be found. That is where the land of salvation in the new book of Revelation exists. The mission was to move as many people as possible to the ark built by the Saint of the Night, Tachka, a citadel located on a high plateau in the Rocks Mountains of the northern continent. Its high solid walls, deep moat, and towering cliffs surrounding it made it a natural fortress. However, this fortress, which was said to be able to fend off 100 soldiers by one girl, was now a deserted, ownerless mountain. No wonder another name for Tachka, the strongest fortress, is the Crying Castle. The name, which means beheaded while crying, comes from an ancient story of a general in the Warring States period who was defeated by the enemy army while Sattingen in the fortress here. The young and talented general, trusting only in his own skills and military theories, waged a siege in this natural fortress, but the result was a disastrous defeat. Fortress Tachka was a massive fortress with impregnable defenses, but it had only one drawback: it was located on a plateau filled with rocks in the dry climate of the northern highlands, and there was no water nearby for drinking. Because of the general who suffered from hunger due to lack of water and opened the gate and escaped, the country eventually entered the path of destruction. Therefore the king had no choice but to behead his favorite general according to military law, and the nickname Crying Castle was given because the king swung his sword with tears in his eyes. The ominous legend of Crying Castle, a harsh environment where there is hardly any drinking water. As a result, this magnificent and sturdy fortress has become an unremarkable place that is slowly being forgotten as the years go by. However, there is a group of people who operate out of this abandoned fortress that no one takes notice of. Night walkers, they were those who walk the night. Ungsian Gungsiang. The Tachka, which not long ago had been nothing more than a desolate highland fortress, was now bustling with people. Additions and renovations are everywhere. Pillars and watchtowers were being raised, and holes in the walls were being filled. Countless goats pulled carts loaded with food and water. Where the tents were pitched, refugees from all over the continent had gathered. They had all followed the night walkers to this ark. Famine, drought, wildfires, and monster outbreaks have displaced them from their original homes. The sick are healed and the hungry are fed. Not enough to fill them to overflowing, but enough so that they no longer had to watch their children clutch at their empty bellies. The refugees who settled here all looked tired and exhausted, but there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They had come from a place where they had left the unbelievers behind. They had traveled a long way, risking ridicule, mockery, and scorn to follow a gleam of faith, and the outcome was bright. At least here they were blessed by priests and rationed food and water. It was a paradise compared to their old home, where they had to worry about food shortages, robberies, and monster attacks every day. Meanwhile, in the tents where the wounded and sick lay, dozens of priests bustled about. One priest was tending to a refugee who had been crushed by a boulder while helping to repair the city walls. She took a deep breath and muttered, "Calm down, Lolita, this is just a simple recovery baptism, nothing to be afraid of, so don't tremble." Sister, my name is not Lolita. I know Lolita is my name. When a young nun who doesn't look like she has much experience asks for God's help with trembling hands. Swoosh. A hand gently grasped her hand from behind. Our Lord Lewin is willing to extend his hand to the lamb that groans in pain. Before his eyes, Sister Lolita turned her head in surprise at the experienced and compassionate voice. There stood Dolores, the saint of the night, leader of the night walkers. Smiling, dazzling. Lolita, the novice nun, was momentarily intimidated by the solemn, compassionate, reverent, and beautiful figure. Then Dolores' expression changed into a mischievous one for an instant. She whispered in a low voice that no one else could hear, only Lolita. Don't be afraid to draw on the divine power, draw on it as much as you can. And he will pay you back in a time of crisis like this. The interest is cheap. The Old Testament priests taught her a good lesson. Lolita's eyes narrowed at the familiarity in Dolores' tone. Ddo, you think a saint could say something like that? Of course. Dolores smiled and raised her two fists in encouragement, and Sister Lolita's expression brightened. As if emboldened, she began to pray. She had done an excellent job of healing the patient. Dolores smiled as she watched the young sisters who had trusted her with their lives in the Quavadis family grow into young women. As it turns out, the flower of faith blooms most beautifully in the fiercest places on the front lines. Then, a voice called to Dolores. Saint of the night, it's been a long time. A man can be seen beyond a herd of goats grazing on the highlands in the distance. A man of impeccable height and manly handsomeness. Black armor and blonde hair flowing in the wind, he was the epitome of the
ideal wandering knight.
He looked like a painting in a canvas, but his severed left arm was a reminder of the harsh reality. Knight of the night. Dolores grinned at her comrade in the distance. Tutor had returned. They had been senior and junior at the Colosio Academy, and they had gotten along well within the night walkers. I've brought a lot of new people with me. We've graduated, just let it go. Once a senior, always a senior. Dolores and Tutor were both early graduates of the academy. As a result, their time together was fairly short, but Dolores still remembers Tutor's school days vividly. After Vikir's imprisonment at Nouvelle Vague, Tutor had become noticeably less talkative. The once cheerful leadership and romantic Tutor had become a quiet, sincere student who devoted himself only to training and studies. Something terrible happened to his family afterward that shaped him into the man he is today. Sancho, the warrior of the night, Piggy, the gatekeeper of the night, Bianca, the sniper of the night, and the rest of his fellow academy classmates there. Cheerful smiles hiding an unimaginable amount of sadness and pain. Maybe if I hadn't met Vikir earlier, I would have been in the same situation as Tutor. Dolores sympathized deeply with Tutor's pain and grief, but she was also deeply grateful to Vikir for his early help in chipping away at the darkness of the Quavadis. No, the civil war would have been much more chaotic if Guilty and Humbert had lived. No, there would have been no civil war in the first place. Set, or rather Andromalius, lurking in Baskerville, the Iron-Blood swordman. Seer hiding in Morgue, the mage sect. Bartolomeo, no, Belial, who was lurking in hiding among the wealthy bourgeois. If each of them had seized control of their families and joined the civil war, the human world would have been turned into a horrible hell by now. Dolores felt a newfound reverence and pity for the weight of Vikir's burden, and the length of the thorny path he had been carrying. In times like these, we must be even more resolute in our support of his will. This must take precedence over helping him escape from his imprisonment in Nouvelle Vague. Any hasty movements would only hinder Vikir, so they must complete the task at hand. Then, hey, Knight of the Night. Two more men appeared in the distance beyond a cart full of drinking water. It was Sancho and Piggy. Long time no see, boys. Tutor Sancho and Piggy hugged each other, celebrating their first reunion in months. The night walkers had been traveling across the continent like this, sharing the story of the Ark with refugees and bringing them to Tachka. Only here will fire and water be spared, only here will true salvation be found. All of this was based on a message left behind by Hound. Sancho, standing beside Tutor, looked back at the now bustling fortress of Tachka. This place has become quite crowded. When we first took up residence here it seemed like it was haunted. Yeah, it's a good thing you guys have been so good about keeping up with us in this high barren place. Piggy nodded. But neither Tutor Sancho nor Piggy, who had led the refugees to this place, had resolved the fundamental question. But why did Vikir tell us to gather people here? It was a mystery that even Dolores, the leader of the Night Walkers, had yet to solve. But the situation was too urgent for Vikir to explain much. Besides, Vikir, as everyone knew, never told a lie. There must be a reason, because I've never lost anything by listening to him. I know there must be a reason why he insisted on gathering as many people as possible in such a desolate, remote fortress. Exactly so, let's push on. It's all we can do until we find a way to rescue Vikir. Tutor Sancho and Piggy once again looked determined. Dolores looked at them with trust in her eyes. Just then, "Hey executives, I need you to assemble. We have a meeting to conduct." In the distance, the curtains of the barracks were lifted and a figure stepped up. Dolores, Tutor Sancho, and Piggy turned their heads in unison. It was the Wealth of the Night, the sponsor who financed the Night Walkers, also known to a very few as Rich Friend. A wealthy individual who had taken Tachka from a mere abandoned fortress on the outskirts to a fully fortified fortress, stockpiling enough food and water to feed and shelter a large number of refugees. A supernova in the business world, where once funds are mobilized, the wealth is comparable to that of the tycoon bourgeois, and an advisor to the Colasio Academy's investment club, the Oracle. Messinadnero Cindy Wendy. No, she was now Countess Cindy Wendy of Baskerville, and she was looking down in this direction. It's urgent. With a rare look of seriousness, Dolores, Tutor Sancho, and Piggy entered the tent. Cindy Wendy, the Night Walker sponsor, was sitting there with a serious expression. Cindy Wendy, Vikir's appointed aide and lover of Osiris Les Baskervilles. She generously used her enormous assets to purchase enormous amounts of relief supplies. Preserved food and water from all over the empire are still arriving. What's even more amazing is that Cindy Wendy has been doing this for years. Vikir's plan had been in the works for a very long time, as Fort Tachka was stockpiled with enough supplies to feed the entire empire for months, even before Vikir appeared on the imperial capital under the guise of Hound. But not even the great Cindy Wendy was fully aware of Vikir's intentions. The same was true for Chihuahua and Minpin, who became Cindy Wendy's left and right arms and took charge of all tasks. Why did Vikir ask us to gather the refugees here in the highlands? It's been years and I still don't know. Do they know no matter how close you are to him, you can't fully understand his true feelings, because he doesn't really show off to his side? We just have to do what we're told, don't we? As they talked, Dolores and the others from Colasio Academy walked in, and they all turned their heads to look at Cindy Wendy. She opened her closed eyes and turned to Dolores. "How's the myth creation coming along?" Dolores nodded in response to her question. "Yep, I've created a new concept called the Ark, and am telling the people that anyone who comes to Tachka can be saved." But Dolores' face was a little dark as she spoke. In fact, the idea of salvation by coming to Tachka is not something that is found in the Book of Revelation or ancient texts. It was a myth invented and manipulated by Dolores, Martin Luther, and other high-ranking priests of the Quovadisi family to make it easier to bring refugees to Tachka. I was honestly surprised that Pope Nobukov would allow it. When Dolores had told Pope Nobukov I of her plan, ready to be punished Pope Nobukov, I had smiled and nodded. If there are no such myths, let's create one. All myths are not from the beginning of time, but are created by man. God respects man's free will, my child. When Nobukov I finished speaking, she patted Dolores on the head. Your steps will soon become myths written in the scriptures. Nobukov I gave all her remaining strength to Dolores, other than the strength needed for the civil war. Total trust. Thus the Night Walkers were able to travel safely across the continent with the covert support of Quovadis temples located throughout the empire. Quovadis, of course, was not the only one aiding the Night Walkers. Morgue bourgeois and surprisingly Baskerville were also providing covert support. Among the most helpful were Banshee of Morgue Lovebad of Bourgeois Mazgas of Quo Vadis and Isabella of Baskerville. Whether it's sending supplies, sending people to protect the movement of supplies, or providing information about areas where battles are being fought, or where demons are roaming. It is thanks to these supporters and helpers from all walks of life that the Night Walkers are able to survive. In addition, many figures were already working for the Night Walkers who had tangled with Vikir in the Hell Tree, such as Gordon Underdog and Lovegood, whom he met in the College League, a vigilante group that targets only the people, citizens, and the common people regardless of the civil war. The Night Walkers are this informal group that uses force without hesitation, in situations where force is necessary. Meanwhile, Cindy Wendy was studying the maps on the table. Dolores asked, "Is everything okay on the Western continent?" Alas, don't worry, the Baskervilles are cooperating fully and the Balak tribes have reappeared, so trade should be fine. Cindy Wendy added, as if she had remembered something. Oh, speaking of the Balak, it seems they've got a new guardian recently. And it's quite the trusty friend. A trusted friend. Everyone scratched their heads at that, but even Cindy Wendy didn't seem to know the details. Finally, she got to the point. The reason I requested today's meeting is none other than food and water. Vikir had ordered her to fortify Tachka before entering the academy. As a result, Cindy Wendy has spent almost all of her earnings on preserved food and water. The stockpile of food and water was enough to feed the entire evacuee population for over 3 months. But even so, Cindy Wendy was impatient. Vikir is at least 150 days, he told us, to save enough to last 5 months, which is still a long way off. Food and water are increasingly hard to come by these days. Between famine, drought, massive wildfires, and monster outbreaks, the price of food and water has skyrocketed. I've been saving money to buy supplies, but it's getting harder and harder. Dolores gave her a concerned look. Well, I'm sure your wealth is not unlimited, and I'm both grateful and concerned. What? Cindy Wendy turned to Dolores as if to ask what she was talking about. Then she giggled. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, Saintus? Cindy Wendy, don't you think too little of my wealth? I have plenty of money, don't worry, I haven't even spent 10 of it yet. What then? Why? Everyone's eyes widened, including Dolores. Cindy Wendy pointed to the map with a cautious expression and revealed the real reason. We can still buy food and water, we just need to double or triple the price. There's no problem securing supplies, the problem is distribution and dissemination. Distribution and dissemination, this is also an important issue. You can get food and water from far away. The real big problem is how to get them here to Tachka in the northern continent. It's a long and arduous journey, and if you encounter monsters, wildfires, or hordes of demons along the way, there's no answer. So Cindy Wendy has relied on the help of powerful mercenaries and knights from Baskerville and Morgue to gather food and water along the way. But lately the amount of food and water reaching Tachka has been noticeably reduced. Some of my men are currently keeping large amounts of food and water in their strongholds, but there are new enemies blocking the supply routes. Cindy Wendy gestured to the X marks shed made all over the map. They were the secret supply routes to Fort Tachka. It's intentional that they're all blocking the only way to Tachka, perhaps. They know we've set up a hideout here and want to suffocate us. Who are they? Tudor asked impatiently. If they were any sort of demons or monsters, they would have already been crushed by the mercenaries hired by Cindy Wendy. But even so, this kind of disruption to the supply meant that the obstacles were not of ordinary caliber. Cindy Wendy stared at Tudor's face without replying. After a moment of silence, Tudor's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure that this is the Don Quixote family's pursuit party? At Tudor's question, Cindy Wendy nodded. Tudor had turned his back on his family, and there was a group after him.
Don Quixote La Mancha Pasamonte.
The brother of Don Quixote's patriarch Cervantes and uncle to Tudor. He was determined to get rid of Tudor once and for all. Apparently he had learned that Tudor had left the family and joined the Night Walkers and was in pursuit. Cindy Wendy patted the owl's head with a green gold ribbon. I hear that Don Quixote's invincible cavalry is scouring the area. It's only a matter of time before they track down the refugee convoys or food. Convoys coming to Fort Tochka, and with the myths that the Quo Vadis have created and distributed, it's a miracle they haven't been discovered before. Now is it lucky that no one has been too busy with the Civil War to pay attention to this place. Actually, from the demon's point of view, there's no reason to pay attention. It's a place of refugees and no water, and it's obvious that they want last long. Of course, they don't know how much food and water Cindy Wendy has stockpiled inside this iron fortress. That's the only variable. But now that variable has been exposed. The very presence of Tudor. It's me after all. Tudor shook his head in disbelief. I can't have this place being discovered prematurely because of me. I should get out of here as soon as possible and distract their attention elsewhere. No, I don't think that's what Miss Cindy Wendy called you here to say. Dolores interrupted Tudor. Cindy Wendy nodded too. This shows that she believes and trusts Dolores. Dolores took over from Cindy Wendy and spoke in a calm voice. This means that the moment of truth has arrived. Tudor looked up. Dolores spoke again. You are our colleague Tudor. We think of you just as you think of us. The corners of Tudor's eyes moistened. Dolores looked to her left and continued. The demons aren't going to leave this place alone anyway, and since they've finally bared their teeth, we're going to have to fight back whether we're ready or not. Doesn't matter because we can't sit back and take it. Sancho and Piggy agreed with her. If Don Quixote sent a chase party after us, the main camp would be empty. Maybe it's an opportunity to assassinate a key figure. Living in a world that had become harsh and fierce, the two had become quite seasoned. Dolores spoke with determination. This time we won't rely on Vikir. We'll do it ourselves. We will capture Don Quixote, La Mancha Passamont, or the Fourth Corpses. Those who have inherited the will of Vikir must go on a demon hunt. There was not a single night walker who disagreed. Cindy Wendy spoke up. Him saying this out of anger. Everyone remembers the failed attempt to assassinate the Leviathan family patriarch in the past, and even the Night Fox and Miss Ouroboros, who were strong enough to rival the Night Hound, were unsuccessful. Everyone knows this, but the mood is suddenly more cautious. Vikir said that demons grow stronger with time. It's been a few years since Vikir's demon hunting days, so they're probably even stronger, so we need to be extremely careful. Just then, someone interrupted Cindy Wendy's words. We're in trouble. A knight rushed from outside and lifted the curtain with a contemplative face. He was the one who stood guard on the castle wall. There's Don Quixote's cavalry out there several kilometers ahead of us. Everyone's faces stiffened at the news. But that wasn't the end of the bad news. The sniper of the night, who was returning to the fortress, is surrounded by them. Only one of the night walkers wears the nickname Sniper of the Night. Usher Po Bianca has been ambushed by Don Quixote's pursuers. Everyone scrambles to their feet and heads for the door. Quaquang. There was a man who broke through the wall and ran out into the distance. His name was Tudor. He was a man without a last name.
Usher Po Bianca.
A divine court lady who was the next head of Usher family. She is the only daughter of Usher Po Roderick, the current patriarch of the Usher family. As such, she should be the next in line for the title. But reality is harsh. Usher Po Roderick, a powerful man, so powerful that he was labeled a bow demon, has fallen from a mysterious illness, and his eldest daughter Bianca is still young. While she was at Colosio Academy, the family was turned upside down. Usher Po Madeline, Usher Po Roderick's only sister. She had been ill from a young age and had not been involved in the family's affairs, but at some point she had taken the reins and started to dominate. Madeline began to take control of all the family's affairs. It was as if she had been waiting all this time for Usher Po Roderick to fall ill. When Bianca returned to the family home after hearing her father's excuses, she was treated with unspeakable slaps and pushes. She, who had never even seen her father's face, tried to keep Madeline's position in check by gathering her maternal and collateral families as supporters. But it was in vain. Madeline had already recruited all of her maternal relatives and collateral families since Bianca had just entered Colosio Academy and Bianca ended up getting stabbed in the foot by the axe she trusted. She realized that her family could no longer be her support. In fact, she realized that it had become her greatest enemy. From then on, Bianca turned her back on her family and went out into the world. She traveled to the Don Quixote family hoping to gain the favor of her only childhood friend and spiritual rival tutors, but they were in a similar situation. The Spear King Cervantes suddenly fell ill with an unidentified serious illness. Like Roderick and his younger brother Passamont took over real power. Moreover, unlike Bianca, Tudor were willing to openly fight the entire family. So Bianca fled, taking Tudor with her. They were pursued by two of the most powerful armies on earth, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry and Usher's assassin snipers. Their escape was long and difficult, but they managed to survive. Tudor, the boy she had always thought of as a child, had grown into a man she could trust to have her back, or sometimes lean on. And at some point Bianca found herself watching him a little longer. Someone she could share her childhood with, someone who had been there for her in her wild and unprepared times, and someone who was now going through a difficult and painful time. Is that why Bianca was uncharacteristically angry right now? Cuckoo, that bitch is so cruel. Don Quixote La Mancha. Pedro, the adjutant of Passamont, the man who escorted Viquer to Nouvelle Vague years ago. He should have been imprisoned in the dungeons with his limbs cut off, but somehow he was still in one piece leading the cavalry. Bianca gritted her teeth. No wonder the people who had brought Tudor to this point were now in front of her. I see you're demons after all. What new? Pedro shrugged, then he said with a smirk. Isolde Po Usher's been itching to get his hands on you, which is good. Because you'll be worth a fortune to sell to him. Tudor, I went out to catch that cowardly rat and I got an unexpected harvest. For a moment Bianca's brow rose. Cowardly rat, isn't that a word more fitting for you who crawled under the demon's crotch and your father who brought you to the world? Honor and reputation are in the blood of Don Quixote. Pedro's eyes rolled back in his head as soon as he heard Bianca's words. How dare you insult me? Pedro instinctively reaches for his gloves and Bianca takes advantage of the opportunity to draw an arrow from her bow. Pyong. Bianca had spent a relatively long time in the Hell Tree compared to others. Based on her experience at that time, she trained diligently at the academy. A liquid aura unique to the graduator was embedded in the arrow and shot out. It looked like a long stream of sticky liquid falling horizontally to the ground, and its power was immense. Pyoyog. The arrow pierced the back of Pedro's hand and went straight to his heart. However, you're making it so that there's no gap. The Usher family's archery skills are truly amazing. Pedro's eyes glazed over with a murky energy. He shatters the arrow and new flesh immediately takes its place. Bianca looks at it and once again Pedro and his master Passamont are sure to be demons. But there was something strange about it. Why aren't the other knights reacting? Bianca cautiously turned and looked behind her. Don Quixote's invincible cavalry. Along with the invincible armada, they are the real power behind Don Quixote's military might. How is it that they have become the minions of the demon when they have a reputation for being so loyal? The sharp-eyed Bianca soon found the answer. The faces of the members of the invincible cavalry were hidden from the public by their helmets, their faces obscured by their iron masks. Every single one of them wore a stunned, dazed expression. Their eyes were uncharacteristically cloudy, and some of them were even drooling. They're being controlled by the demon. That doesn't explain it. Perhaps the Usher family knights are in a similar state. She had a vague idea of how Madeline might have manipulated Bianca's supporters. Then so be it. Bianca gritted her teeth. I don't want to kill the innocent knights of the Don Quixote family, but if we continue this way, we're going to die. They had to fight with all their might. Pow! Bianca stomped the ground and let the arrow fly. Fortunately, there is a steep rocky slope just a short distance ahead. The cavalry would not be able to advance there. But that was the mistake of underestimating Don Quixote's invincible cavalry. Do-do-do-do-do. Surprisingly, Don Quixote's horse galloped up the steep, almost cliff-like slope. Why are those monstrous creatures being controlled by the demon? Bianca continued to fire arrows. She wasn't aiming for every single one of those horsemen. Quaquang kululululung. Bianca's arrows hit only the weak spots in the rocky cliffs. As the traps of ropes and vines were destroyed by the arrows, massive amounts of earth and rubble began to pour down. However, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry, which should have been annihilated, by now continued to push forward. Quaquaquaquaquang. The lances of the knights pierced through the rocks and dirt, each one bearing the aura of the graduator. A truly terrifying sight. Bianca gulped down a gust of wind. To think that such things capable of tearing landslides to shreds roamed the battlefield. How can any siege be impenetrable to them? Bianca's eyes squeeze shut as she realizes that she can't run away and that she must take the brunt of those ignorant charges with her own body. Bianca! A thunderous shout came from above her. Quaquang! A slash fired diagonally sent one of the knights in front flying backwards. Tutor, he appeared wearing a black robe and was blocking Bianca's path. Get up, Tutor said, spear outstretched and swinging. Bianca was a little puzzled that Tutor didn't offer her his arm, but then she quickly stood up. Tutor is currently missing his left arm. He lost it during his escape from Don Quixote. Tutor, they're coming for you. I know, let's just focus on getting back. Tutor swung his spear, rolling all the nearby rocks under him. Tudor, Bianca. They hear Dolores, Sancho, and Piggy's voices behind them. However, Don Quixote's knights, including Pedro, responded much faster. Surround. At Pedro's order, the knights swarmed around and blocked the reinforcements, including Dolores. At the same time, the remaining troops lifted their spears and started throwing them at Tutor. Peek. One of the spears pierced Tutor's thigh and lodged in the ground. Tutor gritted his teeth, but he couldn't block the shower of spears that followed. Only, get down. He put Bianca on his back and blocked every spear that came his way. Peek, 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 peek. Spears pierced his forearms, thighs, shoulders, and legs. Tutor. Bianca let out a tearing scream, but Tutor remained frozen in place, protecting her. Tearful chivalry, a fitting end. Pedro raised his spear with a mock tear in his eye. And then, Pipiong. Pedro's spear falls, emitting a dark aura. Tug. The spear that had been protecting Tutor all this time broke in half. Covered in blood, Tutor falls to the ground. Bianca, who was behind him, quickly picked him up. Tutor. He had a gaping wound in his chest. If he didn't get to the priest immediately, he would surely die. But Dolores and the others hadn't gotten past the wall built by Don Quixote's knights. Pedro frowned. What are you going to do? If you surrender gracefully, we can take Tutor back to the family home and cure him with you, of course. For some reason, Pedro didn't want to kill Tutor right away. Bianca bit her lip. There was nothing she could do without thinking twice. Help me, I want to save Tutor. Good, excellent choice. Maybe we can put a little embarrassment on Isolde. Pedro chuckled and turned away. Up above, he turned to withdraw his cavalry from Dolores and the other knight walkers. Hey, that's enough now, withdraw. But Pedro didn't finish his sentence. Ujig. A heavy fist flew out and crushed him in the face. Quaquaquaquang. Soon golden fists protruding from the ground began to strike down the cavalry of the Don Quixote family. Pipiong Cudududiag Quang. Rings made of earth rise above the ground, tripping the hooves of galloping cavalry horses. Ugh, what the? Someone fell in front of Pedro, who was spitting out a smashed nose, a busted lip, and a chunk of broken tooth in a stream of blood from his mouth. A black robe and hat and short-cut white hair visible through them. A woman who had grown taller but still had a childlike face was standing quietly in front of Tutor and Bianca. Sorry, I'm a little late. Tick-tock, the sound of a busy pocket watch. Sinclair was extending her hand towards Bianca. Sinclair, the most talented and brilliant of the 20 classes at Colosio Academy, with the exception of Vikir. In the original story, she disappeared from everyone's sight after graduating from Colosio Academy until she reappeared in front of her classmates. Stay back, Sinclair shouted at Bianca, who was holding Tutor. At the same time, Geog. The ground is torn apart on a large scale and the entire yellow gold vein. Beneath it is lifted out. A stratum suddenly broke off and floated into the air. Countless pieces of gold are melted by a hot magic field, and then their form is recreated. Then an enormous number of golden hands appeared behind Sinclair's back. 1,000 hands, each one glowing with a brilliant golden light. Behind them a large mana will spun, emitting a halo of light. The hat atop Sinclair's head began to unleash its power. The so-called money hat, a mysterious artifact that increased the amount of mana one possessed based on the amount of gold one possessed. It was a powerful artifact, especially with Sinclair's overwhelming wealth, as he became a recognized member of the bourgeois family. Sinclair had even gotten quite high stats in the Hell Tree. This had allowed her to double-cast a great deal of earth and gold magic. Like right now, quack-quack-quang. Countless golden fists rained down, blocking Don Quixote's invincible cavalry. For a moment, horses stumbled and knights rolled on the ground. The tightening siege was suddenly loosened. Of course Bianca, who had crossed so many lines of fire, would not miss this opportunity. Bah! Bianca moved as if she had made a pact with Sinclair. In one swift motion she scooped Tudor up in her arms and leapt upward. As Bianca and Tudor slipped back through the encirclement, Sinclair flew through the air to cover them. Quack-quack-quack-quang. The spears flying toward Bianca were deflected by a golden fist. Bianca, who had been running wordlessly, turned to Sinclair. "What about the family? I left them in the care of Uncle Damien, and I hope you don't mind me saying so now, but I'm kind of worried about you guys." Sinclair lowered his head and spoke in a low, hushed voice. This is because Sinclair and Bianca were, in a vulgar term, at loggerheads with each other. Sinclair had originally planned to graduate with honors from the academy, prove herself, and then compete with her cousin Juliet for a place in the bourgeois family. However, Juliet's death and her growing attraction to Vikir, a former classmate at the same school, she gradually began to wander. After much deliberation, she decided to drop out of Colosio Academy to clear her mind and make a clear decision about her future. She also decided to cut off all ties with her other friends who were making her swayed by their personal feelings. Suddenly one day, without leaving a word, she disappeared from everyone and erased her traces. But fate had a twist. Sinclair became trapped in the Hell Tree, and in the process she began to reflect on her inner self. A murderous battle among her friends. A mission where only one of them would survive to reach the next level. In the midst of these extreme trials, in a situation like this, I think it's only right to send the person most likely to survive, and you're the most genius among us, Sinclair, so I think you should go. Hung, you know you've been a total jerk to me lately. You should really think about it, reflect on the real thing. We're such a good friend. Her friends embraced her and sacrificed for her, even though she was the first to turn away. They didn't ask for anything, they didn't demand anything, they just gave her their full trust. After weighing it all up, she was ashamed of herself for thinking it would be beneficial to fall out with her friends. And that's what Sinclair had in mind too. Decide for yourself what to see, what to hear, what to believe. Vikir said this just before he was crushed by the demonic dragon's fist. Those were the same words had used to kill her father, who had become the demon's mastermind. Afterwards, Sinclair, who had dropped out of the academy and become a bourgeois family head, thought long and hard. Was this the life she'd been seeking? Was this what she really wanted, what she had hoped for? It wouldn't be a bad idea to weed out useless relationships at this point, as of this time all plays have ended. Her father Bartolomeo, the only family member she ever wanted to be recognized and loved, had long since become a puppet of the demon. By the time she realizes this, her goal of becoming the head of a bourgeois family has already lost its meaning. So what has she believed, and what has she been pursuing? And what should she believe in and pursue in the future? She pondered for a while, and then her sharp mind came up with an answer. And now Sinclair is standing here to fulfill her answer. "I'm sorry I've been wrong all these years. Please accept me as your friend again," Sinclair said as she blocked Don Quixote's invincible cavalry. A voice that trembles lightly, unlike the golden iron wall that stands strong. Her sincere apology reached Bianca, who was behind her, leaving Tudor in Dolores' care. Bianca turned her head to look at Sinclair. Sinclair was sweating profusely. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, indicating the strain on her body. "I would do anything if you could only forgive me." But she couldn't finish her sentence. How can you not forgive in a situation like this? Bianca quickly rushed forward, grabbed Sinclair by the scruff of the neck and ran backwards. Quakwang kudududududiadud. As Sinclair was being tackled by Bianca, the golden wall collapsed and the invincible cavalry rushed in. In the first place, just being able to block the charge of those monsters that could tear apart landslides for a few seconds was an incredible achievement. Pipiopiong. Several spears flew towards Sinclair, but Bianca dodged them as she wrapped her arms around Sinclair's waist. The spears cut off a few strands of Bianca's long hair and sent her flying. Bianca dodged the spears and sprinted over the jutting rocks, turning to Sinclair around her waist. "Idiot, we were never friends in the first place." Bianca. Tears formed in Sinclair's eyes. They'd been rooming together since their freshman year. But they'd drifted apart at Colosio Academy, hiding one's family origin or trying to cut off all contact after graduating from school would have been a great betrayal and immorality for the young girls. But now they have a much bigger cause to fight for. Quack. The two women clasped hands. When they met again, their hands were even more firmly interlocked than the first time.
"I'm sorry, im Late."
"I'm also sorry for dropping out of the academy without telling you. I'm sorry I ignored your greeting on purpose just to get away from you. I'm sorry I hid my bourgeois background from you." At the hell tree again. I get it, I'm out of breath, I can't even answer. Bianca shouted, forgetting that her smug expression was crumbling. Both Sinclair and Bianca had tears and snot running down their faces. Right then, the invincible cavalry, which had come up right behind Bianca and Sinclair, stopped. "You bastards, how dare you take my friend? I can't forgive you. They'll pay you back twice over." Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor, who had fully recovered after receiving treatment from Dolores, joined them. Bianca. Tudor. Tudor and Bianca leapt to their feet, clasping each other's hands, and within moments they were each delivering a stinging blow to the knights who had been on their backs. "Here comes the tycoon of the night. Isn't it better to be the golden king of the night than the tycoon of the night?" As Sancho and Piggy casually smile at Sinclair, whom they haven't seen in a long time, Sinclair smiles back with tears of relief. "It's good to be together, that's what motivation is all about. It's a shame we're missing one." Piggy mumbles to himself and everyone flinches. "But it was only for a moment. Don't worry, he'll be back. I can't imagine him dying." "I guess so too, right? Maybe he's healthier than we are. We're going to get him back." Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair turned their heads, their faces determined. And before them stood Dolores, their most trusted senior and ally. Ready, the prayer is complete. Dolores clasped her hands together and began to radiate holy power. Pus. A dome of pure white flame began to expand outward. The entirety of Don Quixote's knights flinched as they were touched by Dolores' holy power. Their eyes glazed over and their movements slowed noticeably. "That's it, it's working," Tudor exclaimed uncontrollably. But Dolores' complexion was not so bright. "Wrong, the brainwashing is too strong, it must be the power of a demon of the 10 corpses. And the one who was indirectly controlling the knights with that power, the cause of the battle, stood before Dolores. Ha, his influence will remain strong as long as I am here." Pedro, who was sprinting toward Dolores with a burst of magic. As he approached, the eyes of the knights around him became cloudy again and their actions became sharper. Finally Dolores bit her lip and drew her secret weapon. Can't help it. It was the last thing she wanted to do. Dolores clasped her hands together and began to pray. Pus. Another bright light swirled around her. It was like the warmth of sunshine bringing a cool breeze to the battlefield. Pedro sneered at Dolores. "Prayers and holy incantations are laughable, light is only as warm as the sun you bathe in." But he didn't finish his sentence. He was interrupted by a large shadow suddenly cast across his face. What? Pedro's face went blank for a moment. It was because of the object Dolores suddenly pulled out from behind her back. As she prayed, a mace, a large, beautiful, powerful hunk of iron. It was Nobukov's favorite weapon, which was closer to physical power than divine power, was right there. Gug-gug-gug. The heavy mace rose upward and fell down. Dolores swung the mace and thought of the past. She remembered how after the incident with the Hell Tree she had doubted her powers and had personally asked Pope Nobukov I to train her. At the time Nobukov I had told her, a third-class healer heals their allies when they are injured. A second-class healer heals their allies immediately when they are injured. But a first-class healer does not. Nobukov's teachings have shaped Dolores today. Eliminate the risk of injury to your allies before they get hurt. Dolores' mace came down like a bolt of lightning, and it smashed Pedro's face flat. Thwack! With a terrifying sound, Pedro's body flew backwards and crashed to the ground. Bianca asked in a dazed tone, "How do you carry that mace?" Normally I'm supposed to slip a sack between my back muscles and use my strength to tighten it, but I don't have that kind of muscle and strength yet. So I just sneak it on my back with a string and cover the mace part underneath with my skirt." Finishing her explanation, she picked up the mace once more and began ruling out any factors that might injure her ally. Pyoyog. Another mace came crashing down on Pedro's head as he lay dazed on the ground. Pedro snapped back to reality. His eyeballs felt like they were going to pop out. No, they actually popped. He wasn't sure if the burning in his vision was from exposure to divine power, or the pain of the physical impact. What do cavalry do? Pedro shouted for help, but the invincible cavalry was nowhere near. Sinclair's golden wall, Bianca's arrows, falling rocks, and Dolores' holy shield were blocking their charge. Furthermore, with Pedro's mental magic weakened, the knights within the cavalry were unleashing their brainwashing one by one. Pedro gritted his teeth. He had made a mistake by being too greedy to capture Tudor and Bianca. Had made a bad decision in the first place, choosing a steep mountainous terrain that wasn't conducive to cavalry. If I can just get this guy, it'll be fine. Tudor's assessment of the situation was equally quick. Behind them, mercenaries hired by Cindy Wendy and reinforcements from the various families descended to block the cavalry, while Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair focused on Pedro. "How dare you brats!" Pedro shouted back, his graduator superlative and demonic aura radiating from him. Demonization, just as Pedro's form was about to turn terrifying. Flash. Dolores' even more powerful holy shield crushed Pedro's entire body. Above him, Sinclair summons countless golden hands to crush the demon's body. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca also used their full power to cut off Pedro's limbs. Ahak. As a demon, Pedro wriggled violently, but he was helpless until the mercenaries sent by Cindy Wendy arrived and fired arrows at him. In the end, only after the 24 stakes that Dolores had given divine power were driven into his torso did Pedro become quiet. With his capture, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry halted. They awoke from their dazed stupor and slowly began to recognize reality. Where am I? Why am I in this place? Tudor, Master Tudor. Tudor stared at the knights of the main family who were slowly regaining their senses. Only a few members of the invincible cavalry had gathered here, and most of them were probably far away in the Civil War. What a tragedy, the proud knights of La Mancha dying in vain, brainwashed by a mere demon. Tudor's hateful gaze turned to Pedro, who lay on the ground groaning. You should have died long ago when you sent my friend to prison. Sweeten the death you have been granted. Now wait, spare my life, I'll do anything, I'll tell you. Everything but spare my life. Pedro had been in a similar situation once before when he was escorting Vikir.
Tout nouvelle vague.
He had survived by selling information and begging for his life before, so everyone except Tudor decided to interrogate him a little longer. Tudor, who had been arguing for Pedro's execution, agreed with everyone. You're going to have to tell me everything you know honestly and completely, or I'm not sure I can guarantee your life. But if you answer honestly, I will spare your life on the honor of Don Quixote. Behind the calmly speaking tutor, the knights of Don Quixote, who had been brainwashed, were searing with rage. Pedro groaned in pain but managed to answer each question. As a result, the night walkers were able to learn many things. They learned that the true name of their target was Cimmeri's, and that Cimmeri's had the power to make humans reckless and brave. Other information included that most of Don Quixote's invincible cavalry had been dispatched to the conflict zone, that the invincible armada was at anchor, far away from the family home due to the drought, and that Cimmeri's, who was wearing the shell of Passamont, was currently prioritizing the safety of Tutor. Why do you want to take me and Tutor alive if you're just going for static elimination? Why not just take our heads? Wouldn't that be a lot easier? I don't know, I'm serious, he didn't tell me. Pedro shook his head in response to Bianca's question. Then Tutor asked, and my father, is he safe? Pedro was silent for a moment. Then, in a stuttering tone, he said, well, of course he's fine, his health isn't the best. Really, is my father really okay? I am a demon myself, but I was once a knight of Don Quixote, I don't lie. Thank you, God, for protecting my father. Tutor closed his eyes and said a prayer of thanks. Pedro looked up and opened his mouth. Now I've told you everything I know, I mean it, release me, I'm so drained of magic, I have no strength to resist. Surely a knight of Don Quixote would not break his word of honor. For a moment Tutor's eyes narrowed. Yes, sir, I promised my honor as a knight of the Don Quixote family. Yes, a knight of La Mancha is more honorable and dignified than anything else. I am not even worthy to speak of it, Pedro said gloomily in a self-help tone. But Tutor shook his head. Yes, you are unworthy of Don Quixote's honor, but neither am I. Pedro looks up puzzled. In front of him, Tutor slowly raised the broken blade of his spear. My name is Tutor. The blade gleams brightly. No surname. It plunges straight down toward Pedro's throat. Pedro's head was cut off without any time to shout. Dark blood spattered the ground. Tutor continued in a low voice. So the honor of Don Quixote has nothing to do with me. Deep within the interior of Fort Tochka, the meeting place of the night walkers, let's retreat, Tutor said. The way a general from the Warring States period who appears in the historical tale usurped the country is to withdraw the army and take the throne. Well, make it look like we're returning with no earnings, march bloodlessly to Don Quixote's territory, then sneak into the castle and assassinate Passamont. Everyone nodded in agreement that it was a good plan. Even the usually skeptical and cantankerous Cindy Wendy agreed for once. As it is, Don Quixote's army is blocking our supply routes. If we don't get Don Quixote back, we won't have enough food and water to feed the refugees. And that's a problem for Vikir's plan. Moreover, since they know that night walkers are gathered at Tochka Fortress, they need to move as quickly as possible. Advantage, if there's going to be a fight, it's 100 times better to strike first. Tutor's body seemed to be shaking at the thought of saving his father and restoring his family name. Dolores turned to everyone. Among us, Sinclair and I are probably the only ones who have directly experienced the power of the Ten Corps. Dolores had faced Dantalian Belial and Amdusias, and Sinclair had faced Belial. The power of the 10 corpses that Dolores and Sinclair talk about is so enormous that it cannot even be compared to someone like Pedro. Even now, after all this time, it's probably even stronger, so we need to be prepared. Even Vikir had always been prepared when dealing with the 10 corpses, and if that wasn't enough, he would risk his life. Everyone's expressions became determined at the thought of finally going to deal with the culprit. I'm familiar with the troop deployments and terrain within the family. Tutor briefly drew a map of the family's territory. Everyone watched as Tutor gave a detailed briefing on where the traps were and where the secret passages were hidden. Suddenly Piggy muttered in a low voice, "I wish I had Vikir with me when this happened." All eyes turned to Piggy. Piggy waved his hands in embarrassment. "Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound weak." Dolores smiled and put a hand on Piggy's shoulder. "Don't worry, Piggy, we all have those thoughts." "Well, I'm still sorry, I thought I threw cold water on it." Piggy lowers his head in a whispering voice. Tutor comforts him. I think about that sometimes too, how happy we'd be if he miraculously appeared in front of us, but he can't be here right now, trapped in Nouvelle Vague. That's right. What we need to do now is not vaguely dream of him being with us, but to do the homework he left us to do, and more importantly to get him out of
Nouvelle Vague.
Tudor's words echoed in everyone's minds. Vakir is definitely alive, and we will see him again one day, but we must perform well enough to be worthy of his presence before then. Dolores echoed Tudor's sentiments. We need to grow up too, so that Vakir doesn't have to do it all on his own. We want to let him know that he can rely on us a little bit more. Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair nodded wordlessly. Even if they don't open their mouths to speak, they all know what they mean. Only Cindy Wendy was fiddling under the table with a letter she had received, relatively recently, containing an announcement from Nouvelle Vague. Night Hound Vakir van Baskerville death.
En official report from the Nouvelle Vague.
It stated that Night Hound had died in a failed escape attempt from Nouvelle Vague. I suppose I don't need to tell them this. Cindy Wendy crumpled it up with a small sigh. For those who walk the night, Vakir is an unbreakable faith. It was impossible to break that faith. I'm going to need a miracle, really. Even Cindy Wendy, who never believed in luck or miracles, had this thought, and everyone hoped and waited for the return of Vakir. A castle on the northern coast. The castle rises high above the beach and coastal cliffs, with blue sea water flowing below. A few fishermen can be seen fishing on the lower beach. Wying. Somehow a warm wind was blowing from far out on the sea. Bubbling. White foam rises from the reef forest. This is a phenomenon that occurs when schools of warm fish gather together. Hey, where are all the other fish, and these are the only ones being caught? One of the fishermen said, puzzled. The sea had gotten unusually warm, and there were a lot of warm fish that only come out when the water temperature is high. Grumbling. By the way, the sky has been dark for days. The sun was covered by several layers of dark clouds, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. The fishermen clicked their tongues. It's an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Is there a volcano offshore somewhere? Why is the water so warm? There was a big earthquake the other day, so that must be it. When schools of large fish come out, the sea turns dark red. Other fish.
Wildi in droves.
Looking at my sore skin, it looks like a heavy rain will come soon. Let's pack up quickly. The fishermen hurriedly reeled in their nets and returned to shore. There were wooden stalls lined up on the beach, and the caught fish were drying out on them. It was a relief to catch so many fish, especially since there was nothing to eat in the famine. If they were dried well, they would last for a couple of months. Then, the fishermen shook their heads in unison. Oh no, there are knights coming. Let's get down quickly, and if we make eye contact with them, they'll be offended. They never used to be like that, but nowadays they're all acting a little strange. Come on, let's get into the hut. Over the horizon, where the fishermen stared, came a group of knights. Don Quixote's invincible cavalry, who had been sent to the Civil War. Some of them were returning to their families. Don Quixote's knights were good-natured, greeting the common people and occasionally lending a hand, but that began to change when their patriarch, Cervantes, fell ill. The knights became stiff and cold because of the orders of Passamont that dignity and authority were important. They wouldn't even accept a greeting, let alone return it, and there was no conversation or interaction. Not only that, but they also showed their inhumanity by riding past a child playing on the side of the road and crushing it, so the people were now very afraid of Don Quixote's knights, and the fearful gaze of the common people was being felt by the men at the forefront of the cavalry. Tudor disguised in his armor, he was heartbroken to see the eyes of the commoners on him. There were no more old men waving their hats cheerfully, no more young men offering him ale or grilled fish, no more little children coming up to play. Passamont, no simmeries, I can never forgive you, I'll never forgive you, for making Don Quixote's territory so sick. Hold on, Tudor, keep up the momentum. Bianca, riding beside him, said to Tudor. The night walkers were returning to the family home, all wearing Don Quixote's armor, blending in among the knights. The knights, now somewhat removed from their brainwashing, are deeply ashamed of what they have done and willingly cooperate with the strategy. The family's true nature is now at hand. Beyond this point the night walkers would fall to one side and tutor. Guidance would lead them to a secret passage. Whing. An unpleasantly warm sea breeze pierces through the helmets the breeze. Carried with it a musty smell. Ugh, what is this smell? Bianca was the first to frown, always sensitive to smells. Sancho wrinkled his nose. It's the smell of dried fish. The whole fish has a particularly strong smell. That's a pretty stinky smell. Piggy threw his hands up in the air. The smell of drying fish filled the air as they walked along the beach until they came upon the tall gates of Don Quixote, a castle of spears perched on a cliff. Kigajijigig. The gates opened of their own accord as the banner of the invincible cavalry was raised. They had finally succeeded in infiltrating the enemy camp. The night walkers slipped from the ranks of the knights as they crossed the field of smoke. This way. Tutor moved toward the bush, keeping close to the outer wall. It was a passageway for servants, but there was a secret door beneath the wall that led inside. Don Quixote's knights entered, their faces still grim as if caught in a hint, to avoid arousing the demon's suspicions. Now on cue they will move swiftly and take control of the empty castle. And then they would swoop in at the crucial moment to catch Passamont off guard. For that to happen we must find him first and lure him out of the castle. Dolorous words had everyone nodding in agreement. Then the night walkers led by Tutor took the back roads and headed for the main castle. Here we go. Tutor loaded his fingers with mana and pushed a brick in the wall. Jarrrrrrrr. An underground tunnel opened up. The night walkers all crawled into the crypt. Gurgling. On the end of a wooden pole was an old solid fuel. It was dried whale fat. A match was struck against the blackened mass and a few torches were produced. Thank God, I thought it was old and wouldn't stick. I could have used light magic. No, let's try to avoid using mana as much as possible in case the demons notice, Tutor said, handing Sinclair a torch. Then the 6 assassins, Dolores, Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, swung into action. This was the way of the demon hunter to hunt demons and the way of the eldest son who had been kicked out of the family to regain his rights. Seeing Tutor's body trembling slightly, Bianca reached out and slapped him once on the back. Don't be nervous, the head of the family is naturally inherited by the eldest son. Why are you dropping this when the cause is right here? You're right, it's weird to be nervous when I'm going to reclaim what's mine. Tutor took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. Bianca looked sadly at Tutor's empty left arm, then pursed her lips and curled her brow tightly. It dawned on her that she was neither in a position to pity anyone nor could she afford to. After passing through several underground passageways and double doors they finally reached the depths of the castle's interior. Tutor threw off the iron mask and helmet that covered his face. His one remaining arm twitched with strength. He felt a new appreciation for the years that had passed. To have to walk through the corridors fully armed and breathless where he once roamed freely in nothing but a robe after a shower. Then a few passing maids appeared from around the corner. "Oh, young master." Unexpectedly the maids were not at all surprised to see Tutor. "What are you doing here at this hour?" Tutor felt his hands sweat as he gripped the spear. It seemed that the maids were unaware of the treatment Tutor received within the family. "It's no big deal, it's been a while since I came home. What, you've been out? I haven't seen you around lately. Did something happen to the estate?" The maids looked at Tutor with pity. Tutor smoothed out the hem of his black cloak that covered his left arm. Then he smiled and said, "Well, so be it. How is my father?" "I don't know, I haven't seen him lately. I can only speak to him through the Viscount Passamont. Only through my uncle." "Yes, my lord, he is very ill, though it is a relief to know that Mr. Passamont is always at his side to take care of him. How very dutiful he is." Just then one of the maids spoke up. "But there's something a little odd whenever I go near my lord's chambers. There's always some sort of—" Tutor raised an eyebrow and the other maid interrupted her with a squeak of surprise. "My dear, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Well, it's not that. I told you it was your nose that was the problem. Ugh, you're being unnecessarily sensitive." The maids hurriedly broke off their conversation and bowed to Tutor. Then the head maid called us and we have to help take care of the knights of the invincible cavalry who returned to the main house just now. Well yes. Tudor let the maids go. When they were gone his companions who had been stuck between the ceiling and the pillars descended to the floor. What did the maid say a little while ago? One of the kids was acting a little strange. I don't know, I didn't hear the end. Oh, you stifle, we need to capture them and interrogate them. They don't know anything, they've only ever been in their own world. What do they know about what's going on outside right now? The most important thing is to get through this place quickly. Tudor has a point. Having infiltrated this far, there was no time to fool around with unknowing maids. The night walkers moved quickly through the darkened corridors to the spiral staircase. Soon beyond the darkened corridors they could see the patriarch himself. A room where Cervantes the Spear King is lying sick. 2 knights stood guard before him. Who are you? My lord, who currently not allowing anyone to see him. The knights gulped as soon as they saw Tudor. But only for a moment, and then their eyes turned bloodshot. Their mouths were torn open from ear to ear and their tongues stuck out in 2 pieces. How did you get here? Anyway, welcome. The knights turned into demons as soon as they saw Tudor's face, and it wasn't just the effects of brainwashing. Bianca's arrows were able to fly without any hesitation. Peekpiog. It was at least 2 shots faster than the knight's mana manifestation. Tudor's spears pierced the throats and hearts of the 2 demons who stopped dead with arrows lodged in their foreheads. I've used up my mana, what can I do? They're covered by the demons' auras, so they'll be fine, but let's get through them as fast as we can just in case. Tudor and Bianca turned their heads. Dolores closed her eyes and scanned the mana flow around her, then nodded. So far there hadn't been much of a commotion, so it didn't seem like they'd been spotted. Stepping over the bodies of the demonized knights, the night walkers advanced further. Will my father be all right? Of course he will, he's the king of the spears, and even if he is, hell be fine as soon as he's away from the demons. And there's Dolores. Tudor and Bianca walked ahead. Then everyone felt it. Whying. A warm sea breeze in the window and a tantalizing smell carried on the breeze. Ugh, the smell of drying fish, Bianca said, wrinkling her nose. But Tudor's complexion was stiffening. This was not the smell from the coast. A stench far worse than drying fish in captivity was wafting through the gap. In the doorway of Cervantes the Spear King room, Ujijig. Breaking the locked doorknob with the force of his hand, Tudor pushed the door open and stepped inside. Soon Tudor and everyone else realized why the maids had reacted the way they had earlier. Whying. The sea breeze had been blowing hard for days, carrying a strange heat, as if a volcano had erupted far offshore, as the fisherman had said. The stench from the heat makes the whole of Don Quixote's castle built on the cliffs of the coast shiver. The distinctive smell of dried fish. This is the smell that comes from the process of drying the strangely large number of large fish caught due to the warmer water temperature. The fishermen dried the excessive catch all along the coast, and the smell spread over a wide area on the sea breeze, even reaching Don Quixote's castle. However, the stench in the hallway now was of a different kind. King of Spear Don Quixote La Mancha Cervantes. Don Quixote's family patriarch and one of the 7 warriors who support the Empire. The great emperor of the sea who ruled the Blue Sea with the strongest cavalry army, the invincible cavalry, and the strongest navy, the Armada. And the father of one of the most promising heroes of the next generation, Don
Quixote La Mancha Tudor.
As soon as Tudor opened the door, he saw the father had been longing to see. However, Tudor's first emotion upon seeing his father was not one of sadness or joy. Questioning, it's nothing special. It was the kind of innocent question that makes anyone scratch their head, not knowing what they're looking at. A bedroom with no lights on. Something black was moving on the large desolate bed. It was in the shape of a human, but it was twitching and trembling, and something was wrong. Tudor takes a step forward, not knowing what it is. Passasasasasig. Sensing the presence of humans, it began to move wildly. Countless black waves spread out in all directions around the bed. Only then did Tudor discover the identity of those black things. They were cockroaches, flies, ants, centipedes, and various small creatures. Wing. The stench intensified and the unpleasant sound of flapping wings echoed. A stark scene was revealed above the bed, which was teeming with an enormous number of pests. Cervantes, the Spear King. A superhuman who had carved holes in mountains with a single thrust of his spear and parted oceans with a single swing of his spear. The entity that owned the most extensive territory among the 7 great families of the empire. The king of the meadows who ruled the entirety of the sea. He lay on his bed nothing but a skeleton and dried skin. His body was infested with insects and his 2 bony arms with nothing but bones left were tightly grasping the long spear that penetrated his stomach. That's where the stench and insects came from. Thud. Tudor slumped to his knees. A father. A voice muttered despairingly. An attitude of disbelief at what he was seeing. Silence, deadly silence. Couldn't be more silent even in the grave. No one dared to speak in the face of the horror before them. And no one dared to speak to the fallen Tudor. Best friend, best teacher, best father. Tudor's pupils fluttered like a sailboat in a storm as he witnessed the miserable end of such a being. Then, wait. Someone covered Tudor's eyes from behind. It was Bianca, her voice shaking violently as she spoke pleadingly into Tudor's ear. Let's just do this for a second, okay? Bianca desperately pulled Tudor into a hug with trembling hands she covered Tudor's eyes. After a long moment of silence, Tudor opened his mouth like a collapsing dam, spewing water. Father. Tudor didn't speak for a long time after that. Dolores, who had been standing beside him, stepped forward. With her bare hands she swatted the insects off the bed. When they were gone, Dolores covered Cervantes' bare face with her own handkerchief. This is my body which I will offer for you, it missa est, rest in peace. And go to a good place. A saint's mass. It was a short but heartfelt farewell. As soon as Bianca released her hand, Tudor collapsed on top of Cervantes' mummified body and choked back his tears. The sound of water filling the parched furrows. Emotions of pain, sorrow, hatred, and regret swirled through him. You brought it on yourself. Everyone, including Dolores, could see that this was the end of Cervantes. Cervantes' cause of death was clear to all. His body, weakened by poison and mental magic, had been taken by the demon. And he held the spear upside down with his own will. And with truly superhuman will and patience that ordinary people cannot even imagine, he plunged the spear deep into his abdomen, penetrating all the way under the bed. The whirlpool of black soot left on the bed walls, floor, and ceiling clearly showed how hard the demon had worked to steal Cervantes' soul and take over his body. Dolores scanned Cervantes' body with her holy power. All strange residues, including miasma, were being purified. Even with his weakened mind, he resisted the demon to the end. I knew it, I expected it to some extent, but Tudor replied, his voice like boiling lead. It's no wonder Cervantes had a strong mind. Because he was the ruler of the sea and the ruler of the meadows. The question is what made his body, which was as strong as his soul, sick. Dolores looked at the floor beneath the bed. She could see the rotting carcasses of insects. Dried and powdered, they must have been the first to pounce on Cervantes' body. I can feel the poison it also carries with it, the spirit of a very terrible plague, Dolores said as she touched the insect carcass. The old rotting insects must have died from gnawing on Cervantes' body, which was tainted with poison. Cervantes' body still had a faint trace of the poison. It had faded with time, but Dolores could still make out the poison that had killed him. It was one Dolores was familiar with. Red Death. He remembered the first time Head met Vikir. There's a plague in the slums. Dolores had thought him suspicious at the time and had tried to avoid meeting him, but the matter he brought seemed so serious that she had to talk to him. That's when he was first introduced to the dreaded plague of the Red Death. It's good to know that I've dealt with the Red Death before. Dolores knows the plague well, having cleaned it up herself. The Red Death is a plague caused by an extremely poisonous poison created by Leviathan family. The poison that had even poisoned Cervantes, the Spear King, seemed to be a much improved version of that. It has become much more severe and demanding that even the Spear King could not do anything about it. Even the faded scent of the poison is enough to send chills down the spine. Dolores remembered well the sensation of this poison in Cervantes. Meanwhile Tudor gritted his teeth. Poisonous Leviathan. That was the name of the enemies who poisoned his father. The ones who created the hateful poison and pestilence known as the Red Death. Tudor's gaze then turned to the spear in Cervantes' abdomen. Gungnir, a spear symbolizing the head of the Don Quixote family. Cervantes' spearmanship, which boasted the speed of a lightning strike and the heaviness of a tidal wave, could not be handled by an ordinary spear. While all the spears of the most renowned masters broke, only Gungnir was strong and sturdy enough to truly embody Cervantes' spearmanship. Although it is heavy, it has a high mana conductivity and does not leave any residual scratches no matter how strong the impact, so there is no need to sharpen the blade. Tudor gripped Gungnir's polearm through bloody tears. I will surely avenge my father by killing Passamont, and every last one of those involved in this affair will pay for it. Then something surprising happened. Tsutsits. Gungnir began to tremble slightly and was then slowly pulled out of Cervantes' body. It was as if Cervantes was moving his hands on his own. Tiong. Gungnir slipped into Tudor's grasp like a magnet finding its rightful place. Tudor's grip on Gungnir nearly caused him to fall forward under its weight. But he managed to hold on to it. Even Cervantes was holding Gungnir with both hands, so it must have been quite heavy, but Tudor stood up without any hesitation. And like a lie, Tsutsipulses. Cervantes' flesh, which had maintained its posture while being eaten by countless insects, began to crumble into powder. His remains, reduced to black and red ash, no longer smelled as foul as before. Only the pungent aroma of his favorite cigarette could be detected. Right at that moment. Clap, 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 clap. In the corner where the wall met the wall in the darkness of the inner room, someone stood up clapping. The 6 night walkers, who hadn't felt any sign of human activity in the room up until this point, stood up straight. Then in the dim light the faces of the uninvited guests were revealed. A white-faced tall man with a slender build. You've finally been picked, Gungnir.
Don Quixote La Mancha Pasamonte.
No, it was the appearance of Cimmeri's the 4th corpse. It is the task and duty of a true knight, no, not a duty but a privilege. To dream the impossible dream. To defeat an invincible opponent, to endure unbearable pain, to die for a noble ideal. To know how to fix a wrong love with purity and goodwill. To fall in love in an impossible dream, to have faith, to reach for the stars. A romantic poem that would only appear in chivalric literature. Its author was a nobleman with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. Don Quixote La Mancha Passamont. He raised his white face and looked at his nephew Tudor in front of him. Who taught you this favorite poem? Tudor's mouth fell open. Dolores, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair knew. Ever since they'd met as freshmen at Colosio Academy, Tudor had loved chivalric literature and heroic epics and recited them often. That passage in particular was his favorite. Passamont opened his mouth with a hint of sadness. Half of your chivalry was learned from this uncle, and what a tragedy to stab in the back of an uncle who has given you all his love. What kind of immoral act is this? Tudor did not speak this time. Passamont continued. Bring me that Gungnir. It is too dangerous an object for you to handle when you are so young. I, your guardian and uncle, will keep it for you until you are old enough to be a knight here. A white palm stretched out before him. Only then did Tudor speak. You have never been able to remove Gungnir from my father's body, because it is a family heirloom that only responds to those who are worthy of being a Don Quixote. Tudor lifted the new Gungnir and tapped it lightly on the floor. It's heavy, but it's just as reliable. The blade of Gungnir was as sharply honed as Tudor's resolve. Then, with a crackle of lightning, Gungnir pointed it at Passamont. Did you intend to capture me alive and make me draw Gungnir? Gungnir would not have responded to anyone but Tudor himself. So did Passamont need Tudor to get his hands on the spear, a symbol and token of the family head? At Tudor's rambling words, Passamont raised an eyebrow at Tudor. It's similar to my intention just about half. Well, there was that purpose as well. Then he added in a tone of amusement. To be honest, I haven't been in a very good mood lately, nephew. Don't call me nephew, you disgusting demon. Oh, you won't let me call my nephew, what a immoral person I. See, what shall I call you then, Mr. Tutor? Passamant retracted his outstretched hand toward Gungnir and smiled broadly. But despite the smile on his lips, the voice that escaped his lips held a deep note of regret. The reason I'm in a bad mood is because I lost the body I've been preparing for over a decade to change into in vain at the end. Everyone's eyes widened. It was obvious what Passamant was talking about. Don Quixote Cervantes, the Spear King. The demon was planning to abandon Passamant's frail body and take on Cervantes' stronger one. But Cervantes' superhuman mental strength allowed him to destroy his own body before the demon could take it. His body was completely shattered, and the divine spear Gungnir, which had penetrated it, was sealed tightly. As a last stand, Cervantes made sure the demon took nothing from him. I borrowed poison from the Leviathan, and at the last moment when I looked away for a moment, he committed suicide. It was a moment for which the expression 1,000 thoughts and one mistake is perfect, Passamant said with a grim look and gesture. Cervantes, in the end, I got nothing of his soul or body, which is a tragedy. But at this his blue eyes turned black. The overly enlarged pupils were like holes into a deep abyss. Just looking into his eyes is like being pulled into a dark abyss. The dizziness and nausea that followed caused all the night walkers to sway. All the light of the stars' moonlight and the twinkling of human emotions is sucked away into the darkness beyond. Into the nothingness, into that infernal void where no one knows what lurks. Passamant looked at Tutor with those eyes and grinned so wide that the corners of his mouth touched his earlobes. But it's all right, for here is a body younger, fresher, and with better qualities than Cervantes, but a body not yet perfected and with much to improve. Only then did the night walkers realize what Passamant was really after. A body with the highest qualities comparable to that of Cervantes the Spear King, but much younger, with a vast future ahead of him and infinite potential for improvement, and a much more immature and fragile mind easy to devour. That's right. Having failed to take Cervantes' body, Passamant now set his sights on Tutor's. Why do you want to take me and Tutor alive if you're after static elimination? Why not just take our heads? Isn't that much easier? I don't know, I'm serious, he didn't tell me. There was a reason Pedro had been so evasive in answering Bianca's question. Whether he knew it or not, it is impossible to tell. It was a trap. Dolores bit her lip. The cavalry of the Don Quixote family that only attacked a few people. The brainwashing was somehow sloppy, loose boundaries, a darkness that reveals itself so easily. All of these were Passamante's enticements to lure Tutor into the heart of the castle. If it were you, Vikir, we would not have fallen for this. Dolores blamed herself, but that didn't change the situation. Regardless, you have to do the best you can. The odds were stacked against him from the start, and there was nothing he could do to change that. Let's just get out into the open. There are unbrainwashed knights outside of the castle, and if we can combine forces, we have a good chance of winning. Dolores' thoughts were interrupted, however. Yawa. Tutor suddenly raised his Gungnir and charged toward Passamant. Boom. Speed like lightning, heaviness like a tsunami. Tutor's strike shot out, aiming for Passamante's heart. Ouch, better than I imagined. Bones solid, muscle tight, entrails fresh, such good body. Passamant twisted to the side at the waist, dodging Tutor's spear. Just then, pew pew pew. Bianca's arrows flew and struck the wall. Has. Bianca was firing just as hard as Tutor. Strangely, it wasn't just Tutor and Bianca, but Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair as well. Am I Bodus going out of control? Something I feel like I can do something, although there is no basis. I feel an inexplicable sense of elation. There's something wrong with this. Listening to her colleagues, Dolores realized that she had been thinking wrongly too. Now that I think about it, I've been thinking that it might be worth sticking around. No way. Dolores looked up in surprise and stared at Passamant. Then she saw the smile on Passamante's face. Have you noticed I have the ability to make others reckless? reckless like a frog trying to match the size of a bull. It was this brainwashing ability to make others do whatever he pleased that allowed Passamant to possess Don Quixote. The demon's cunning ability to manipulate others was first manifested when Pedro discovered the fortress of the Night Walkers. As if possessed by something, the Night Walkers found Don Quixote's castle of their own accord, and now they surrendered everything to the fearsome demon. Alas, Vikir was right in his warning. Dolores cursed herself deeply. Vikir had given her a brief explanation of the powers of the 10 corpses before he left for Nouvelle Vague. But the powers of demons are so mysterious and strange that even those who experience them firsthand often fail to realize they are real. The Night Walkers were confused, unsure of how they had been drawn into Passamante's scheme. Perhaps their very presence here was a trick of the demon. The thought occurred to them, and from then on things spiraled out of control. And demons never miss the moment when a human loses insight and falls into confusion. Okay, now that you're properly confused, let's get down to business, shall we? To take over the body, the mind must first be shaken. It's the basics of the basics.
Tsu.
Passamant spreads his arms wide. The floor cracks, and then a thick, deep crack opens up and the floor collapses. Ujijig rumbling. Something began to surge up through the inky darkness beneath the floor. It's a terrible malice rising to destroy human hearts and minds. The faces of Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair instantly turned blue as they saw what lurked below. The abyss beneath the floor of the room. Beneath them lay a landscape that would traumatize any student who had ever been a part of Colosio Academy. Rumbling. Poking its head through the crumbling floor was the head of a giant horse, and its body was made up of dark tree bark. The presence of horses was not surprising for a knight, but this one's appearance was very familiar. A bust that those who graduated from the Colosio Academy cannot help but remember. The 5th corpse, Amdusias. Danger rating S. Size. Found in the serpent's womb deep within the gates of destruction. Also known as 5th corpse. One of the 10 plagues, the natural enemy of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. Take away the life of the firstborn that year. The 10 commandments, 10 top. Amdusias, the unicorn of the abyss, 5th of the 10 corpses. This demon in the form of a giant horse roared with its mouth open at the Night Walkers. How didn't Vikir exterminate that thing? Hearing Tudor and Bianca exclaim in horror, Passamant chuckled and replied, "It's not real, it's a remnant of Amdusias wandering the imperial capital of course it cannot exert the same power as the main body, but it can replicate some of its powers." The spirit of Amdusias shattered and scattered into countless fragments. Passamant seemed to have picked up one of the larger pieces. Amdusias was a great horse that I always wanted to tame. Is there anything more honorable than taming a beast-type demon that is treated as an equal, and I owe it all to you. Passamant climbed onto Amdusias' back.
Die Dämon.
Tudor raised his Gungnir and swung it. Now that I have a good horse, I must have a good body and a good weapon. Right, alas, Tudor, recklessness is the privilege of the young. You don't know how long I've waited for my courage to mature before your body. The words only tore at Passamante's torn mouth even more. At the same time, Sharararik, the rough tree bark that covered Amdusia's body, began to snap like tentacles. In unison, everyone could tell that these were no ordinary trees. Tentacles. Dolores exclaimed in horror. It seemed that Passamant had even gained Amdusia's ability to manipulate plant power. Though all that was here was a few roots of the hell tree, it was enough to create the imaginary world once again. The hell tree is perfect for destroying the minds of its prey. It is perfect for taking away the body without a scratch. You've experienced it, so you know it well. Passamante's voice flows smoothly. The roots of the hell tree caught the current and stretched out with incredible speed, enveloping the Night Walkers. Kariririk. Everything was as they remembered it. The roots of the hell tree wrapped around Dolores and everyone else, dragging their minds down to the bottom of a deep dark abyss. I can see why Amdusias was so fascinated by the souls that matured in the hell tree. Passamont muttered in a low voice. They'll let them ripen slowly and take them out when they're at their most. Tattered souls are like fruit, they're sweetest and softest just before they rot. Only the sound of laughter tinged with a slimy appetite hovered in the abyss. Hugh. Tudor held his pounding head and lifted his head. Parched soil, barren land with nothing, dark red sky. He had awakened in the hell tree for the first time in nearly 4 years. The good news was that he woke up in the same place, not separated from Dolores, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, and the others. Where am we? Everyone was stunned by the scene that greeted them upon awakening. Parched black soil, gnarled dead trees, burning earth, and smoke billowing from everywhere blocked their vision. They had all been trapped in the hell tree before, but this was the first time. They had been thrown into such a harsh environment from the beginning. A vague shadow loomed through the thick atmosphere. It was a large stone statue weathered by the winds of time and no longer in perfect shape. There were many chipped pieces here and there, but it was still possible to make out the face of the statue. The sharpied Bianca was the first to speak. These are the characters of the iron-blooded swordsman Baskerville, I believe. It's the patriarch Marquis Hugo le Baskerville and the young Master Count
Osiris le Baskerville.
It's not hard to guess then who this space, this imaginary world might be connected to. Could this be a visual representation of Vikir's inner world? Everyone nodded slowly at Tudor's words. Once upon a time Vikir had gone alone to capture Amdusias on the flowing river. Later they were told that Vikir fought his final battle with Amdusias in a space that visualized his inner self. This is exactly how Vikir described the scene in his inner world. A barren mountain where the leaves of every tree were burnt and crumbled, the soil dried up, the insects died, and the animals were reduced to skeletons. There were 5 such mountains spread out before them. Everyone who entered the mental world instinctively recognized them. Each of those massive sedimentary mountains was the embodiment of the burden and responsibility that Vikir carried in his heart. There were many other things that struck Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair. Mountain of corpses and sea of blood. A swamp of blood and flesh, a mountain of bones, rivers, lakes, and oceans of blood. Demon and human corpses tangled together to form hills and valleys, ravines, and canyons, and everywhere boiling lava and sulfur erupted in soft explosions. Hungry monsters compete to eat the corpse, and sorrowful screams, cries, and deathly words come from all over without end. The outer demon world, desperation and horror beyond measure. Where on earth do the great chains of chaos, the whirlpool of hatred, and all these terrible phenomena come from? What kind of world has Vikir been living in? Dolores took it all in, first in amazement, then in sadness and pity. Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, and Piggy were speechless. What kind of a sight does a man ever see in his life? I didn't think he was a normal guy, but what the hell was he doing? He's been living in this kind of environment, no wonder his personality is so dull. I feel so bad for Vikir. Sinclair simply held it all in her eyes with a wistful gaze. And then, footsteps pounded the ground. Over the burning horizon a ragged horse trotted toward them. Dolores' eyes widened. Amdusia's 5th of the 10th. A demon in the form of a huge bulky horse. But somehow it was now walking on the ground in the form of an old dirty donkey. It looked precariously close to collapse, as if its strength would soon fail, and it would perish. Tudor held his spear out to stop Amdusias. Hey, stop. Then, Kung. As soon as Tudor blocked his path, Amdusias fell to the ground and bit out his tongue. What, I didn't do anything. Tudor hurriedly waved his hand as Bianca narrowed her eyes next to him. Dolores meanwhile looked at Amdusia's body on the ground. It appeared to be a tiny fraction of the many fragments of consciousness left behind by the real Amdusias. It spoke in a weary, almost fading voice. Run away, a monster is coming. At the words, everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Amdusias continued, tears in his eyes. This is the realm of the monster who destroyed the hell tree and imprisoned me. In his mind, I don't know how you got here, but you'd better run away quickly, for the monster's inner world is so desolate and devastated that even demons have mental breakdowns after being trapped inside for so long. Hi. Eh. Those were the last words of Amdusia's thought fragment. Suts. Amdusia's soul fragment turns to black powder and crumbles. It seemed that Passamant had gotten hold of the Amdusias inside Vikir and was manipulating him. I don't really understand what's going on, but what you're saying is that when we were trapped in the Hell Tree, we were trapped in a fragment of the Hell Tree that was a copy of Vikir's mind, and now this is the landscape of Vikir's inner world, right? Everyone nodded at Tutor's summary. Not sure if it makes sense, but it's the way things are, so they'll have to accept it. I think it's the result of the combined powers of Fifth and Fourth Corps, and we need to get out of this world first. No one disagreed with Dolores' words. Passamonte's intention is to trap everyone here and gradually break their minds. It was clear that humans would not last long in this harsh environment where even demons would lose their sense of self and crumble. Damn it, this is the imaginary world, and I can't even decide for myself if I don't get my shit together. Passamant, will he take my body? Tutor broke out in a cold sweat and looked around. But the landscape of this world, so full of enemies and nothing but blackness, was enough to drive him mad. What kind of life has Vikir lived? This is the only thought that commonly appears in everyone's mind. Right then, demon. Behind their backs, a voice that made everyone's body stiffen. But the body didn't react in a negative way. It was the voice they had longed for, the voice they had wanted to hear. Demon. It was the voice of an old comrade, a close friend who had gone to a place where they would never meet again. Vikir. Piggy was the first to turn his head. Dolores, Sinclair, Tutor, Sancho, and Bianca also hurriedly turned their heads to look at the place where the voice was coming from. And there stood a figure that matched everyone's thoughts. Vikir.
Vikir van Baskerville.
First year at Colosio Academy. A model student who had never missed a class. And the Night Hound, the worst villain the entire empire had ever seen. Demon's kill. He remained the same, unchanged from 4 years ago. In this desolate, lonely place all this time alone. Demon's kill. Vikir muttered in a low voice. Dolores and the other graduates of the Colosio Academy were surprised to see such Vikir, but then they realized. That's not Vikir, it's a fragment of the imaginary world that were not yet disposed of when Amdusias was eliminated 4 years ago. The residual thoughts remaining within it are merely imitating the image of Vikir. But even so, it really does look like Vikir. Tutor and Bianca broke out in a cold sweat. While everyone has changed a lot in the past 4 years, both internally and externally, Vikir in front of them is the same person he was 4 years ago. Now that I think about it, Vikir was so young. He must have been hunting those terrifying demons in his young body. Sancho and Piggy both groaned. Dolores and Sinclair remained speechless. Their gazes were tinged with sadness, wistfulness, and longing as they stared at the residual thoughts that had once been part of Vikir's subconscious. But then something happened that shattered all of their tender feelings. Demon's kill. Vikir's residual thoughts. The ego that was once a part of Vikir's inner self began to swing its sword in their direction. Quack-quack-quack-quang. A terrifying blow swept across the land. Everyone, including Dolores, hurriedly fled, feeling a sense of sadness. That's right, now was not the time for them to pity Vikir. No matter how devastated Vikir was inside, he was an absolute force at the peak of his swordmaster powers. Why are you attacking us? Ugh, it's because he's been trapped in here for the past 4 years, he's so aggressive. Tutor and Bianca were in the front, so they were the first to be attacked. Quagajijigajig. The sight of teeth flying and tearing in all directions made them feel like small herbivores being hunted by a giant beast. Overwhelming fear, a sense of power that they couldn't resist, instincts. Screaming like crazy, run away now. Grumbling. A fierce storm of teeth, an aura like a black blazing fire. Vikir's eyes tearing between them, blazing with nothing but an infernal void. It was a terrifying glare that one could only think of avoiding, but not the will to fight back. Demon's kill. A fiery hatred for the demon. But it's not just demons that it's burning, it's everything in the world. That's right, because there are only demons in this world, and he moves to kill everything he encounters. Dolores gritted her teeth. The size of the peaks and mountain ranges that rose up behind them was an indication of the burden and responsibility Vikir carried. Perhaps he carries more on his shoulders than any mere mortal would dare to imagine. I felt it since the first time I saw you, Night Hound. A feeling Dolores had vaguely sensed in the distance as he served the sick in the slums. It was a feeling that Dolores was now firmly reaffirming. Meanwhile, Sinclair was analyzing Vikir in detail. I think that's what it is. What is that? A humanoid creature that lives only for battle, a crystallization of the residual thoughts of a noble knight blackened. Sinclair answered Bianca's question while wiping off a cold sweat. The Death Knight. At that, everyone's heads snapped up to look at Vikir's face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then they counted the number of teeth Vikir was currently showing. Vikir, who fought Amdusias with a whistle during the events of the Hell Tree. Everyone clearly remembered the path of the teeth drawn by his sword at that time. 8, that was the number of teeth Vikir had drawn. And now, in front of them, the number of teeth Vikir was drawing. 9. Vikir was drawing 9 teeth with the tip of his sword. Quack 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 quang. 9 streaks of teeth ripped through the earth and sky, tearing them apart. Disorder and no rules, however, as far as destructive power goes. The swordsmanship is truly formidable. Ugh, this is what we have to dodge to survive in this barren world. I can see why the fragment of Amdusias dried up earlier. Tudor and Bianca took a sharp step back. Baskerville, 9th form. Vikir's remnants of consciousness, which were able to use it, spewed out terrifying killing intent and turned his head left and right. Udug Ududug. No matter how they look at it, it does not belong to a living human being. It was as if a fragment of Vikir's self had achieved some sort of awakening. After all the fighting and suffering it had endured while wandering this doomed world, we have no choice but to fight, Dolores said, biting her lip. Pause. Eventually a sacred wall blocked Vikir's path. Vikir's remnants of consciousness are startled by the energy that is completely different from that of the demon. However, bam, there are no exceptions. The Death Knight destroys everything in its path. Baskerville, 4th form. 4 strands of strikes pounded Dolores' shields. Brother. Sinclair joined the battle. She pulled up the gold vein from beneath the ground and added her own golden defense wall to Dolores' sacred defense wall. Kakung. A terrifying impact ripped through the barrier, tearing it apart. The moment, Dolores and Sinclair felt waves of intense emotions surging through their minds. And Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca, who were picking up the pieces of their auras, must have felt the same thing. Every time the swords meet and blood splatters, a wave of emotion rushes through their heart as if it were cutting into their heart. That is the emotional wound that Vikir has suffered throughout his life. It wasn't physical but a collection of emotions: pain, solitude, hatred, loneliness, sadness, and loss. Everyone was focused on the visible pain, not the shadow of emotion that lay beneath. The resolve that Vikir always carried in his heart and the past that he relived over and over again filled everyone's minds. Empathy in the truest sense of the word. Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair realized the loneliness of being raised as hounds amidst all the discrimination. The loss of comrades in arms who were the only ones who cared. The grief of being betrayed by those you trusted. The desolation of being abandoned and executed by your loyal master. The helplessness of watching so many of the people you tried to protect die like trash. Lost, tortured, fighting, biting, dying, killing, struggling. Yes, struggling, always struggling. Illegitimate son of an abandoned concubine, hence the Van middle name. A life of loneliness and suffering, even though he had to work hundreds of times harder than his siblings because he wasn't even born with a surname like La or Lu, which were given to him. This is the life of the Night Hound. This was Vikir's last life, a life of war and destruction. Jurek. Tears fall from his eyes without anyone knowing who came first. His body was being torn to shreds in the maelstrom of bombardment, but it was his heart that ached more. Vikir has been carrying these feelings in his heart all this time. I can't believe he's been through this physically. I can't believe he's survived all this. What the hell, how can a human being do this? Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca are deeply disturbed by their newfound companion. Sinclair, who is also forming a barrier, bites her lips so tightly that it bleeds. I didn't realize your past was this bad. To be honest, she thought she was the saddest, loneliest person in the world. But now, feeling the sword of emotion slashing through her body, she knew. I see it so clearly. Now is not the time to think about a relationship. Now. Not now, right? Just not now, so you'll have some time later after you've achieved your goal. My goal is on a very long and difficult road. It's still a long way off. I know for someone of your caliber to say that you must be very ambitious indeed. Then one day when you've achieved everything you want, will you accept me then? She realized then how immature and foolish she sounded. What a burden it put on him. If that day ever comes. And what a heavy heart, what a desperate sincerity, what an answer he had given to what he thought was just a way out of the situation. Meanwhile, Dolores could barely keep her hands and feet from shaking. Vikir, come on, you're a strong man. She shouted to herself as she faced the storm of hits raging before her. It's a good thing they're aimless now, because if they were any more accurate, they'd tear these defenses apart like paper. She carefully moved between the swords. The sword pierced the barrier, leaving a long line of blood on her body, but Dolores was undeterred. Then an artifact was pulled from her chest pocket. The mirror of truth, a mirror that reveals the true colors of those it reflects. Dolores wished to show this to the remnants of Vikir's rampaging self. Absorbed mind. She wanted to help him see who he really was, how valuable and brilliant he was. Then, like a lie, the storm of bombardment paused. Turning to Vikir, who stood still, Dolores took out a mirror as a last resort. Fash. And there in the mirror was Vikir's reflection. No longer the pale face of 4 years ago, but a man's face with thicker, darker lines staring back at Vikir's remnants. Sincerity, uprightness, strong conviction, a face that showed something like steely determination. Dolores smiled faintly as she felt her body relax. Yes, this neat and tall figure, this is who you really are. She spoke with sincerity. Even if she crumbled into a handful of dust at this very moment, if she could lighten the burden of this lone man in front of her just a little bit. However, reality played out a little differently than Dolores had imagined. I know. The Vikir in the mirror opened his mouth to speak. Dolores looked dumbfounded for a moment. Did the mirror of truth even have this feature? But her thoughts didn't last long. Swoosh. A palm silently covered the mirror. Yes, it did. Dolores hadn't realized she hadn't gotten the mirror out of her hand. Then what is that Vikir in front of her now? Dolores raised her head once more and looked closely in front of her. Demons kill. I agree. The remnants of Vikir's consciousness in the mire, frighteningly alive. And another Vikir facing his own reflection. Besides, it's been a while, everyone. The sight of him giving a short reunion message to everyone clearly leaves no doubt about who he is. That was the real Vikir. It's been a while, everyone. A low-pitched voice. Dolores, Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair's eyes widened as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Vikir, the night hound, their old friend imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague more than 4 years ago, stood before them. His height had increased, his chest and shoulders broadened, his jawline sharpened. Not only had he grown into a handsome young man with a pretty boy face that made his gender seem ambiguous, but the density of his aura, which radiated from his entire body, had also changed to another level. It was as if there was a mountain, or rather a mountain range, in front of them. It was like he was a completely different person from the friend they had remembered, but that made it all the more real. It was like realizing that Vikir in front of everyone was the real Vikir, 4 years older. Ha, but how? Dolores and Sinclair stare at Vikir, mouths agape. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca are also stunned by the sudden reunion. Tutor is the first to come to his senses. Vikir, is that you? Are you my friend, Vikir? At least I think so. You bastard, I was worried about you, but why are you out here? What the hell happened to you? It's a long story. Then you can tell me the short story. Okay, then I'll make it short. Slipping away from Tutor, who was lunging for an immediate hug, Vikir thought For a moment before summarizing. Trapped in Nouvelle Vague, I escaped, came straight to assassinate. Passement, I've been hovering around the castle for days waiting for the right moment to sneak inside, but you guys went in first, so I followed. Something's missing in front of that. Everyone including Tudor thought the same thing. But there was no time to elaborate, as Vikir said. Kill demon. The Death Knight Vikir made his move. Quaquang. The fourth Baskerville form, 4 teeth, swooped down on Vikir. Each strike was powerful enough to cut through the earth and tear the sky apart. Moreover, his skill level has already surpassed the master level. However, Vikir remained calm in the face of the massive maelstrom of strikes. Is it fourth form? If that's the case, I'm pretty confident. Vikir also deployed a Baskerville fourth form. The movements were as natural as breathing, as he had practiced swordsmanship. His entire life. The 4 teeth clawed ferociously at each other's space.
Doik.
A few hairs, a few drops of blood scattered. After an offensive and defensive battle without giving up an inch, Death Knight Vikir gritted his teeth. Ooh. The dark aura emanates even more strongly. Death Knight Vikir has raised his swordsmanship to another level. Baskerville fifth form, the 5 teeth press down on Vikir. Vikir in turn has raised his swordsmanship to another level. 5 against 5, a storm of blows as if facing a mirror. Peace Siajug. Flesh splattered and blood fountained. A small amount of bleeding on both sides along the tiny cracks from the left. Right asymmetry. Kills. Death Knight Vikir has raised his swordsmanship to another level. Baskerville sixth form, a ferocious onslaught of carnivores. Vikir responds with a matching sixth. Blade to blade, sword tip to sword tip, sparks flew and the battle hung in the balance once more. Baskerville 7th followed by Baskerville's 8th, the number of initiates who continue to do so. Finally, Death Knight Vikir played his final card. Baskerville 9th form, the ultimate killing blow destroys everything. Quagajijijigig. The dark red aura fluctuates steadily, carving away the rocks and hills around. Vikir, facing the net of slashes tearing apart the entire world, exclaimed in a low voice. 9th form, this is the realm after death's threshold. The line between life and death is blurred, perhaps because it's in a fantasy world. What's more, the fragments of his self in front of him were mixed with the experience of death he had before his regression. Furthermore, as a being that rampages without an intelligence, it is only natural that he would be familiar with life and death. All of this combined to create a 9th form Baskerville by the most unlikely and coincidental of odds. Vikir is an 8th form Baskerville. Even if he were to move up a level, he could no longer keep up. That is the limit of the living, or in other words, of those who have much to lose. But in the end, it is only a byproduct, a residue left where the wheels of fate have rolled. With that brief assessment, Vikir drew his magic sword Beelzebub as long as he could. Flash. Baskerville 8th form, the 8 teeth that Vikir had created swirled toward the 9 teeth in front of him. Vikir, let me help you. Dolores stepped forward. It's okay, I can handle myself. Vikir refused Dolores' help. It was necessary to save divine power in preparation for the battle with the 10 corpses that would follow. Vikir also wanted to see just how ripe his 8th form had become. This was fortunate, as he was about to face Baskerville 9th form, which no one but Cane Corso had ever climbed. Quaquang. Vikir's 8th form and Death Knight Vikir's 9th F form clashed. Their trajectories were different, but in the end they were the same. Teeth exist to bite and hurt others in the first place. Pegag. The balance was upset. The first to falter was surprisingly Death Knight Vikir's 9th form. The Death Knight Vikir, who had never been pushed before, staggered backwards. For the first time, his face contorted with embarrassment. Seeing this, Vikir felt confident in his judgment. Not even close to Cane Corso's 9th form. Certainly each of the 9 swords that Death Knight Vikir unleashes is powerful and devastating. But each one tended to play separately in different directions, roaming about, with no clear intent or purpose. Rather than 9 hounds playing separately, 8 hounds working together in unison can catch a much larger and stronger prey. This was the current situation. Ujijijijijig. Vikir's 8 teeth spun in a round sphere. A black sun. It was the most efficient way to kill learned indirectly from Cane Corso. With a fierce spin it converged into a single point, shattering the irregularly sprouting teeth and crushing them into a harsh heavy mass. It looked as if a hard bowling ball had been thrown with all its might into the mouth of a toothy beast. Wajigig pujig pududug quakwang. All 9 of Death Knight Vikir's teeth are shattered. Vikir's 8 teeth, on the other hand, rush toward Death Knight Vikir, not a single one broken or missing. As Death Knight Vikir was sucked into the center of the black sun, his entire body shredded and shuddered in agony, he did not utter a single scream. It merely glared at Vikir with burning pupils. Demon. Then the Death Knight Vikir crawled through the gap between the blow and the blow. Kills. But he who fights demons must take care not to become a demon himself. An even greater black sun awaited the Death Knight Vikir as he emerged through the cracks of the black sun. It is a shame that you have become a demon. Another black sun was placed upon the black sun. Wajijijijijig. 2 huge black spheres interlock and rotate like clockwork. Death Knight Vikir, crushed by the pile of slashes, finally let out a single scream. Gwa. His flesh writhed in agony, but worse than that he had no outlet for the rage that burned like wildfire in his chest. Demons di demons di demons. Death Knight Vikir was struggling, scratching the ground with his bloody rag like body, determined to kill his opponent no matter what. All those who have lived through the age of destruction harbor bitter anger and resentment in their hearts. And those who were born as hounds and survived such times have a similar story to tell. A collapsed ego, dogmatic hatred and anger that exploded after being suppressed and repressed. Vikir stared down at the figure, lost in thought. Dolores studied Vikir's sideways face and thought, I wonder what he's thinking. Death Knight Vikir is Vikir's alter ego, a fragment of his unconscious. As a being who has become stronger by mulling over and over old grudges, he symbolizes and represents the hostility that Vikir originally has towards demons. And what is Vikir thinking now as he looks at the being that is like himself? That must be sad, it must be painful. Dolores cried as she looked at Vikir. How could anyone look at a self-portrait being torn to shreds and still be sane? Is there anyone who wouldn't be shaken even when faced with that terrible scream and that horrifying cruelty? There it was. It's the best. Vikir smiled weakly as he watched Death Knight Vikir scrabble at the ground. It's the best material, it's worth it to come into the fragments of the hell tree. With everyone, Dolores included, looking on in confusion, Vikir untied the sack from around his waist and held it in his hand. Hututuk hututuk hututuk. He shook out what was in it onto the ground and said, Eat up. It was something that looked like a bunch of kidney beans. Everyone's eyes widened, including Dolores and Sinclair. The black blobs hit the floor and immediately crawled toward Death Knight Vikir in front of them. They were clearly reacting to the strong smell of blood emanating from Death Knight Vikir's body. Black tongue leeches.
Vikir secret weapon from Nouvelle Vague.
Black tongue leeches. Vikir's secret weapon from Nouvelle Vague. Hunger, a small vampire driven by an insatiable appetite. They began to swell after drinking the blood flowing from the ground and soon began to need more and more blood. Specialized species bred by Black Tongue to seek only the blood of Vikir. Their voracious appetite was too much for even the supergenerative Vikir to handle. But then a replacement appeared, one whose blood had the exact same composition as Vikir's own, and this was the perfect opportunity to grow the leeches. Eat a lot, Vikir said cheerfully, and the leeches moved as if they understood him. The leeches gorging themselves among the torn flesh, exposed bones, tattered tendons and lumps of fat. Even Death Knight Vikir of the 9th form is powerless against their insatiable appetite.
Demon kills dies.
Even the Death Knights of the world have no business against the countless swarms of vampires. At the same time, the appearance of the leeches attached to the body of Death Knight Vikir began to change. Ududug udiug pudug. The leeches grew from the size of a pea to the size of a finger. But they didn't just get bigger. Wengle wengle. Kailululug. Kigkigig. The leeches grew heads, bodies, and limbs, and their facial features began to resemble those of Vikir. It still looked like a crude doll a child made in craft class, but the more blood it sucked, the more it resembled Vikir. "It's cute, you look just like my brother." Sinclair reached for one of the leeches that had lost the feeding competition. Kayak. The leech's eyes widened and its teeth sank in, and Sinclair was horrified. "What the hell, I was just trying to take care of the poor thing." Sinclair grumbled a little as the leeches trotted off to suck blood again. At least they didn't seem interested in anything other than Vikir's blood. Right? Meanwhile,
Demon D.
Death Knight was slowly crumbling. Not only was the 9th form, which used up all of the mana, destroyed, but the 8th form was allowed to hit the body twice in succession. Combine that with the devastating trauma the massive internal injuries caused by the mana surge and the specialized creatures that Black Tongue had developed to capture Vikir, and it was clear that even the Death Knight, who can use the 9th form of Baskerville, would not have the stamina to survive. In the end, Vikir's residual thoughts, the ghosts of the old world, crumbled. Demons kill, demons kill. Vikir tries to stand up despite his collapsing ego and crumbling body. Vikir stared down at himself. And then,
Don't worry.
He reached out and covered the eyes of the remnant of consciousness that had fallen to the ground. The age of destruction will never come again. And then something incredible happened. The ghost's expression stained with black blood and an even blacker shade. Under its eyes relaxed slightly. Suts. In an instant, Vikir's body turned to blackened ash and scattered to the ground. The wind blew it around a few times, and soon there was nothing left. Vikir stared dryly into the direction of the wind. The age of destruction. Even an old man who has lived many lifetimes of hatred and anger does not know where the end of the road lies. Then, creeping, the sensation of something small crawling up the back of his foot. When Vikir looked away, he saw leeches wandering around on the floor, panicked. Because there was nothing to eat. The leeches, which had grown as big as fingers, were now minims modeled after Vikir. "Come on, come back." Vikir dropped a drop of his own blood into the leather sack and shook it on the floor. The leeches, smelling his blood, leaped into the sack, their mouths watering. Vikir watched the leeches wriggle in the sack and nodded. Hatred for demons and a copy of the main body with some of its appearance and strength could be very useful strategically if I can control their appetites. The emotions of the remnant of the previous encounter had long since dried up. A normal person would have been overcome with sentimentality for a long time after meeting with his past self, but Vikir doesn't consider such things a luxury. Rather, he uses the painful scars of his past and the burden of his mission to fulfill it. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca are left speechless by his nonchalant demeanor. If it were like before, I would have just thought of him as a boring and dull guy. But after seeing that mountain of emotions, I feel sorry for Vikir. He's carrying so much on his shoulders alone. I don't even dare tell him to rely on us. They were right. Dolores and Sinclair could only stare at the back of Vikir's head, unable to say anything. Finally, Vikir turned back to them and said, "Okay, you asked me something earlier, didn't you?"
Wag.
Tutor nodded. His friends were wondering how Vikir had gotten here. "You see, I was imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague about 4 years ago. I escaped." "No, is that easy?" "Well, it took a lot of work. I almost died once." Vikir gave a brief explanation of what had happened. The labor at Nouvelle Vague, the solitary confinement, and then the volcano eruption. An unbelievable tale of being shot up to the surface in a pillar of fire from the volcano. If the speaker had not been Vikir, everyone would have thought it was an empty boast. "When I went up, I thought I was going to die, but when I came down, I thought I was really dead. After I fell, I lost my memory for a while, so I wandered off. I worked in a fishing village, catching warm fish and drying dried fish." Vikir frowned. "I was fortunate that my 2 colleagues who escaped with me found me. When I saw familiar faces, the memories quickly came back. That's why they immediately moved to assassinate Passamont, but he was so focused on you guys that his guard was down." "Ugh, that's too much. You should warn us." I didn't tell you on purpose because I think you're already somewhat imbued. With the demon's brainwashing, sometimes you have to deceive your own allies before you can deceive your enemies. Everyone nodded at Vikir's words. Clearly, at some point they had fallen for Passamonte's scheme. Damn, he has some sort of hypnotic ability to make his opponents reckless. I've seen it firsthand, and it's dangerous. Vikir nodded as if he already knew. Just then Bianca, who had seen the conversation between Tutor and Vikir, burst out laughing. You two have become quite similar in personality, haven't you? The comment wasn't limited to Tutor. Over the past 4 years, every single one of the Night Walkers had become more and more like Vikir. The tone, the way they spoke, even their personalities. It wasn't just because Vikir's presence loomed large in their minds. It was a change in personality that was inherent in living through such fierce and harsh times, and everyone was slowly going through it. I suppose most people's personalities change similarly as the destruction approaches. The real thing hasn't even started yet. So in a few years from now it'll be talking like that too. Vikir smiled faintly at Tutor's playful comment. Certainly most of his former Commodessinarms before the regression had similar personalities. In extreme situations, the unique characteristics of an individual, such as personality or qualities, may gradually wear out and become more consistent with the overall average. Then Sinclair asked, as if out of the blue, "So what was my brother's personality like before all those traumatic experiences?" All eyes turned to Vikir. They didn't say anything, but they all looked very curious. It wasn't a difficult question, so Vikir opened his mouth to answer. According to my nanny, who raised me as a child, I was shy and introverted. My favorite hobbies were playing with dolls and flower arranging. Of course, they were soon forbidden by the family tradition. Who really doesn't suit you? Everyone could only nod slowly at Tutor's words. Finally, Vikir had everyone's attention. It's time to get out of here. But how do we get out? We'll have to use the same trick we used to get out of the Hell Tree once more. Vikir turned his head to look at Piggy. Piggy's blood has mysterious powers. It acts as a deadly poison to demons, distorting the space they create and causing it to close. Vikir's gaze met him. He's a good person. A strange voice flashed through Piggy's head for a moment. Piggy's head jerked from side to side in surprise, but no one was speaking to him except for Vikir. What was that? It was a tinnitus he often heard, but it had never been as clear as it was now, so Piggy looked a bit puzzled. Come to think of it, I think I used to have these visions when I was at the academy. As Piggy pondered this, Vikir spoke up. Piggy, do you think I could borrow some of your blood? Of course, if I can be of any help. Vikir quickly obtained a few drops of blood from Piggy. With Piggy's blood on him, Beelzebub shoots a long line of blood into the air. Crackle. The space within the Hell Tree began to twist and tear. It was the same phenomenon as before. Well, ambush the demon. As soon as we get out, he won't be expecting us. Everyone's faces hardened with tension. This is the second time they're striking first against an opponent they've already lost to once, so the pressure is on. But unlike the first time, everyone's faces are much brighter. This time they had an ally they didn't have in their first attempt. Vikir ended his speech with a short sentence. Let's go out and give him a blow. His voice sounded just as reliable as it had 4 years ago. Crackle. The sudden crack in the air was enough to scare Passamont. What's this? What happens inside the Hell Tree is unknown to anyone but its master, Amdusias himself. Passamont was horrified to see the blazing portal and the sword protruding from it. Suddenly a thick fog formed in front of his eyes, and he began to hear and see strange things. He's a good person. A voice as weak and unsteady as the last breath of a dying animal, unknown in source and identity. Passamonte's ears flicked back, and a strange vision began to form before his eyes. Swamps of blood and flesh, mountains of bones, an atmosphere drained of all mana, and giant mushroom clouds rising over the distant horizon, and an endless barren desert. A massive tower stands tall in the middle of the desert. An old man in black walking lonely and alone toward the tower. Each vision pierces his mind in fragmented pieces. What these are ambiguous memories. What did that bastard see before he died? Passamont rubbed his temples as if he was dumbfounded. An undiscovered substance that twisted the laws of causality, something with the power to close spaces opened by demons. It probably has something to do with that sword that's creating the cracks before his eyes. Then it tore open the gate to the hell tree, revealing Vikir within. Passamont asked in disbelief. What did you tear open the hell tree with? It doesn't seem to be the sword's inherent power. Blood. Whose? Passamont repeated his puzzlement at Vikir's short answer. But he was under no obligation to answer the question. Vikir drew his blade out at length. Find out for yourself. At the same time, the fastest and most efficient swordsmanship, the fourth Baskerville form, unfolded. Passamont grunted and jumped to his feet as Vikir's killing blow stretched out as naturally as breathing. Quackwang. The stone pillar shattered into pieces, raising a cloud of dust. Behind Vikir stood Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, all of whom also wore grim expressions. And as the dust cleared, the true enemy hiding in the Don Quixote family appeared before them. Black armor, black skin underneath, and an all-encompassing blackness that obscured his eyes and nose but revealed his white, sharp teeth. He held a large spear in his hand, and his lower body was fused with the body of a black horse, with only the horse's head remaining as a skeleton. With a searing aura covering his entire body like a mane, the Black Knight was no longer named Don Quixote La Mancha Passamont. Cimmeri's the fourth corpse. Danger rating S. Size. Found in serpent's womb deep within the gate of destruction. Also known as fourth corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. A swarm of reckless frogs shall arise. The 10 commandments, 10 top. Reckless Knight Cimmeri's. It was the appearance of the 6th mastermind of the Age of Destruction. Vikir gave a brief warning to his comrades behind him. His breath will give you an unfounded sense of confidence and exaltation that will cloud your judgment. Avoid breathing as much as possible in close combat. Like a frog that puffs up its belly to match its size with a bull only to have its skin burst and die. Cimmeri's has a strange ability to make its enemies reckless. Combine this with the power of Dantalion and Belial, both skilled in military strategy and tactics, and the results can be devastating. It's one of the main reasons the Alliance has lost so many battles in a row. Even before Vikir's regression, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry, brainwashed by Cimmeri's, charged the windmill with their horses only to be annihilated in vain. We must get rid of him now before the cataclysm, and Don Quixote must be restored. Vikir took a step forward, his resolve unwavering. Vikir, I'll support you. Dolores stood beside him and offered her support. Their souls, now in perfect resonance with each other, generated a great amplitude and manifested it in the form of an aura. Quackwang. Vikir's sword and Cimmeri's spear clashed. The result was a whistle. Neither Vikir nor Cimmeri's took a step back from each other as they continued. With the next move, Quang Kang Ujijijig, the black storm created as the spear rotates, twists, and turns to take the shape of a huge snake. The tooth-shaped traces created by the sword gathered in one place and became the shape of a large sphere, like a snake with its jaws open about to swallow the sun. In the midst of the fierce battle, Vikir and Cimmeri's continue to clash with their bodies supporting the pressure that threatens to burst. Boom! Once the spear was extended, a hole was created in the several-layered castle wall. Boom! With a single swing of the sword, everything behind him was sliced away, revealing a clear view of the outside of the castle. Incredible, how could a human possess such power? While Cimmeri's was muttering in disbelief, Vikir was also having thoughts of his own. The power of Cimmeri's is much the same as it was before the regression. The demons have gotten impatient and are building up their power in a hurry, and it will be dangerous if I take any more time. It's not just the fourth, it's the third, the second, and the first. Vikir decided to hurry things up a bit more. Let's do it. Normally he would have handled whatever was going on his own, but this was different. Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair's faces lit up at Vikir's request for help. Let me help. Trust me, my friend. I've been training hard and am more than capable of holding my own. Take my blood. Just look at the gap, boys. Brother, fight from a little distance, I'll cover you with magic. Dolores, holy shield, Tudor's spear, Sancho's axe, Piggy's sword, Bianca's arrow, and Sinclair's magic formed a colorful aura and flew out to intercept Simmery's. Cough, these annoying things. Simmery spun his spear around and launched a blow toward the back. Long time no see, Simmery's. The red-hot inverted pentagram created by Decorabia was blocking Simmery's blow. Before Simmery's could even shout something, Pug. Night Hound sank its teeth into the nape of its prey's neck. The teeth, now much larger and sharper due to the Saintess' blessing, sank into the demon's flesh with ease. Cough. Bubbling froth began to rise from Simmery's mouth. Pududug. Simmery stepped back, risking the flesh of his neck being ripped off in chunks. Then, out of the horse's chest cavity, Passamont's face emerged. He began to open his mouth, dripping with tears. Yes, I will admit that you guys are annoying enemies. He spoke with a hint of reserve, which was to be expected. This was the lair that Simmery's had spent so much time working on. It is he who now holds the reins of power in Don Quixote. Then I will respond with all my might. With that, Simmery's pulled out a blue whistle and placed it in Passamont's mouth. Tudor was the first to recognize what it was. That's the horn of the invincible cavalry. Simmery's had already summoned the cavalry, which was already out on the field of battle back to the main house, and soon the results began to show. A whistle sounded and the floor began to vibrate slightly. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Tiny pieces of stone bounced and danced across the floor. Dolores and Sinclair's faces hardened. The sound is... It's the sound of horses running. The sound of countless horses galloping from far away. Don Quixote, who heard the summons order from the head of the family, was returning with the strongest power of the invincible cavalry. The two pillars that symbolized Don Quixote, the invincible cavalry, and the invincible armada, and those who were now gathering, were the full force of the invincible cavalry. Tudor shouted. Vikir, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry is as powerful as the 7 counts of Baskerville, and if they join the battle, we have no chance of winning. It was fortunate that the sea level had dropped too low for the invincible armada to reach these shores. If it had been accompanied by a fleet bombardment, there would have been no answer. Vikir parried a flying spear and opened his mouth. The invincible cavalry, I know their power. Even they would have been rendered reckless by the power of Simmery's. No matter how strong Vikir was, he would be no match for all the knights of the invincible cavalry who would blindly charge at him. However, in the face of all these odds, Vikir remained calm. But there is no need to worry, I have a plan for the invincible cavalry. Suddenly, beyond the tattered wall, the form of the invincible cavalry came into view. Don Quixote's invincible cavalry charging over the long horizon was indeed overwhelming from afar. However, a strange thing began to happen. One of the knights who was running furiously at the forefront fell from his horse and rolled on the ground. The horse tripped on something and fell. Quack quack wang ujijijig. The same thing began to happen one after another. The cavalry, which had been charging at a terrifying pace, was thrown to the ground along with their horses. It was caused by a hook sprouting from the ground. The ground was littered with tiny traps just the right size to catch a foot in that looked like tiny iron skewers bent into arches. The invincible cavalry can't keep up with the speed of the rush, and they get caught in these traps. Charging speeds diminished in an instant, collapsing displays. Know what the hell is going on? Simmery's mouth drops open as he watches the invincible cavalry struggling, unable to even make it to the shoreline, let alone the main castle. The situation was so ridiculous that even the demons were stunned. And at the same time, flutter. A long reddish streamer of blood fluttered from the roof of the opposite spire. Hey boyfriend, over here. All eyes turned to the top of the spire at the sound of a cheerful voice. The owner of a trap for hunting only cavalry who stuck countless skewers into the ground and bent them so that they were not visible to the eye. A woman standing bravely with an expression that reveals the weight confidence and reward of the past 4 years. Morgue Camus stood there. Raw red hair that crackled like fire. She stood tall and curved with maturity. After 4 years her face had lost a lot of fat. You're here. Her eyes sparkled as soon as she saw Vikir and she started waving. Kaya boyfriend, it's been a while. When Camus waved her hand, dark clouds gathered around her. Pew-doo-dug, pew-dug, pew-doo-doo-dug. Upon closer inspection he realized they were black-feathered flying birds. Countless crows and magpies had gathered and were building bridges. Camus walked across the bridge, which must have been hundreds of meters long. To Vikir. She walked with a haphazard gait like a model on the runway. Vikir was silent for a moment. His emotionless expression faltered slightly. Then Camus threw herself into Vikir's arms. You've grown so tall, well grown, Eum. After staring at Vikir for a long moment, Camus turns her head to look at the group behind her. Well, hello to you guys. It was a relatively more substantial greeting. Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair greeted Camus as well. Camus too was a member of the Night Walkers, a fellow Colassio Academy. Member, albeit only for a few months. Why should I go to school here if Vikir isn't here? The legend of Camus, who had dropped out as soon as she enrolled, had been a legend at Colassio Academy for some time. Dolores greeted her in a calm voice. It's been a while, Queen of the Night. It's been a while for you too, doesn't it get a little cringe calling me by that nickname? The name comes from Night Hound, which was Vikir's working name. Of course our Night Hound is awesome. Camus again grabbed Vikir's arm, who was next to her. A thin line of blood appeared on Dolores and Sinclair's foreheads as they watched. Sinclair stepped between Vikir and Camus and asked, speaking of which, how'd things go at Morgue's place? I hear you're bringing reinforcements. Of course, I'm a delegate to the Dark Hall. Camus replied, her eyes shining. Earlier Camus had promised the Night Walkers his loyal support as head of Morgue's Dark Hall. It was stated that the support would only be for one task, which was to track Vikir's whereabouts, confirm his safety, and safely deliver him to a specific location. The place where Camus herself was. I was informed that you had escaped, and of course I assumed that you had. Of course the method of prison escape was completely unexpected, but whatever. I've since unleashed the full force of Morgue's army to search the coasts of any island of continent you might have washed up on. As she finished speaking, she turned and held up something toward the stiffly standing Tudor. It was an iron skewer, a small, simple, and deadly tool that had stopped the charge of the invincible cavalry. You don't have one of these in your house, do you? No, of course not. Why would I have such a thing? You should be grateful I could have used this thing without bending it, just to keep me upright. If Camus had done that, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry would have been a disaster. They should be thankful that the horses and knights didn't turn into sausages and rice cakes on skewers. Tudor gazed at the chaos on the horizon with mixed feelings. Normally the invincible cavalry would have sidestepped such a trap with ease. But with Cimmerius brainwashing, it was impossible to do so while riding blindly straight ahead. Now all eyes turned to the culprit. Cimmerius, the fourth mastermind of the Age of Destruction. He grinds his sharp teeth into the gaping mouth in the center of his face. So there's an ambush force after all, a black mage who absorbed Ciri. Cimmerius seemed to sense Ciri's aura on Camus. But demons are demons. Cimmerius relaxed as if he had already prepared for every possibility. I thought that you humans would surely strive to restore Don Quixote's nature. Do you think I did not anticipate this? At this, Cimmerius lifted the face of Passamont, which was buried in the horse's breastplate. His gaze was fixed on Bianca, who stood beside Tudor. Usher Po, Bianca, I'll tell you why I tried to capture you. As soon as the words were finished, something strange happened on the outer castle and walls surrounding the spire. Chiog, shiog, 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 shiog. A group of gray-cloaked snipers raised their bows and arrows in unison and pointed them in this direction. Bianca's face paled as she realized what was happening. God Killer Sniper Squad. A group of snipers composed entirely of Usher's enemies. a fearsome group that specializes in assassinations, especially those at extremely long range. They are monsters that make up over 90 of Usher's power. Their presence here represents a united front of the demons that consumed Don Quixote and the demons that consumed Usher. Why do they want to take Bianca and Tutors alive when they could just take their heads if they wanted to get rid of them statically? Wouldn't that be much easier? It was now clear why Pedro wanted to capture Bianca as well as Tutor. Bianca looked back at Vikir with an urgent expression. "It's bad Usher's sniper squad is here," Dad said. "If they all got together, they could kill a god." Vikir nodded in agreement. The Usher family was the smallest of the 7 great families of the Empire. But it was precisely because of the presence of the god-killer snipers that they had never been overpowered by the others. Simmeries grinned from ear to ear. Once the Usher family's god-killer sniper squad lays an ambush, even if the best of the other 6 families gathered together, they would not be able to avoid annihilation. Who doesn't know that? There were many obstacles blocking their view, so it was impossible to see the entirety of the god-killer sniper group's ambush. However, the sharp sensation of killing intent everywhere told everyone that this place was already completely surrounded. Obstacles meant nothing. There was no hiding from the sniping of the god-killer snipers who could pierce through centimeters of armor with ease. Simmeries shouted loud enough to be heard by all of the killing squads. "Assassins in ambush! Shoot, kill them all!" Wrapping his armor around himself, Simmeries didn't hesitate to give the order to concentrate fire. And then, pyong! The first sniper shot flew in. It shot through several layers of walls, piercing through the floor and into the floor below. It was followed by a shower of thick arrows. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Just as the hooves of the invincible cavalry's horses pounded the ground, so did the arrows of the god-killer sniper squad. Jying. Vikir channels all of his mana into Decorabia. The red inverted pentagram's shields blocked arrow after arrow from the god-killer snipe. All of the night walkers, including Camus, rallied around Vikir, shielding themselves with Decorabia's shield. Quaquang quang pioang. Each arrow from the god-killer snipers struck the outer surface of Decorabia, causing it to vibrate with a loud explosion. Watching the rain of sniper fire, the night walkers all thought the same thing. What the hell, is it more bearable than I thought? The god-killer snipers were fast, powerful, and accurate, but their numbers were too small. The rate of fire was slow and the spacing between arrows was far too wide. No, it didn't seem like one man was using that many arrows in the first place. This was evident by the fact that once an arrow flew, it never flew back in the same direction. With only a handful of people, the god-killer sniper group that had made the Usher family the strongest in the Empire was so weak. Just when everyone was questioning in their minds, "What is this?" Simmeries was thinking the same thing. He stuck his head out and scanned the outer walls. Sure enough, there were noticeably fewer men with bows and sniping. Even if they were a small minority, their numbers were too small to utilize the power of ambushes and focused barrages. This isn't a small group, it's just a small number. What the hell, where are they all? Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, seeing Simmeries' confusion, were just as puzzled. Then Camus' voice was heard as she wrapped her arms around Vikir's waist. "But boyfriend, I've missed you so much, so please stop running away. I'm tired of chasing you, although it doesn't matter because I always have a good idea where you'll end up." At that, everyone looked back at Vikir with puzzled expressions. Tudor was the first to speak. "Vikir, wasn't it Camus you were talking about as a backup plan? From what I've heard you talking, it sounds like you're meeting for the first time." "Nope, she's just here." Vikir denied it in a low voice. Camus laughed in disbelief. "I've been scouring the coast and deserted islands, and I don't have anything in mind." Whatever, Vikir hadn't been talking about a secret plan. Then what? The same question pops into everyone's head. Quack-quack-quack-quang. A loud explosion erupted from the ramparts outside. A wave of aura that fluctuates like crazy. The corner of the castle wall collapsing and the god-killer sniper squad falling down. It was a scene that made Simmery's jaw drop. "Pushishishi, it's Dusty, get over there and play old man." Shut up or I'll have to arrest you once more, you old raggedy escapee. A skinny old man with a whip in his hand smirking. Next to him is a big old man with a heavy club. Two old men were walking up the ramparts making small talk. But what they were about to accomplish was anything but small talk. Jagag Quakwang. With a single stroke of the whip, the assassins of the God-Killer Sniper Squad were sent scrambling out of the way, and with a single strike of the club the sturdy walls crumbled to the ground. So many Imperial guards and spearmen have been killed. This is why the revolution at that time should have been successful. What kind of revolution is that? It's a riot. Cut the crap and do what you were asked to do. Anyone would think you ordered me to do this, Drew. I'm not like you will pay for my food. Two old men walked up, blowing away the elite of the Usher family. Marquis de Sade, the mastermind of the 47 men's riot, and Orca, the head warden of Nouvelle Vague. They stood side by side looking up at Vikir. Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca, two figures who were said to have the combat power of a single fortress, joined hands. Pushishishi, the ushers who chased me in the past were a little spicier, but this one is bland, so I like it. Cut the chit-chat, prison escapee, there's still plenty left. Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca were strolling through the Usher's God-Killer Sniper Squad like it was a walk in the park. But the changes that were taking place around them were staggering. Sharararik. Sade's whip moves like a giant snake, slicing through the assassins on the ramparts. The bizarrely twisting and contorting whip slashes and slashes at everything it touches, sending a gale of blood around it.
Kvang kvang kung.
Orca's club brushed aside the flying arrows with such ease that when they weren't flying it swung like a drumstick toward the ground. Each time it struck the ramparts it sent out a tremendous seismic wave, sending enemies tumbling down the walls. Sade on offense and Orca on defense. Their combination was a strange supercomposition of D'Orjum and Swears back. In Nouvelle Vague. Moreover, Sade is not only good at attacking and Orca is not only good at defense. Sade's whip moved like a monster's tongue, twisting and clamping down on flying arrows, while Orca's clubs turned any assassin who got too close into a bloody mess with a single blow. It was a perfect display, a circle of dozens of meters in radius centered on the two old men, and no one was allowed to enter it. Bianca's jaw dropped at the sight of it all. Who are those people? My family's God-Killer Sniper Squad. No wonder she was surprised. The God-Killer Snipers belonging to one of the 7 great families are the core power of Usher. But when Cimmerius recognized the faces of Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca, his expression crumpled into a grimace. Aren't they the remnants of the 47-man riots? Why are they gathered here? Sade and Orca's gazes turned in unison as if in agreement. Remnants, is that what you just said to me? Maybe it's because you're a demon but you don't understand the world. Come here. At the same time Sade's whip and Orca's club flew into the air. Buang. A serpentine aura and a tidal wave of auras swept over Cimmerius at once. It was a shockwave powerful enough to bring down an entire spire. Q. Cimmerius leapt into the air to escape the storm of auras that crumbled beneath his feet. Who says remnant? He gasped at the eerie voice from above. Sade was hovering over Cimmerius' head, laughing a menacing laugh. Pyoyog. A bundle of whips rolled short in several layers, crashed down like a thunderbolt over Cimmerius' head. Unable to scream, Cimmerius tumbled toward the ground. And below, an Orca holding a club was waiting. Geoyog. The club hit Cimmerius, sending him flying through the city walls. Karalarak. Sade's whip struck again as Cimmerius flew. This time the long lash tightens around Cimmerius' waist and Sade spins it around like a clockwork. Quack 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 quang. Cimmerius spun in a circle, still bound to the whip, and began to smash every bump in the ramparts, tearing up the ground around him. Quahag. When Cimmerius, who had barely escaped the whip, staggered out of the collapse. Quajig. 8 teeth sank into the nape of Cimmerius' neck again. It was Vikir casting a shadow like that of the Grim Reaper upon Cimmerius. Back. Demons kill. How dare you, human? Cimmerius had just opened his mouth. Pig 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 pig. Countless iron skewers protruded from the ground and pierced Cimmerius' body. Behind Vikir Camus was smirking. A perfect reunion gift for my boyfriend. Over the shoulder of the cheerful Camus Sir looked very small and sulky. Say Sir, you dare betray us. Haha, I'm not doing this because I like it either. Shut up if he finds out about this, you bitch. But Cimmerius didn't get to finish his sentence. Quack. Sancho's axe, Piggy's sword, and Bianca's arrows came crashing down on him. Quadu-do-do-do-dug. A golden grip emerged from the ground, pinning Cimmerius to the ground, unable to budge. Sinclair's magic followed. Quag. Cimmerius turned to black smoke and tried to escape, but it was impossible. Pos. Dolores' white shroud had imprisoned Cimmerius. Lengthen your neck. Vikir's 8 teeth sliced ferociously across Cimmerius' body. Cimmerius stretched out his spear to strike back, but it was blocked by Decarabia. Pushishishi. This side is clear. Where Vikir looked up, he saw Sod and Orca standing. In the center of a pile of broken spears and arrows, the two old men stared down at Don Quixote and Usher as they held their attackers by the throat and head. Vikir knew it was time to end it all. Kuhug blood. If it weren't for that blood, damn it, I was wondering why Amdusias got killed. Cimmerius cried out in frustration. But Vikir left him no chance. Having cut off Cimmerius' ankles and wrists, Vikir prepared for the final blow. He was going to destroy his heart cleanly. Then, Vikir, wait. A voice interrupted Vikir.
Tudor Don Quixote la Mancha Tudor.
He approached, his eyes fixed on Vikir. His one arm gripped Gungnir, the spear of the Spear King, firmly. Let me do this. Tudor's gaze was hard and determined. But Vikir refused. No. Why? Tudor's voice was filled with frustration. But Vikir was adamant. If you bathe in the demon's last drops of blood, fate will change, causality will be twisted. No matter how lucky you are, it can't end well as long as you're with the demon's end. A twisted and warped causality leads the demon hunter's path to a bad place. So the end of a demon hunter's fate is usually dark and lonely. However, it's okay, this is what I choose to do. Tudor chose to become a demon hunter himself. It's no wonder he's so adamant about it. Also, Tudor's past destinies have left him covered in demon blood, so perhaps this is what he was meant to do. After a short silence, Vikir quietly took a step back. It was a gesture of trust. Thank you. Tudor bowed his head toward Vikir. Then he turned to Piggy next to him and asked, Piggy, do you think I could get some of your blood? For some reason your blood seems to be poisonous to demons. Sure. Piggy nodded at Tudor's request and slashed his arm with the sword. The dark red blood that flowed from his body stained the blade of Tudor's spear. Gungnir. Tudor lowered his gaze to look at Cimmerius crawling on the floor. Beneath Cimmerius' gaping mouth, at the base of his face across his chest, was still the face of Passamont. A heart peeked out from beneath the flesh around the gaping wound. The heart is visible through the surrounding wounds and black flesh that were split and torn by Vikir. Passamonte's face was distorted, wrapped around the heart of Cimmerius. Then from between Tudor lips a dry voice spoke. To dream the impossible dream, soar low, imposable soar. Gungnir, the double-bladed spear, raised its head. To overcome the unbeatable rival, vencer al invicto rival. Tears of blood trickle from his blood-red eyes. To endure the unbearable pain, suffer el dolor insufferable. His heart pounding as if it were about to burst, squeezed out the strength that had been his at the beginning of his life.
Todie fora noble ideal morir por un noble ideal.
All this to fulfill a true knight's duty and obligation. No, it is not a duty but a privilege, su deber no su privilegio. With Tudor's last words, the king's spear Gungnir pierced the air. Pyoyog. The sound of torn leather and the destruction of the vile mass of flesh that lurked within. The veins of malice coursing through the creature's veins were severed, spewing out all the foul things it contained. Cimmerius struggled hard, scratching at the ground, but Tudor's spear pierced through his heart and embedded in the ground, did not budge. The great gate went, the era of the demons. Cimmerius muttered something in a fading voice and then fell back in a heap. He never moved again. The fourth protagonist, who was leading the world to destruction, left the stage. and the focus shifts to the newcomer to the stage. Black blood, demonic blood. Covered in it, Tudor boldly embraces it, never taking a step back. Tudor's eyes shine through the demon's black blood, clear and pure and righteous. Vikir had seen it before. In the world before the regression, in the age of destruction when mortal fate, when all things burned and died. The eyes of a hero who lived and died at the forefront of his time, fiercest and hottest. Don Quixote La Mancha, Tudor, king of the spears. The will of a great hero who would lead the coming era. The restoration of Don Quixote the spearman. The knights who roamed the vast expanse of the sea with a single spear were freed from demonic control and served their rightful masters. Don Quixote La Mancha Tudor, he is the heir to the former head of the family, Cervantes, and the true owner of the Don Quixote family, the Lion King. The exiled young lion returned to the family as an adult and avenged his father's enmity by slaying his evil uncle. In normal times this would have turned the entire empire upside down, but in these times issues of this magnitude are rarely publicized. It was a time of civil war with thousands and tens of thousands of people dying every day. However, the normalization of the Don Quixote family was a great blessing for the night walkers. The supply routes are finally open again, Dolores said cheerfully. The supply lines that the demons had cut had been reopened. Food and water were finally flowing back into Fort Tochka. The ever-increasing number of refugees could have caused great chaos. Vikir stared at the view of Tochka from the conference room window. High, thick walls. A plateau where oxygen is scarce. A rocky plateau surrounded by sheer cliffs. It is definitely a tall and lonely fortress with iron walls. The only problem is that we don't have enough drinking water. It would be nice to be able to get our own. At least there's a section over one of the mountains where I suspect there's a water source. Dolores looked at the map and muttered wistfully. But Vikir's demeanor was unperturbed. The water problem will be solved soon enough. Dolores and the others looked puzzled, but Vikir didn't say anything more. At that moment, Tudor at one end of the table spoke up. We now have a complete picture of the power situation in the Don Quixote family. Tudor, the new head of the Don Quixote family, had decided to cooperate fully with the Night Walkers. It was a natural progression. We've completely rooted out the demons and reinstated all those who have been purged or cast out. How many of them can fight? Vikir asked, and Tudor didn't hesitate to reveal all the classified documents. Surprisingly, it's not too bad. About 60% of them are intact, but most of them are in the fleet. The cavalry took too much damage this time. As Tudor spoke, he glanced at the people around him. Camus was sitting there with her arms crossed. Well, are you saying that I'm to blame for the destruction of your families? Cavalry. Oh no, it's not like that. The reason the invincible cavalry suffered so much damage was because they were brainwashed by demons and kept running in circles around the civil war zone. Who else could I blame but my incompetence? And the wicked demons themselves. Tudor smirked. But it would not be a laughing matter. Don Quixote's pride of invincible cavalry had been nearly wiped out. Even if he avenged his father's enemies and skinned the demon to make the tassels that hang down the blades of his spears, it would not be enough. Vikir gazed at the strap of Cimmerius leash hanging from the base of Tudor spear Gungnir and spoke. It will make the knights around you braver. Carry it with you at all times. Thank you. Nodding toward Vikir, Tudor continued. Still, Don Quixote's invincible armada has remained largely unscathed and unharmed. It must be that the sea level has dropped significantly, preventing the fleet from reaching the coast, which hasn't been very helpful in the civil war. Vikir's eyes sharpened at Tudor's words. That's enough. It was Don Quixote's invincible armada that had interested Vikir the most. Many people had questioned that. But brother, why do we need an invincible armada so much? We're in the middle of a civil war in the center of the continent, and there's not much of a naval battle going on, is there? Even if it's because of the supply routes by sea, the fleet won't be of much use now that the sea level has dropped so much. Sinclair's question was on the minds of everyone in the room. Vikir looked up from the map to answer this point. Soon the fleet will become very important, and when that moment comes, Tachka's water crisis will be solved. Right then Vikir was interrupted by a voice. Pushishishi, that damn meeting, what kind of boring shit do you do every day without getting tired of it? There aren't many in the group who can interrupt Vikir in the first place. Marquis de Sade, who was staring at Vikir with a bored-to-death expression on his face. Vikir, you know that, right? There are now 2 left. Sade held up 2 fingers and smirked. When he had escaped from Nouvelle Vague, Sade had been indebted to Vikir. In return, he had promised to kill up to 3 people of Vikir's choosing, which is why he's been following him ever since. Orca sitting next to Sade with his arms crossed is a similar story. Unlike this escapee, I'm a man of my word. You said I'd protect up to 3 people you wanted, and now there are 2 left. Sade was referring to Passamont. Orca was referring to Tudor. Both had been indirectly killed and indirectly protected, but it had helped. So that was enough. I remember that well. Vikir nodded and looked away. Is Cindy Wendy still here? We need to know what happened to Usher so we can figure out our next move. I'm afraid not. The door to the conference room opened before Vikir could finish his sentence. Cindy Wendy, clutching a stack of papers, walked around the corner of the table and sat down. Aren't you working your soon-to-be sister-in-law a little too hard these days? I thought you didn't like being associated with the Baskervilles. Cindy Wendy smirked at Vikir's comment. People change, and I was able to put the Baskervilles out of my mind some time ago. What about you? Are you still carrying it around? Vikir's mouth fell open at that, and he remained silent for a long moment. Cindy Wendy had joined forces with the Baskervilles, who had destroyed her family. She claimed to be a hostess and to rule over the Baskervilles, but in reality, she had compromised and given up her vengeance. Enough with the chatter. Everyone in the room flinched at the sound of Vikir's unusually sharp voice. Had she touched the reverse scale? Vikir's voice was sharp enough to make even the mighty Sade and Orca cringe. This was Vikir's true self, rarely seen except when dealing with demons. However, Cindy Wendy quickly changed the subject with her characteristic smirk. Oh my God, you look just like you did when you were standing outside the prison bars. Nothing has changed. She shoved a stack of papers in front of Vikir. I'm scared, so I'll just cut to the chase. As usual, Cindy Wendy cut to the chase. 1. Signs that the Empire's civil war is about to escalate. 2. An alliance between the Morgue and Baskervilles. 3. An alliance between the Quo Vadis and Bourgeois. 4. Leviathan and Usher form an alliance. 5. Don Quixote's declaration of neutrality and sealing of the gates. Other than that, the only thing I can think of is that the Quo Vadis declared a crusade against the Leviathan because of the Red Death, you know. That Don Quixote declares neutrality and stays out of the civil war because Lord Tudor himself said so. The Quo Vadis declared a crusade against the Leviathan in the aftermath of the Red Death long ago. By their very nature, large group movements are slow to get started, but once they do, they pick up tremendous speed. Don Quixote decided to close the family for a time to repair the damage done by the Civil War and due to various procedures for changing the head of the family. Of course, it's only a nominal blockade, and since Tudor became the head of the family, it was natural for the Don Quixote family to secretly support Night Walkers. Camus set her chin and looked at Vikir. We've joined forces, haven't we? Looks like Mom's decided to go all in and back the second prince, the one we don't know where he is or if he even exists in the first place. Perhaps it's more about keeping the first prince in check than actually following the second, since we Quo Vadis are in the same position. Dolores spoke up, looking at Vikir across from Camus. Their gazes met in the air, and Sinclair reached behind Vikir's back over his shoulder and pointed to the map. Our bourgeois are still looking for the second prince, and the rumors of imperial enrollment in the academy are our best lead at the moment. Civil war is all about cause. The demons rally under a single goal, while the humans are pitted against each other under many banners. Vikir thought of the rumored second prince. Before his regression, the second prince had ultimately disappeared into thin air, a mysterious figure whose existence was never really known. If he really is alive somewhere, maybe he could have united humanity sooner. Vikir's mind wandered this far, and he lifted his head to look at Cindy Wendy. Of the 7 families of the empire, which one is the knowledgeable in information? That's right, it's God Killer, the Usher family, of course, since they have the most people who specialize in assassination and infiltration. Just as Cindy Wendy was finishing her answer, the door to the conference room opened as if by appointment. Bianca, looking furious, addressed everyone. The members of the God Killer Sniper Squad have been unbrainwashed, and I've heard all about what's going on within the family. At the same time, Vikir's eyes sank deeply. The Usher had not yet been freed from their demonic possession and were one of the key players in this civil war. Now that the Don Quixote family has been restored, there is no family more threatening than Leviathan and Usher, and it is Usher Poe Madeline who currently leads them, the presumed third of the 10 corpses. Drac, the first to rise from his seat upon hearing Bianca's words, was none other than Tudor. It was Bianca who saved Tudor at the moment of Don Quixote's downfall. And now Tudor, Vikir, and all the other friends were reaching out to Bianca. Come with us, perhaps your family can be saved. Light returned to Bianca's eyes, which had been black and dead. At the same time, her cheeks were turning red. We must hurry, we must drive on before news of Don Quixote reaches them. At Vikir's words, the eyes of all the night walkers burned with determination. Pushishishi, so we have our second objective now. This will reduce our debt. Saad and Orca followed Vikir to their feet. The second demon hunt was about to begin. This was extremely unusual for Vikir's hunting patterns, as he usually left a long gap between hunts. The night walkers traveled through the night to Usher's territory, a land filled with desolate wastelands, swamps, and tall rocks. On an island in the center of a deep swamp, you see Usher's great mansion, standing tall. Masyaf, a mansion that resembles a citadel. The Gothic castle looks eerie, shrouded in a mist of water rising from the swamp. The walls and windows carved out of the stone looked like they had cracks in them, with countless dried ivy vines clinging to them. The windows, which have turned cloudy and gray like the eyes of a blue blind. I seem to be staring blankly into space. The sticky, dismal humidity rising from the swamp was everywhere. Moreover, the black-red aura that spreads like a demonic spirit through the mist of the water is something that makes every night walker frown. Red Death, it's even worse than before, Dolores said, swallowing hard. A horrible plague, or rather an extreme poison that even caused the death of Cervantes, the Spear King. This is what has cast the shadow of death over the Usher mansion. I wonder if my father is safe. Bianca bit her lip until it bled, fighting back tears. Tudor is silent while putting his hand on Bianca's shoulder. Cervantes, lord of the Don Quixote family, and Roderick, lord of the Usher family, were longtime friends and enemies. Now that Cervantes has met a tragic end in the Red Death, it's a luxury to hope for Roderick's safety. But even knowing this reality was one thing, speaking it out loud was another. Even Camus, who was known for her bluntness and sarcasm and who was not particularly close to Bianca, had not said a word out of respect for her mood. However, Marquis de Sade, the only one who was completely oblivious to the stares of others, was still speaking in his usual manner. What kind of foul air is that? I'm sure everything in the mansion has long since been destroyed. Please shut that mouth of yours, you old prison escapee, before I crush you with my club. Orca cautioned, but Sade kept talking. Look, Vikir, I doubt there's much point in repairing the Usher at this point. With that much poison in it, there's probably already a bunch of skeletons inside. You don't know that. Vikir's answer was surprisingly hopeful. Normally a cynic and a pessimist who defaults to negative predictions, Vikir was unusually positive this time. Bianca asked impatiently, so you're saying there's hope, huh? Yes. Vikir nodded. He turned to his left and opened his mouth. The Usher family was originally an official family of an enemy nation before the unification of the empire. They were once a very famous family of assassins. After the unification of the empire, they were only able to become one of the 7 great families with a small number of people. It's because of the skill of their members. Is there any other family for which the term small elite fits so well? Sinclair, who is also an intelligent person, recites some legendary Usher family anecdotes. It said that when the emperor went to visit the Usher family in the past, the Usher family wanted all of their entourage behind them so that the emperor and the patriarch of the family could talk to each other unknown, and the emperor said he could put everyone back but not the two generals he really trusted. The rest of the story was common knowledge. The Usher family patriarch asked the emperor, "Are you sure you don't want to send them away?" The emperor replied, "These two men are like my brothers. They are like my alter egos and they cannot be separated." At this the patriarch of the Usher family laughed without saying a word, but then he opened his mouth and asked the two generals standing behind the emperor, "Can you kill the emperor right now?" The two generals standing firmly behind the emperor immediately drew their swords and pointed them at the emperor's throat, as if they had been waiting for this command all this time. This incident enhanced the reputation of the Usher family, and the emperor himself treated them generously as they were strong and had secret power. Bianca nodded at Sinclair's words. She had always been proud of her family, and the mention of past glories seemed to ease her sting a bit. But the reality is harsh. The once great Usher family has been eroded by demons and is on the brink of extinction. Vikir analyzed the situation soberly. The people of Usher are strong individually. They may be few in number, but their individual skills are on average superior, which means that there should be more of them who can resist the demon's power. Moreover, Usher's Castle Masyaf has many environmental conditions that can be fortified in the future, and its strategic value is comparable to Tochka. It is a place that must be restored before a great war. I know the geography of the grounds and the structure of the mansion inside. I'll show you around, Bianca said with determination. It was fortunate that both Tudor and Bianca were so knowledgeable about the inner workings of the family and much more than the average young master. Many young master didn't know much about their own families. But Vikir shook his head. The Usher mansion is full of mazes and traps, and the poison is so thick now that it's impossible for many to enter. Once a small group enters, we must lure the demons out and meet them outside the mansion. That leaves the question of who will go inside the poisonous mansion. Normally Vikir would lead the way. Can't go in. Not this time. Vikir shook his head. Because I need to make other arrangements in case I succeed in attracting the demon. The number of people who can enter the Usher mansion is limited then. Dolores spoke with difficulty. If it's holy water that can break through that poisonous fog, I think we can make enough for 2 people. Even with all of her divine power, that was the limit. 2 people to infiltrate the Usher mansion and lure the demon out. It was obvious who one of them would be. It was Bianca. She knows the geography of the mansion inside out, and she's the target of Usher Po Madeline, the one who's currently in control of the family. Aunt Madeline was said to have been exceptionally weak as a child, even to the point of being thought dead when she collapsed after a seizure and was buried alive. Now that I think about it, she probably died then, and the demon took over her body while she was buried. Bianca muttered, then looked up with a look of determination. Perhaps the demon is after my body, young and fresh, and if I were to enter the mansion on my own and escape, it would surely turn and chase after me. Hearing Bianca's words, nearly all of the night walkers raised their hands. I'll go with you. I want to help. Come with me, Bianca. Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair opened their mouths. But then all eyes turned to one place. Tudor stepped forward. Allow me to come with you. You owe me from the day before. Tudor chuckled as he lifted the spear with his one arm. Bianca also laughed with reddened eyes. Still reckless. One must be reckless in the presence of a lady that is chivalry. Tudor and Bianca turned to face each other, smiling bitterly. In that strange atmosphere, everyone had no choice but to give them the benefit of the doubt. But Vikir, always calm and cool, broke the mood before anyone could say anything. Are you sure you can do this? It's not just about love. The odds of dying are much higher than the odds of living. What's love? Why, if someone hears it, they'll misunderstand it. This is loyalty. It's friendship. Looking at Bianca and Tudor's stunned denial, Vikir shook his head. Then he spoke again. Very well, you seem motivated, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I'll tell you what you must do. Vikir's instructions were both simple and difficult. 1. Go inside the castle and lure the demon out. 2. Make sure the Patriarch Roderick Usher is alive or dead. Just 2 tasks. But whether they succeeded or failed, the odds were stacked against them. The Red Death has evolved even more, and it seems to be very specialized. Even with my divine power, I won't be able to hold out for very long an hour. At most, Dolores said in an unconfident voice. But Bianca shook her head as she held Dolores' hand tightly. That's more than enough, thank you very much. Bianca. Bianca forced a smile at Dolores' tearful face. Then Vikir called to her. Take this with you. Bianca shook her head. Vikir placed a heart-shaped hairpin on Bianca's palm. Before Bianca could ask what it was, Vikir turned his head and looked at Tudor. Beside him. Take this too. Vikir handed Tudor 2 firecrackers. One red, the other black. Vikir spoke in a serious voice. Determine if Roderick, the Patriarch of the Usher family, is alive and able to get out with you, then set off the red firecrackers, and if he's dead or unable to move, even if he is alive, then set off the black firecrackers. This had a lot to do with the vague strategy that Vikir was preparing outside. On behalf of everyone, Bianca cautiously asked, why are the colors of firecrackers differentiated? What does it mean? Vikir's answer was short. It's better if you don't listen. It was an answer that sent chills down everyone's spine and renewed their determination. The Usher's mansion was indeed a fortress, whereas Tachka was a natural fortress created by the natural environment. Usher's mansion was a man-made fortress filled with all sorts of bizarre traps, frames of books and paintings that sometimes collapsed, curtains that fluttered even when there was no wind, the cogs of a slow-moving clock, statues that suddenly burst into laughter, plants that withered and died in pots, stuffed animals, brick walls that were stacked on top of each other, chandeliers that were overly grandiose, and so on, were all traps filled with malice toward intruders. But Bianca, who was born the owner of the mansion and has lived in it all her life, was able to tear through them all and get inside. The only time it's safe to walk through the halls is when the bookshelves collapse and the books on them fall, but only for ghost stories, not for other genres, only when books titled The Mask of the Red Death, The Black Cat, The Cask of Amontillado, The Jumping Frog, or 8 Orangutans in Chains, The Heart of Treachery, and The Adventures of Arthur Gordon Pym fall to the floor. Whenever the curtains flutter even a little, you must get low to the floor. It doesn't matter if the wind is blowing or not. When the bell rings, the secret door between the hallways opens, of course. You can't go in right away, you have to wait exactly 5 minutes before opening it, otherwise you might end up in a door that leads to a completely different place. When that statue laughs, you have to be careful around the whole area, because while it doesn't trigger any traps, it likes to think that an intruder is about to die a miserable death. If you see a plant in a pot and it's shriveled up and dead, don't walk past it. We don't grow any plants in our family. Stuffed animals are okay to walk past, but some of them have moving eyeballs. And if I see one of those, always cover your ears and run fast. If you see a red brick wall, make sure you never touch it, but if you do, run away from it immediately and don't turn around if someone calls your name from behind. Under no circumstances should you pass under a chandelier, but if you must, never look at the chandelier. Instead, keep your eyes on the shadow of the chandelier on the floor. Bianca continued through the many traps and labyrinths into the depths of the mansion. Tudor, following close behind, said in a low voice, I see why your personality is so twisted. What, you bastard? Bianca squeezed Tudor's head once, then turned her head away. Hey, well, it's a little far from the usual, she added in a tiny whisper at the end. Thanks for following me here, though. What? I didn't say anything, let's go. Bianca dragged Tudor along. Soon Bianca and Tudor were standing in front of Patriarch Roderick Usher's bedroom. This room too was thick with the Red Death. An unbearable level of poisonous venom spreads through the mansion, along with the watery mist that pours in. It was like a clown, a dancing demon, spinning and jumping through the empty corridors. Bianca and Tudor felt a surge of nausea even though they drank the saints' tears produced by Dolores. Then the door to the bedroom opened. Kigajijigig. The rusted hinges let out a dying groan. The sight inside the slowly opening door made Bianca and Tudor's eyes widen. "Father!" Bianca exclaimed uncontrollably. Seated in a chair in an awkward position is unmistakably Roderick Biancas, father and current head of the Usher family. He was pale enough to be a corpse at first glance with a mummified complexion, and a skeleton as thin as a mummy, but his eyes were wide and alive. But he didn't seem to be in any condition to speak. A black tongue moved a few times inside his parched and shriveled lips, but nothing came out of his charred throat but the sound of a broken clockwork. Father in such a horrible state. Bianca stroked Roderick's cheeks in disbelief. But when she looked into his eyes, there was nothing in them. Just dull cloudy whites with creepy flesh embedded in the center fixed. Straight ahead. Tudor bit his lip as he watched Roderick's condition. "It's the same condition as my father's. Just as Cervantes the Spear King had died of the Red Death, leaving him a wasted man, Roderick was in the same condition. Just as Cervantes the Spear King suffered the Red Death and died in a state of ruin, Roderick was also in the same state. The Red Death is spreading through the mist inside the mansion, and the demon must have released its poison into the swamp, for the mansion was built on swampy ground and the entire place has been gradually poisoned." After assessing the situation, Tudor pulled firecrackers from his arms. Red and black firecrackers. "Determine whether Roderick, patriarch of the Usher family, is alive or dead. And if he is alive and able to escape with you, set off the red firecracker. If he is dead, or if he is alive but unable to move, set off the black firecracker." Vikir had said this before entering the Usher's mansion. Tudor's eyes dropped to his hands and he bit his lip in thought. He's alive, Roderick is alive. Tudor's choice was a red firecracker. Tudor is about to take it to the window. Then, Tioiog. A hand snatched Tudor's wrist. It was Bianca. "Are you crazy?" She snatched the red firecracker from Tudor's hand and tossed it into the swamp outside the window. "Are you going to kill all the other kids?" "No, Roderick is alive. Don't you remember what Vikir said? My father can't move anymore." Bianca lowered her head and trembled. If anyone wanted to light a red firecracker more than anyone else at this moment, it was her. Tudor could only look at her and bow his head in awe. Just then, "Ho ho ho, aren't you giving up too soon?" A voice caught Bianca and Tudor's attention. Turning their heads, they saw a woman with the same pale complexion as a corpse standing there in a casual manner. Usher Po Madeline, Roderick's sister and current acting head of family. A shadowy figure who practically wielded the power of the Usher family. The same father, the same daughter, even though your blood relatives are still alive, you are hastily treating them as dead. Madeline glared at Bianca with her corpse-like eyes. Then she spoke, her voice filled with mockery. "Are you going to bury your father alive too, just like your father did to me?" Madeline suffered from severe fever when she was young, and Roderick buried her under the ground with both her heartbeat and complexion changed to that of a corpse. But somehow, someway, Madeline was alive. After she was buried alive, she broke open the coffin, dug through the soil, and emerged through the center of the tomb. Roderick was haunted for the rest of his life by the guilt of almost burying his sickly sister alive. He would do anything she asked of him, and he would risk anything for her. "You doog." Bianca gritted her teeth. "You've been a demon from the start, haven't you, taking the body of my aunt Madeline, who died of a fever, and deceiving my father all this time?" "Ho ho ho, well, I don't know, when did I really become a demon? When I was buried alive, or when I was born, or was I ever a demon in the first place?" Madeline had been closing the distance between her and Bianca. Then a line was drawn between Bianca and Madeline. "Do not cross the line." Tudor, his unwavering gaze, held Madeline at bay. Madeline's eyes narrowed at the sight of Gungnir in his lone arm and the leather hanging down the hilt of his spear. "Skinning the flesh of Passamont and using it to decorate your spear, playing with the corpse of your uncle whom you defeated in a contest for the throne. Seems a bit grotesque for a knight of Don Quixote's reputation for justice and virtue." Despite Madeline's scowl, Tudor did not lose sight of his original purpose. "Tiog." Grabbing Bianca's hand, Tudor turned and started running. Come on, Bianca, we have to get out of here. But Tudor and Bianca's efforts were in vain. Madeline reached out her hand and the world around her froze, then a thick wall of ice rose up and blocked the window. Quack. Tudor stopped in his tracks for a moment. And then Madeline's seductive voice whispered softly in his ear. I see you wish to leave the mansion, but not without my permission. Ho ho ho, would you stop looking at me so scary? Madeline covered her mouth with her hand and smiled gracefully. Then, as if in good faith, she continued. Well, actually, it's not too difficult to get you out of the mansion if you can pass my test. Throw away the thought of deceiving me with your tongue. Tudor turned his back to the ice wall and held his spear tightly. But the words that came out of Madeline's mouth were unexpected. Seriously, if you can pass one very simple test, I'll let you out of here. Tudor's brow furrowed and Madeline continued. All you have to do is prove to me that you are brave enough to pass my test. Don Quixote's knights are said to be very brave, so you won't be afraid, will you? It was a cheap provocation made blatantly, but Tudor had no choice. Then Madeline said, Where is the person who can kill me? If you can get those words out of your mouth 3 times, I will recognize your bravery. I'll even open the doors of
my mansion for you.
It was an easy deal. There are no ambushes here now except for Madeline's. Tudor and Bianca stared at each other, their expressions stony. Their gazes crossed quickly in the air. Then once Tudor was sure there was no danger around them, he opened his mouth. Where is the person who can kill me? Where is the person who can kill me? Where is the person who can kill me? Tudor's words were spoken with unwavering faith. There was nothing that could harm him except the demon right in front of him. It was an obvious truth. But Madeline's eyes softened at the sound of Tudor's voice. The moment Tudor sheds a drop of cold sweat in front of that ominous line. It is here. A voice that seemed to be possessed by something came from right behind Tudor. Right in his ear. Tudor's mind flashed back to a story Sinclair had told him. It is said that once when the emperor went to subjugate the Usher family, the Usher family wanted to have a unknown conversation between the emperor and the head of the family, leaving all the attendants behind. The emperor experienced the betrayal of 2 of his closest advisors in a place where he firmly believed no one could harm him. The assassins of the Usher family were equally stealthy and vigilant. Tudor thought the lesson to be learned from this story was that Usher's assassins had long since earned the trust of their targets. But the reality was that they were one step ahead of that. Jig. Tudor jerked his head to the side at the cold wind behind him. Bianca's dagger sliced through his side. Bianca. Tudor's voice didn't seem to reach her. In her dilated pupils there was no sign of the firearm she once held. Madeline chuckled as she watched Bianca stand like a doll. When members of the Usher family are in the mansion, they become brainwashed. Without their knowledge, in a way, the path into the mansion is the route that draws the magic circle of brainwashing, and walking along that path is the trigger condition for brainwashing. She winked at Tudor and continued. The last line you said is the trigger once brainwashing is activated. Outsiders are considered the first priority to be killed. Damn it. Tudor raised the spear. Bianca, with an expressionless face, raised her bow and fired an arrow. Pipio piong. The spear swung around and smashed the arrows. But Bianca's firing speed was still so incredibly fast that even Tudor could only stagger back. Ugh, you're even faster than you were when you were sober, aren't you? Tudor tries to force a smile and make a joke, but Bianca's expression is cold. Madeline laughs at Bianca's doll-like transformation. Finally, a young, fresh body is within my grasp, and I've always been troubled by this half-rotten one. After speaking, Madeline took off the belly band that was covering her stomach. Then the rotten and crumbling belly skin and the empty abdomen inside were clearly visible. Also, the real Madeline died a long time ago. Ho ho ho, yes, I've had a hard time covering up the stench, always having to fill it with perfume or dried flowers or something, but that's gone now. Madeline turned her head to look at Roderick in the chair. Poor Roderick, why don't you just hand over your body to me? Your daughter will pay the price for your stubbornness. Roderick's pupils flinched at her words. Tudor called out to Roderick with a glimmer of hope. Roderick, your daughter is in danger, you must wake up, the demon is after Bianca's body. Tudor continued to shout as Bianca shot arrows at him with her dazed eyes. But Roderick was frozen in place. His pupils flickered for the briefest of moments, but then a thick mist of water and a red deathly fog enveloped him again. Madeline chuckled. Ho ho ho, what do you expect when you see poisonous air rising from the swamp? She was right. The demon had released poison all over the swamp, and it was mixing with the moisture rising to the surface and infecting the entire mansion. Cook. Tudor knew it too. It would be impossible to cleanse the mansion without clearing the entirety of this watery fog that enveloped the grounds. That's why Vikir had told him to lure the demons out of the mansion, as fighting inside would be futile. However, Bianca's rushing toward him makes that impossible. Even if Tudor ran outside, the demon wouldn't budge. The demon would not move, for she already had the body she wanted so badly. Wake up, Bianca. Tudor shoved her back against the spearhead and turned the blade. Rather than deal with Bianca, he intended to go straight for Madeline behind her. However, ho ho ho, that's not going to work. Madeline was still standing there unmoving, a posture of absolute confidence and arrogance. Helig. Bianca aims her arrow at Tudor's back as he runs towards Madeline. Then, Madeline's eyes widen slightly. To her surprise, despite Bianca's arrow pointed at his back, Tudor hadn't turned around and was running toward her. Ding. An aura as blue as a tidal wave rises at the tip of Gungnir. Could be seen that he was truly putting all his strength into the front, not caring about the threat behind him. Ho ho ho, what, you trust your friend, you think she won't shoot an arrow? Shut up. Tudor continued to run toward the front where Madeline was, even though Bianca standing behind is aiming at Tudor's back with her bow. An arrow. The corners of Madeline's eyes curved seductively. Poor thing, who wouldn't be a fool from the Don Quixote family to be killed by the arrow of the woman he loves. The end of love is the grave after all. Then turning to Bianca behind her, she commanded coldly, shoot, my dear, let's make it easy for him. With Madeline's command, Bianca moved immediately. Without hesitation, Bianca drew her weapon, pointing it at her friend Tudor's back. Then a single arrow fired with tremendous momentum. Pow! A powerful charge containing all of Bianca's power and mana was fired, creating a gray-white gust of wind. It flew in a graceful parabola and landed directly in Tudor's back. Pyoyog. The sound of tearing flesh and splattering blood echoed through the room with piercing sound. Ho 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 ho, they're disgusting, they're such sloppy people now, both Usher and Don Quixote are over. Madeline burst into laughter as she saw Bianca's arrow pierce Tudor's back. However, her laughter did not last long. Pyoyog. A stream of red blood spurted from Tudor's back and stomach. Bianca's arrow had clearly pierced Tudor's body. And at that moment, as if he knew in advance the direction and location of the arrow's flight, Tudor twisted his stance to the side, rotating his body so that the arrow would tear through the flesh of his side and fly away. The arrow passes through Tudor's body, leaving only a relatively light wound. The arrow is stained red by Tudor's blood. Pyoyog. It flew straight on without losing any of its power, and surprisingly it lodged itself in the center of Madeline's forehead. Cuff. Madeline gasped as the arrow pierced her skull and exited the back of her head. Her vision went black and her thoughts were cut off for a moment. Her entire body began to shake and tremble. Even a demon could not help but be shaken by an unexpected arrow piercing its head. Moreover, what is this black blood on the arrowhead? Please go to a comfortable place. Strange voices in her head and memories that were not her own began to surface in the center of her blackened vision. A body growing cold, the rough palm that covered her vision, a face and voice full of scars. He's a good person. At the same time, Madeline felt her entire body tremble violently. She felt her fingers and toes twisting and curling strangely, like the body of an insect curling inward when it dies. Kuwug. Madeline groaned as her body twisted and turned. Just then, run. Bianca's pupils returned to their normal color. She grabbed Tudor by the back of the neck as he staggered bleeding from the side and turned and started running. The ice wall crumbled from Madeline's impact and Bianca and Tudor threw themselves through the window beyond. At the same time, Puzzug. Tudor lit the black firecracker had been holding since the moment the arrow pierced his body. No way you're not brainwashed, How? Madeline was still running forward unbowed despite the arrow piercing her forehead and the back of her head. But was it too unexpected it didn't stop Bianca and Tudor from throwing. Pungdiong. Swampy muck and mire surrounded them. An unpleasant sensation as if the evil spirit of the Red Death was sticking out its long tongue and licking their entire body. But in the midst of it all Tudor and Bianca looked at each other and held their hearts together. Then Tudor's arms, which were above the surface, were stretched high. Bianca was holding on to him so that he wouldn't sink into the swamp. Poof! A firecracker exploded, a black pillar stretched high into the sky, so that we can clearly see beyond the ridge where Vikir is waiting after completing some preparations. It's a success. Without even thinking about who went first, Tudor and Bianca hugged each other. Good job, Bianca, that last arrow went in. I wouldn't have made it if it weren't for Piggy's blood on the arrowhead. But the job isn't completely done yet. Qua wow, these cheeky bugs. The scream that erupted from the window was clearly not human. A voice that pierced the listener's eardrums and drove fear like a stake through them. A demon's voice. There was no doubt that Madeline was showing her true colors. As soon as they heard it, Tudor and Bianca nodded as if they had made a promise. Tudor and Bianca quickly dived down to the bottom of the swamp, knowing that their goal was to lure the demon out of the mansion. Boom! It's too far to swim to the bridge that connects the mansion to the surface. It's better to move slowly underwater, holding their breath as best they can, than to risk being caught by the demon right away. Tudor and Bianca swam beneath the black rippling water. Reddish will-o'-the-wisp lights were circling above the water, giving a clear view of the eerie and grim scene beneath the water. Quakwang pungdiong 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 chiambiong. Behind them the windows of the mansion shattered, and they could feel the debris of the shattered windows falling to the surface of the swamp. The surface of the water distorted wildly. Where are you? Where are you? Somehow the demon's voice came straight from the water. Tudor and Bianca fought back a chill down their spines and dived deeper and deeper. Black water plants reached out like water ghosts. Tudor and Bianca ducked under the fiery glow of the will-o'-the-wisp and into the forest of aquatic vegetation. They began to push their way through the heavy muck and ripples of the swamp floor where many things had sunk. Slowly to lure the demon out of the mansion. Toward the ridge beyond where Vikir and the others were waiting. Puha! It was already the middle of the night when Tudor and Bianca crawled out of the water. The air was icy cold, the wind cut like a knife. As they turned their heads, they could see the Usher mansion casting a grim shadow over the swampy area that was filled with evil spirits of the Red Death. Get it? Yes. Tudor took Bianca's outstretched hand. Hand in hand, they raced down the mountain path. Pududug. A bird flapped its wings behind them. Tudor and Bianca ran frantically through the dead trees that sprouted up like spines from burned corpses. Their faces and bodies were scratched by sharp branches and thorns, but they had no time to think about it. Red Death dancing with phosphorus and sulfur fire and water mist wandering over the swamp. Tudor and Bianca ran to their deaths through the darkness, relying on the fading favor of the Saintess. Pududug. The sound of birds flapping their wings came a little closer. Then, thud. Tudor stopped running and fell to his knees on the ground. Bianca gasped and helped him up. Tudor, are you okay? A reddish glow continued to spread across Tudor's side where Bianca's arrow had grazed him. It was a fatal wound, even if it only grazed. Bianca hesitated for a moment, then spoke with determination. Get up. But Tudor shook his head. You never know when the demon will come after you. Vikir told us never to let our guard down until we're over the ridge. Do you think I'm letting my guard down right now? It looks that way. Tudor quietly pushed Bianca away. You go ahead, I'll get some rest and catch up. Don't give a shit. Bianca closes the distance that Tudor pushed away. She grabbed Tudor by the scruff of the neck and spoke. You realize there's nothing cool about what you're doing, right? I'm not doing this to be cool. Do you still not know me? So you know me. Tudor and Bianca's gazes locked for a moment. Tudor spoke in a low voice. That night you saved me when I nearly lost my life within the family, and you risked your own. Now it's my turn. I can't walk anymore anyway. Let me do something for you. One last time. Tudor's eyes, dying of blood loss and hypothermia, sparked. It was the last spark of light that only a being who sensed the end of his life could give off. But if you have the stamina for bullshit, walk. Bianca's glare was even more overwhelming than Tudor's. That night I may have saved you, but you saved me. Do you have any idea how relieved and grateful I was to see you still alive? At the end of where I ran with my lungs bursting, do you know how relieved and grateful I was at that time? Bianca curled her arms around Tudor's shoulders and pulled him close. Then she growled. So live somehow. As long as I live you live. When I'm dead it's up to you whether to search or not. Tudor was speechless at Bianca's non-threatening threat. Soon they were climbing the mountain path again. Tudor's mana was long gone and his body was riddled with cuts large and small from the mansion's traps. His drenched body was constantly losing heat. Dug. Behind him he heard the sound of another bird flapping its wings. It was only a few feet away now. Bianca. Tudor, barely walking with the aid of his spear, spoke in a fading voice. Bianca looked up. Thank you. What an ominous way to start a greeting under the circumstances. Just I figured it was now or never. Oh really? At that moment Bianca turns her head. Thud. Tudor fell to the ground. Bianca stared at Tudor in disbelief. And she cowered down next to him too. Yes, well done, that was good enough. There was no response from the fallen Tudor. Then as Bianca looked at him, tears began to form in her eyes. Bianca's once proud and confident expression quickly falls away and she looks like a woman her own age. She hugged Tudor tightly as his breathing slowed and bowed her head. In the end they didn't make it over the promised ridge, but they did manage to lure the demon away and set off the black firecrackers. It was a situation where she was prepared, as it was not a plan made with the survival probability of the two used as bait in mind in the first place. Thank you for coming with me. She pressed her lips to Tudor's mouth. Dug. And a mysterious sound gets closer and closer. Bianca lifted her head, a look of determination on her face. She had no strength left, but she would resist with every last ounce of energy she had. I will die rather than have my body taken by you. She raised her bow as she stood before Tudor. Across the inky darkness she could see two red blazing eyeballs. Sprinkling an eerie red light, it was like seeing the dog of death from a grotesque legend come to life. But, flutter. What appeared in front of Bianca was not a demon but something else entirely. You still look lively, which is good. Vikir the night hound stepped out of the shadows. Bianca's eyes widened. Vikir, how are you here? Isn't the meeting place over the ridge? I picked you up while I took some risks. With that Vikir raised his hand. A werewolf, a ghoul, a giant carapace, centipede, a mountain turtle, a griffin, and several other creatures had their throats slit and were dripping blood. Bianca suddenly realized that she and Tudor had made it this far without being attacked by any of the creatures. That was because Vikir had been silently clearing the escape route all this time. When they'd first made their plan, had been the one to abandon them, but had actually cared for them more than anyone else. Vikir. Bianca's voice trembled, but Vikir waved her off as if it were no big deal. Meanwhile, Vikir turned his head and watched the trajectory of the black firecrackers as they rose above the Usher mansion. Those firecrackers could only mean one thing. Roderick Usher was dead, or at least as dead as he could be. Bianca explained. My father is alive, but because of the red death poison that has taken over the grounds of the mansion. I see the situation. Save your strength for the rest of the story. With that Vikir walked over to the fallen Tudor. After checking his pulse, Vikir nodded. He'll be fine. With some potions and a holy power poultice he should be up and about in no time. Well, do you think we can do that? We have to go over the ridge. Yes, if you stay still. Huh, what's that? Bianca didn't even have time to ask. Wag. Vikir scooped Tudor up on the spot. With Bianca on his side he started running up the hill. What? Bianca panicked but then squeezed her eyes shut. Vikir's strength and speed were immense, and even with Tudor and Bianca on his back he could climb the steep rock face in the blink of an eye. It was like a bird gliding. Thank God. Vikir was also relieved by the current situation. In the original story this was the place where Tudor died and where Bianca's mind went crazy. Usher's restoration operation. It was supposed to happen much later than it did, but it was the right place. Prior to the restoration of Usher, Tudor is gravely wounded while attempting to stop Bianca from being brainwashed by a demon, and as a result he is unable to penetrate the daylily of the demon legion and dies a long hard death after leading his allies to safety. Bianca is driven to madness by the guilt of having failed to restore her family name and of having harmed Tudor, her lifelong childhood friend and lover who had been there for her in her darkest time. But fate has changed. Tudor survives and Bianca's sanity is restored. This was only possible because at a crucial moment Bianca refused to be brainwashed by Madeline. I guess we have to thank Lovegood. Vikir stared at the brooch in Bianca's hair. A hairpin with a pink heart-shaped brooch attached to it. It's called a love shield. It was an artifact that Vikir had gotten back in the day when he participated in the University League. To be more precise, Vikir had gotten Decorabia as a reward for his excellent performance in the University League. At the time there was a student named Merlini Lovegood who had better grades than Vikir, and the prize she received was this artifact called Love Shield. The artifact I won is called the Love Shield. It's a hairpin with a heart-shaped brooch, and it's supposed to protect against any kind of powerful brainwashing or mind control magic once you wear it, but only if you have someone you truly love by your side. The effect of this artifact called the Love Shield is a one-time defense against all powerful brainwashing. However, the artifact requires the presence of someone you truly love for it to work. Dear Vikir, with love. P.S. Merlini Lovegood, President of VISIMO. Perfume, skin, lotion, shoes, belts, hats, sunglasses, shirts, bags, fountain pens, ties, wallets, sneakers, hairpins. Oh my, there is also an artifact that was used as a prize in the University League. Also, what is this? It's the key to the carriage. In the past, Lovegood had mailed the artifact to Vikir as a gesture of fandom, and Vikir had kept it and handed it to Bianca before infiltrating the Usher mansion. Take these with you. Bianca with a hairpin, Tudor with red and black firecrackers. Vikir's preparation just in case saved Tudor and Bianca from a harsh fate. It's the first time I've seen a face. Vikir, who was looking at his own face in a puddle on the ground, turned his head. Cook. He saw Tudor fainting and Bianca's hands clasped together as she looked at Tudor. Then, Vikir found a temporary camp on the ridge and in a pit covered with fallen leaves he took out the potion he had placed beforehand and fed it to Tudor. Wag, why am I still alive? Bianca cried out as Tudor woke up with a loud scream. Just then, Pududug. The sound of a bird flapping its wings came from far behind them. Up on the ridge, Vikir stood in full view of Usher's mansion. Just as expected. Find them, must find them. He could hear Madeline's poisoned voice and the sounds of Usher's knights moving about. Tudor and Bianca's eyes widened. Get ready. Vikir spoke. It's time to pay them back. Usher Po Madeline. She gathered the remnants of the Killing God squad and set out in pursuit of Tudor and Bianca. Leading her horse across a bridge over a swamp, she soon found herself at the foot of a steeply sloping mountain. Abandon your horses and climb the mountain. You may kill Tudor, but Bianca must be captured. Madeline had lost her reason in her rage and no longer thought to hide her voice. From her mouth, which has been torn open from ear to ear, comes a sound like the howl of a trapped animal. Her eyes, arrowed in the brow and turned in strange directions, were set vertically in a reptilian pupil. The leader of the demon army, who had once led the Age of Destruction from the forefront and had done so much to spearhead the destruction of mankind, was slowly revealing her true colors. Pududug. Every time Madeline moved the hem of her loose dress, it made a sound like a bird's feathers rubbing together. The smell of young fresh meat. Madeline was climbing the mountain faster than anyone else. The smell dotted over rocks, piles of leaves, and the tips of sharp branches. Madeline was following the trail of blood that Bianca had spilled as she fled. Ho ho ho, she must have been in a hurry if she couldn't even get the scent off herself. The prey's increasingly sluggish pace was evident in the growing trail. Sweat, saliva, and snot on the ground. But the most unmistakable odor of all is blood. Not only was the blood spilled not covered with leaves or soil, but there were unmistakable traces of footprints and hair everywhere. Broken branches and disheveled grasses also gave a clear indication of the direction in which the prey had fled. Finally, goodbye to this rotting bitch, ho ho ho. As soon as I change bodies, the first thing I'm going to do is whip her little squeaky body to smithereens. It's been so frustrating and tiresome. Madeline reached the ridge with a big smile on her face. She could see the lake on the other side of the mountain. Lake Dog Lake. It's the largest lake in the area, along with the swampy land surrounding Usher's mansion. Madeline and Usher's pursuers made their way out of the forest and toward Lake Dog Lake. What they saw was a rather unexpected sight. It was a pile of stones and mud piled high on the shore of a lake that had been turned into a barren field. Where there should have been a lake, there was no water. The water had been wiped out by the ongoing wildfires and drought. But was the drought really this bad? The bottom of the lake was strangely dry. She could understand if the water level was dropping, but it's not normal for the lake to be so dry. There were some pools of stagnant water in various places, and there were large fish clustered in them. Puddle, puddle, puddle. Madeline stuck her hand down into the pool and pulled out a large catfish, which she chewed up and swallowed whole. Strange, even in the most severe droughts, the waters of Lake Dog never dried up. Ho ho ho, could it be that the coming age of destruction is that harsh? Madeline tossed the catfish she was chewing on to the ground and turned her head to look at the blazing red flames on the horizon. The wildfire burning in the distance was obviously no ordinary natural disaster. Droughts, wildfires, monster outbreaks, and all other natural disasters are merely precursors. It was a flow of magic power condensed to open a huge portal in the sky, and a natural phenomenon that followed. The gates of destruction are about to open. The demons, impatient with the continued loss of their allies, have decided to open the gates to the demon realm a little earlier than they would have otherwise after decades of delay. It was for this reason that the Empire's civil war broke out earlier than planned. For that I must change my body into something young and fresh. Madeline felt her body heat up as she thought of the many plans she had for Bianca's body. Alas, first I must make many children. How delicious they will be made from my blood and flesh. My mouth is watering already. She quickly descended to the bottom of the lake and made her way toward the center. She made her way through the towering stones and mounds of dirt, and the desolate landscape inside came into view. Whining. Suddenly a humid breeze blew in from nowhere. Madeline's expression changed as she turned her head to look for something. She has an ominous feeling in the back of her mind. Looking back at the rubble she had just passed, she realized that the path had changed slightly. Madeline's eyes narrowed. Oh my, you're going to use a formation against me? Yes. These stones piled up on the bottom of the lake are the walls of a maze, and the paths between them form strange shapes throughout. As visitors walk along these paths, they are plagued by hallucinations and visions and eventually become completely disoriented and trapped within them. It was similar to the formation inside the Usher mansion where Bianca's brainwashing was triggered, but in a much more complex way. Ho ho ho, I'm an Usher myself, so I'm in the formation, it's cute. Madeline was quite relaxed despite being caught in a trap. As she looked around, she saw monstrous rocks rising up like swords and a wall of dirt and rocks that completely surrounded her. Madeline's eyes glittered with an evil light. Hee, that's good, this is the work of Belial and Dantalion, right? Did they betray us and join the human side? But that's not possible. Weren't Belial and Dantalion long gone in the first place? But the formation in front of her was clearly a trap that Belial and Dantalion used to wage war on a large scale. How a mere mortal has managed to recreate it is beyond comprehension. Who is it Bianca? No, there's no way a human could imitate a demonic formation so well. Madeline was a little troubled, but then she laughed softly. Well, whatever, this body isn't affected by the formation method, and I've already told Belial and Dantalion about the structure of this formation in the first place. Then why don't we try to break it in an instant? The other side must have set this trap to buy time. However, Madeline thought to herself, having absorbed all of Usher's knowledge of the formation as well as having mastered the formation of the demons, there was no way she could fall for such a lowly trap. They'll make it all for naught. Madeline shook her head in triumph. Rest, life, injury, stop, enlightenment, death. Surprise, open of the eightfold diagram formation. If you go into life, enlightenment, and open, you will live. If you go through injury, surprise, and rest, you will get hurt, and if you go to stop and death, you will die. Right. Madeline knew well which was the live path and which was the dead path. It was a well-known truth among demons. Ho ho ho, a truth is like a scribble on the pavement, of great effect to the unknowing, but nothing to those who know it well. Your efforts are imaginary, but useless. Madeline strode forward, breaking through the path of the formation method. But at that moment, Madeline spotted the remains of head lying on the ground. It was a catfish from the puddle that Madeline had caught near the beginning of the dungeon. Somehow she had found herself back in the area where the maze had started, with the exit still out of sight, of course. Well, how could it be? Madeline moved immediately. She tried the life gate, the enlightenment gate, and the open gate, which she knew to be the live path, but the scene was still the same. She even went out through the injury gate, the surprise gate, and the rest gate, just in case she got hurt, but the result was the same. Instead, confusion, as if the heavens and earth were turning upside down, filled her head. Still, she didn't have the courage to enter the stop gate and the death gate, where the path to death was certain. What, this isn't even eightfold diagram formation? If it is, this is the right way to leave. The black blood on the floor was distracting Madeline. All around her she could see nothing but more dense walls with no way out. At this rate, I have no choice but to advance toward the center of the lake. Someone knows the demon's tricks. Who could this be? The demon hunter who's been killing my friends, but I thought he was imprisoned in
Nouvelle vague.
But the more she ponders, the more she moves forward, the darker her vision grows. Madeline was dragged into the deepest part of the formation, half willingly and half unwillingly. There stood a tall tree with a small torch hanging from it, and at its base she could see words written in black blood. Madeline fought back her rising anger and impatience and walked toward the tree. Suddenly the words on the ground in the center of the formation caught her. Demons die under this tree. The moment she saw it, Madeline gritted her teeth. How dare these bastards use cheap provocation? But it wasn't just a provocation to spoil the mood. Madeline was quick to realize that. Tulsik, the sound of something heavy crashing in and hitting a huge boulder. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The dry, cracked ground trembled violently, sending up shards of stone and dried muddy dust. Madeline's face crumpled into a grimace. Now she understood why the bottom of Lake Dog was so dry. Water attack. An enormous wave of water was rushing in from the distance. Demons die under this tree. Vikir stood on the far bank. How dare these bastards use cheap provocation? The moment he heard the demons cry from the center of the lake, Vikir immediately gave the order. Open the floodgates. The members of the Night Walkers and Don Quixote's knights each raised their spears, cut the ropes, and pierced the earthen wall. Tudor and Bianca turned to face each other and let out a powerful burst of mana. The mud and wood pillars collapsed, and the waters of Lake Dog burst out from the imprisonment beyond. Even though the drought and wildfires have lowered the water level significantly, Lake Dog Lake naturally holds a tremendous amount of water. Qua. The water rushing out of the breach created countless currents and rushed toward the bottom of the lake. In the distance we can see the demon flailing about. Madeline has broken through the life gate, the enlightenment gate, and the open gate as per the eightfold formation, but that doesn't mean she'll get to the way out. She also tried the injury gate, the surprise gate, and the rest gate with the same result. However, this does not prevent her from entering Stop Gate and the Death Gate, which are obvious death routes, so there must be some information about the Eightfold Diagram formation. Certainly it's the path that Belial and Dantalion used to wreak havoc on. The human alliance during the Age of Destruction, so she should be familiar with it. Vikir is giving back to the demons exactly what the human alliance suffered at the hands of the demons in the past. Vikir's version of the Eightfold Diagram formation was a slightly improved version of what Belial and Dantalion had used. This was possible because, Pushishishi, look at that, it's better if you do as I say. It was thanks to Marquis de Sade smiling beside Vikir. He shouldn't be here if he was meant to be. He was supposed to have failed to break out of Nouvelle Vague and become fodder for deep-sea monsters 10,000 meters below. But Vikir changed his fate and rescued him from the depths. The result, Marquis de Sade was able to put his skills as a tactician and military strategist to good use, something the human alliance had been lacking during the Age of Destruction. An interesting plan, but I can see a few holes in it, and I think I can make it even more vicious if I combine it with the 8 trigrams bagua I used during the 47-man riot Puspushishishi. Marquis de Sade, who has a devious, even diabolical talent for bullying others into trouble. Add the elements of Jin Sun Li Gon Te Jian. Gam Gon, add the elements of thunder, wind, fire, earth, pond, sky, water and mountains, and no demon can escape as long as it has 2 feet on the ground. I can't wait to see how the one who falls into it will struggle in agony. He was interrupted by a voice that was far more cunning and evil than anything the demons had ever put their heads together. Pushishishi, even the demons can't get out of it, scurrying away like bugs. Still a bad taste. Marquis de Sade was delighted, and beside him Major General Orca, who was giving him a scold, looked as if they were relieved as they collapsed the dam they had built so far. Building the dam wasn't difficult for Vikir, who had once built a massive dam to keep out the Red Death when he was in Balak's village. Once released, the water rushed over the ridge with unstoppable momentum. The drought-strained ground gave way, releasing massive amounts of sediment, and the resulting earthquake shook the entire ridge. Soon afterward, massive amounts of water from Lake Dog began to sweep down the hillside and pour into the swampy area where the Usher mansion was located. Ah, the mansion!
Bianca exclaimed in surprise.
The current was already swirling around the swampy area surrounding Usher Castle, a vortex that circled and carved away at the ground beneath the castle, eroding it. The island in the center of the swamp where the Usher family's mansion had stood was sinking lower and lower. Dad! Bianca screamed as she leapt forward, but Tudor stopped her. Bianca, wake up, you saw the condition of the mansion. Bianca's legs gave out and she fell to the ground. If Tudor hadn't held her tightly, she would have tumbled down the cliff and been caught in the rushing water. Dolores, Sinclair, Sancho, and Piggy could see now why Vikir had made the fireworks so color-coded. Determine whether Roderick, the patriarch of Usher family, is alive or dead. And if he is alive and able to escape with you, set off red firecrackers, and if he is dead or unable to move, even if he is alive, set off black firecrackers. Why are the firecrackers color-coded? What do they mean? You're better off not listening. He was right. If the red firecrackers had gone off, Vikir might have considered a different plan, but once the black firecrackers went off, the choice was clear. The moment Vikir saw the black firecrackers, he made his decision to wipe out the Usher family mansion, completely eroded by the Red Death. Dad! Bianca looked down at the rushing torrent below the cliff. The fall of the House of Usher. Bianca's tears filled her eyes as the mansion collapsed into the center of the swamp. The stately home she had lived in all her life, the proud family name, was disappearing in real time, buried in the shifting sands of history. Just then, Kwa Agag! A tearing scream rose from the maelstrom of crumbling earth and swirling mud. Vikir and everyone else looked up to see several shadowy shapes breaking through the torrent and emerging into the water. Hands disappeared, and in their place were giant wings. Razor-sharp teeth bared from snouts that jutted out like beaks. Claws that looked like a mix of blades and hooks, and grotesquely bulging chest muscles. Giant-face birds break through the water current and crawl out onto the ground. Bianca immediately recognized one of them, the largest and broadest of the monstrosities with the longest body and wings. Isolde. How could she forget the one who betrayed her family and joined the demons? The one who not only unleashed the poison into the swamp and left Roderick for dead but also relentlessly chased Bianca and scratched her body and mind. As the demon Isolde raised his blood-red eyes to look at Bianca. You planned this well. I almost drowned during the chase. Bianca immediately drew her arrow. A thunderbolt of a shot. Fiong. But Isolde, who had turned into a demon, stretched out his huge wings and knocked the arrow away. KKKKK, you're going to take on a demon with the mere strength of a human. You still have no sense of reality at all. The wound healed quickly. Isolde smirked, showing off his newfound bulk and muscle. Just then. It's been a long time. Vikir took a step forward. Vikir had met Isolde once before when he was a convoy escort on the way to
Nouvelle Vague.
Bianca's anger hadn't fazed him, but Vikir's call had made him flinch. He had been punished for mutiny on board a ship before. But then a genuine smile appeared on his face. I was alone then, but not now, and with my minions with me, I have no reason to fear you. True to Isolde's words, the demons that had crawled out of the vortex were gathering behind him one after another. Pushishishi, what is it? Why are there so many birds? He doesn't seem that serious, but it strangely bothers me. Don't let your guard down, prison escapee. They self-destruct when cornered. The minions were fierce enough to make Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca wary. Camus, who was demolishing the steel frame inside the dam, clicked her tongue. As if it was a waste. Alas, the drought has lowered the water level. If it wasn't for that, I could have wiped them clean. The prolonged drought and wildfires had reduced the water in Lake Dog. Despite the powerful mudflows, currents, and landslides, many of the minions managed to survive, and the Usher family's mansion foundation was halfway eroded away. Isolde chuckled. This is Madeline, not like a fool like Passamont. While Passamont was preoccupied with some random hell tree, he picked up Madeline, trained in army of demons as usual. Look, the result. Among the knights of the House of Usher, those who had become the demons' servants not through brainwashing but through their own will shook off the water from their feathers and roared fiercely. Since we are alive, Madeline must be as well, and now you are doomed. Even now the number of demons crawling up from the water continued to grow. Isolde's confidence was well-founded. However, well, in terms of the number of sides, I'm guessing we're on top. Isolde's eyes widened at Vikir's casual remark. What nonsense are you talking about? As far as he can see, there are no other troops around. There are only the night walkers and a few knights from Don Quixote's house. Cut the bluff, attack. Ishred shouted, and the minions behind him spread their wings in unison. Bats, eagles, owls, hawks, and other birds of prey soared into the air in unison. But they soon realized what Vikir meant. Shurororarak. It leapt to the surface and grabbed the minions by the ankles. No, it had been hanging on to their ankles since they first came out of the water. Vines long and tough. As they flew through the air, they felt a powerful force pulling at their ankles. What is this? Isolde looked at the vines wrapped around his ankles. A vine with a terrifying power. The source of that power was desire, or rather appetite. Desperate for something, he followed the tip of the vine and soon saw water at the end of his gaze. The vine went all the way down to the water. Then a giant face emerged from beneath the surface connected to the vine. Chwaag. A giant circular face emerges from the churning water. Geoyog. The face is bare with no eyes, nose, or ears except for its gaping maw and the teeth that fill it. The daylily of blood tree. Countless demonic beast seeds were germinating beneath the water. A giant face emerged from beneath the surface. Sharp teeth peeking out of a gaping mouth, the corners of its mouth torn upward as if it was enjoying something. It had no eyes or nose, so its expression was unreadable but still recognizable. The horrible feeling of hunger and thirst, the appetite, the gluttony, and the joy and elation that it was all about to be relieved. The daylilies of the blood tree waited beneath the water with their mouths open waiting for the demons. Hey, what is this? Quaff, what kind of power does it have? Help me. The demon transformed into their bird of prey forms and took flight only to be dragged back to the water's surface by the tough vines that were about to wrap around their ankles or had already wrapped around them. Wazak. The mouth of a daylily closed. One of the demons had gotten stuck in it and bled to death. The demon shuddered as he looked down at his mashed-up lower half like meat. For a haggis. Crushed flesh, shattered bones, and dark blood dripped down in a puddle. As its prey watched in horror and despair, daylily shook itself with delight, stretching out its vines again and again. Shurorak. Once again the demons that had ascended to the sky are pulled down. When did these vines get around my ankles? Water, it got wrapped around me when I fell in the water. I can't get it off, damn, it's so tough. Ouch, I'm being dragged again, Ayakog. The countless daylilies soon formed a colony and swallowed up the demons. Chiambiong, 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 chiambiong. The river quickly turned black with the blood of the demons. Seeing this disaster situation, Isolde could only gape. His ankles, wings, and torso were covered with daylily vines as he struggled to hold on. No way, where did these things? Isolde stared at Vikir with shaky pupils. But Vikir didn't bother to answer. Before Madeline and her legion of demons had pursued Bianca, he had planted the seeds of the blood daylily on the shores of Lake Dog, which had been drained for the construction of the dam. No matter how bad the drought, the bottom of Lake Dog Lake never cracks. Lake Dog Lake hasn't run dry in thousands of years. When someone sees a lake like that not only bare but cracked and dry, they should be suspicious. It's because the daylily seeds have sprouted and sucked all the moisture from the bottom of the lake. And now, with the water in full force, the daylilies are in full bloom. They ate the demons in droves. You lacked attention. Isolde's eyes widened at Vikir's words. You bastard, don't pretend to be so relaxed you think you can escape these demonic beasts just because you're a human. The daylily of the blood tree were obviously very fond of humans. The size of its maw and the way its teeth were packed into it made it look like a 100 carnivore. However, a surprise happened. One of Don Quixote's soldiers who had stumbled and fallen into the river had been captured by the daylily. As daylily wrapped the soldier in its vines and was about to take him into its mouth, it paused for a moment and stuck out its tongue to lick him once. Then, as if touching something inedible, it threw the soldier back into the water. Isolde, who saw the soldier who had survived his life hurriedly crawling up to land, only blinked in bewilderment. He can barely speak as he struggles against the tug of the vines. Well improved. Vikir nodded as the daylily spat out the human. Then behind him a figure stood, puffing out his chest with a smug expression. Minpin Baskerville. His voice was full of pride as he spoke, familiar with the ecology of the monsters. I've been working hard to modify their diet. I've completely ripped out their taste buds to make them taste disgusting to humans and sweet and savory to demons. In doing so, they've lost a lot of their size, but this is something that can be made up considerably as generations go by. Oh, and again. Minpin went on at length about his painstaking efforts, but Vikir filtered out the essentials. Using the daylilies from Vikir, Minpin conducted many experiments in the safety of Tochka's underground facility. Even Morg Banshee, an authority on the subject, sent his own team of researchers to assist in the experiments. As a result, Minpin was able to identify and select individuals among the daylilies that were unusually unthirsty for human blood, and he continued to breed them, refining the breed to become less aggressive toward humans with each passing generation. In addition, by mixing human blood with a foul-tasting substance when feeding them, and by feeding them demon blood along with small amounts of other foods, that the daylilies might, like the daylilies, began to be tamed in an acquired way. In this way, the daylilies, both genetically and acquired, were transformed from seed. The daylilies shied away from humans as if they lost their appetite. But when they see the blood of the demons, they rush at them with madness in their eyes. Akai. Isolde flapped his wings furiously, 4 vines wrapped around his body. He broke free of the vines with the immense strength of a demon. Shurororak. Despite 2 more vines wrapping around him and strangling him, Isolde didn't give up. I am the last vassal to serve Madeline, the one who will rule over the lesser mankind in submission. I will not die in this place, I will never die. This is my world now, this is my opportunity. One have waited so long for this day, for this time, for this age. But opportunity. There was a cold voice standing in front of Isolde. Bianca, the last heir to the house of Usher. She stood before Isolde, bow and arrow raised. Opportunity does not come by waiting. Isolde's wavering pupils turned toward Bianca below. Bianca raised her arrow and pointed it at him. Shoot like this. At the same time Bianca squeezed out all of her remaining mana. Pyong. The arrow flew through the air, tearing a hole in the atmosphere. It soared in a fluid parabolic motion, piercing precisely between Isolde's 2 eyebrows. Pyoyog. The skull shatters and all that's inside falls out in a heap. You cough. But even so Isolde held on. Even when his head is shattered and everything inside is spilled out, he survives with the supernatural vitality of a demon. However, Bianca's anger at the betrayal of her family was not of a short-lived nature. Pyong. After the first hit, the second hit came. Pyoyog. And the third hit. Pyoyog, 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 Pyoyog. Arrow after arrow, all aimed at the same place. Eventually,
no.
Even Isolde, who had 6 vines wrapped around him, falls to the ground. Underneath him countless daylilies are gathered and smiling. Wajig, wajig, wajijijig. There was only one body but so many mouths chewing, tearing and savoring it. The end of Isolde became the starting point. The demons began to be cleaned out in earnest. The daylilies danced and swayed as they wrapped their vines around the pieces of the demons' bodies. The water turned black and even more murky. Vikir looked at the colony of daylilies and asked, "How should I collect them? Should I handle it myself?" There is nothing to collect. The reformed daylilies are short-lived, withering away within a month without a supply of demon blood. Are they likely to spread their seeds and disrupt the surrounding ecosystem? No, they are all seedless individuals. To use a man's analogy, they are nutless. For some reason Vikir thought that wasn't a very good analogy. Well, whatever, the demons hiding in Usher began to be cleaned out. Those of the brainwashed knights of Usher who were unable to escape and were swept away by the current were able to cling to the roots and vines of the daylilies that filled the stream below. However, this doesn't feel very good. Decorabia at Vikir's chest began to roll its eyes. What is it? It seems like almost all the demons have been wiped out. The most core source of demonic energy has not been purified at all. Almost simultaneously, Camus, who was standing beside Vikir with a bored expression on her face, also glanced over at Seer, who was patting her shoulder. "What the hell, asshole, do you want to die?" Camus' words instantly make Seer cringe, but she musters up the courage to say what she needs to say, no matter how much she's being bullied. Vikir and Camus' gazes snap back to the river. The water current was raging there. Some of the larger daylilies, as if they'd found something that smelled unusually tasty, stretched out their vines and gills and moved toward the center of the whirlpool. Just then, quack-quack-quack-quang. The daylilies that had been clustered together were torn apart, falling flowers in full bloom. Even the largest ones were torn to shreds, and something shot up into the sky, like a beam of light. Ho ho ho, it's the rottenness of her body that makes it take so long for me to return to my true form. Usher Poe Madeline. The man responsible for the downfall of the Usher family. A usurper who covets Bianca's body. And in the past, one of the key protagonists who led the Age of Destruction. Third corpse Andrealphus. Danger rating S. Size. Found in serpent's womb deep within the gates of destruction. Also known as third corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. Hail will be poured down. The 10 commandments 10 top. Andrealphus the Ice Duke. The third of the 10 corpses finally reveals itself. A demon with the form of a giant bird spread its 4 wings. Its body was covered in snow, ice, and frost like a suit of armor. Within a single large orbital socket its eyes were filled with glistening eyeballs, each emitting a strange light, and its long sharp beak was filled with teeth. Andreelpus the Ice Duke, the mastermind of the Age of Destruction, the spearhead of the demonic army that caused so much damage to the human alliance, has finally revealed its true colors. Handmade though quite clever, Andreelpus flapped its massive wings and soared into the air in the blink of an eye. The long tail feathers of ice and frost traced white trails in the air. It is of no use to me. Andreelpus was right. Water is no match for a flying bird. Perhaps if there had been more water, but the severe drought had lowered the level of Lake Dog so much that it was impossible to finish off Madeline. What can you people who live off the land do? Ho ho ho. Andreelpus ascended to the heavens and laughed at all things below. Hand attacks, formations, and sieges are all meaningless before the power of Andreelpus, who dominates the sky. The daylilies stretched out their vines but could not reach it, and Marquita Sada's improved eightfold formation had lost its effectiveness. Formation with bird flying eye. I don't know if I can reach it. Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca stepped forward. Quack-quack-quack-wang. Whips and clubs stretched out with terrifying force, creating a storm of auras. It's absurd. Ho ho ho. Andreelpus dodged the combined attacks of Sade and Orca with too much ease. A flying demon flying freely through the skies. It could ascend to impossibly high heights and descend to the ground in the blink of an eye, so attacks from the ground were largely pointless against Andreelpus. Miss, are you all right? What the hell is going on? Several of the debrainwashed knights of the God-Killer Sniper Squad gathered around Bianca. Bianca quickly took control of the situation. God-Killer Sniper Squad, quickly pull yourself together and catch that monster first. With that, Bianca raised her bow and arrow and pointed it at Andreelpus. The knights of the God-Killer Sniper Squad also looked nervous as they prepared to shoot. However, even though each and every one of them was a sharpshooter, it was difficult for them to hit Andreelpus, who was moving at a tremendous speed in the sky. Ho ho ho, when I make my move no one can catch me. But Andreelpus' self-congratulation was short-lived. Peace. Vikir leaped up, stepping on a dead tree that had fallen at an angle to the cliffside. Vikir leaped a ridiculous height. His leap seemed to defy gravity. All those years in the Academy's gravity chamber have been worth it. In the blink of an eye, Vikir landed at Andreelpus' feet and unleashed the 8th form of Baskerville. Flash. The dark solar storm raged furiously. Pajijijijig. Startled, Andreelpus quickly halted its flight, spun, and fled in a near vertical orbit. Vikir had to be content with tearing off one of the demon's wings and one of its legs. Kuag, how dare you, little creature! Andreelpus' eyeballs turned an even deeper shade of red. Eventually the Demon King began to exercise the power granted to him without hesitation. Geogeogeogeog. A black circle of magic drew around Andreelpus. Soon the portal was torn apart and huge chunks of ice began to appear. Hail, but they were far too large to be hail. Huge chunks of ice, almost drift ice. Ice slabs and ice boulders over 10 meters in diameter began to fall like raindrops. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quack. The ground was devastated in an instant. The people below didn't even dare to attack Andreelpus. Geoyog. Vikir quickly raised his head after cutting down a huge hailstone that was falling towards him. Andreelpus was sneering from the corner of his mouth as if he would never return to the ground. From now on, I'll never give you a break. Die in a hailstorm. Ho 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 ho. Andreelpus summoned the hailstones as if on cue. A steady stream of ice blocks rained down. Camus, who was crushing the hailstones with her scorching hot iron skewers, spoke up in annoyance. This is a pain in the ass. We're just gonna have to take a one-sided beating, and that guy can just fly away when it runs out of energy. I agree. Dolores nodded, agreeing with Camus. She was frustrated that her holy shield was ineffective against physical impacts like hail. Sinclair too was growing weary as she drew gold from the veins beneath the ground to create the shield. Brother, I don't think we'll last long at this rate, not even 5 minutes. Sinclair was right. As the hail continued to fall, the night walkers became increasingly exhausted. In this situation, Andrilphus drove a wedge. At this point, will we even open the gates of destruction? At that, everyone's faces turned puzzled. Andrilphus chuckled. If I unleash the remaining power, I can open the gates of destruction, albeit imperfectly, but at the cost of my life. Vikir looks up at the sky without speaking. Seeing Vikir's gaze, Andrilphus spoke in a mocking tone. Perhaps you are the only one of these humans who understands my words. I don't know how a mere mortal could know about the gates of destruction, but don't worry too much, I have no intention of opening it just yet. After finishing speaking, Andrilphus opened his mouth wide. With such an advantage, who am I to force myself to open the gate? Ho 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 ho. The hailstones began to fall again. Once all of you are gone, I'll work with my 2 remaining companions to open the gate safely, and in the end the whole world will be covered with demons. Magents, how easy is this in a world overflowing with scum who want power? Andrilphus spread its remaining wings wide, and in the midst of the hailstorm that threatened to engulf the world, Andrilphus scorned and mocked them until the very end. Die, you scum, everything you have done is worthless and in vain. I myself will make it so. Just then, are you that confident? Vikir's mouth opened. He was staring at Andrilphus with a straight, unwavering gaze even under such adverse circumstances. Andrilphus looked down at Vikir with the gaze of a cat looking at a caught mouse. What the hell are you talking about? Are you really that confident? I've been taught that behind overconfidence lies anxiety. Ho 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 ho, anxiety, this body. Andrilphus laughed in disbelief. You are crawling on the ground like worms, and I am raining hail from so high in the sky. I may have lost a wing and a leg through the carelessness, but that's nothing compared to eating hundreds of human children. Yes, but there is still a glimmer of insecurity in you. If you are really so full of yourself, prove it. Where does a worm dare such a petty provocation? As Andrilphus turned away as if not worth listening to, Vikir shouted, where is the person who can kill me? The words that came out of Vikir's mouth were Andrilphus' line to Bianca. Where is the person who can kill me? If you can say it 3 times, I will recognize your courage. I'll even open the doors of my mansion for you. You won't be afraid, will you? Vikir turned to face Andrilphus, who was glaring at him, and continued. If you can say these words 3 times, I will recognize your confidence. I will accept defeat and death as sweet. You won't be afraid, will you? Hey, what else can you do if I won't accept it? But hey, it's fun, and if your goal was to keep me interested and kill time, you've succeeded. Andrilphus looked back at Bianca with a wicked grin. But Andrilphus and Bianca are not the same. Their powers and circumstances are so different that they dare not even compare. And so Andrilphus was able to cry out one last time. Where is the person who can kill me? Where is the person who can kill me? Where is the person who can kill me? The arrogance and confidence of one who stands in absolute dominance. Andrilphus shouted proudly, standing firmly in the center of the sky. At that very moment, as the last word was uttered, Andrilphus experienced a strange phenomenon. A flicker. The vision in his left eye flashed black. Countless pupils had lost their function. Andrilphus scratched his head, wondering what it was. Koyong. Andrilphus' head snapped forward with a loud explosion. Hudug, 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 hudug. The face was shattered, the eyes popped out, and the left side of the skull was completely torn off. A sniper shot of terrifyingly destructive power swoops in and blasts it in the back of the head. Kayaf, what is this? Andrilphus screamed in horror while Vikir's mouth opened. My handiwork was not necessarily to catch you. He was right. A surge of water flooded the swamp, sweeping away all the mist and red death that had been rising around Usher's mansion. And then, on the roof of the crumbling mansion at the tip of the spire stood a lone figure. A thin figure, complexion as pale as a corpse. But his sunken eyes still glowed with the same fire as before. Roderick Usher Po Roderick. Usher's original master, the Archon, holds up his bow and arrow, pointing it at the sky. Quakwang. Andrilphus felt an intense impact from the back of her head, and then her vision on the left side went blank. What the hell? Andrealphus turned her head in surprise. She saw the half-crumbling mansion of the Usher family and a man standing atop the spiked roof. A tall, lanky man, pale as a corpse, with large, sullen eyes bloodlessly thin, lips and hair as long and thin as a spider's web. Usher Po Roderick, a man who is called a bow demon. He raised his dying body that crushed by the Red Death and picked up his bow and arrows, and now he is staring at the sky with his usual gaze. Roderick, how can you come to your senses, Arg? Andrealphus' face crumpled into a grimace. The raging waters of the lake dog had temporarily washed away the Red Death aura from the swampy grounds of the house of Usher's mansion. Quaqua quaqua. The Red Death spirits are swept away by the blue foam and dissolve. The aura of death and sickness that enveloped the mansion has temporarily dissipated and clear air flows in. Kalilig. Roderick draws his bowstring once more. His gaze, cold and dry, is focused on one thing and one thing only. Andrealphus in the sky. Madeline. The voice came from a shattered gut and a crumbling body. At the same time, Roderick's arrow once again struck Andrealphus in the chest. Pipiong. Pierced through and tore a huge hole in Andrealphus' body. Andrealphus let out a horrified scream as flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Kaya, brother, what is this? How could you do this to me? It was a demon's habit to take on the voice of its host when cornered. But it only made the blood in Roderick's eyes grow redder and sharper. Madeline. Roderick pulled the bowstring once more. Koyong. Once again Andrealphus' head exploded. Her right side of her face was completely blown off, and now only her lower jaw and tongue remained. Brother, it's me, it's Madeline, the one you buried alive when you were a child. Are you going to kill me again? The monster with only its lower jaw and tongue left continues to spew. Madeline's voice down its throat. The sister who was blinded by a childhood fever. She was buried by Roderick in an unknown grave. But one rainy night she dug up her grave and climbed out. She was thought to be dead, but she was alive. She overcame the horror of being buried alive and escaped the grave on her. She regained her health and grew up strong. But in fact she died of a fever at that time. It was that horrible, ugly demon that had taken over her empty shell. Roderick's eyes burned with gray fire as he recognized it. Andrealphus. The name Madeline was no longer on Roderick's lips. Now that he has finally let go of his sister, a sister he should have let go long ago, he will repay the debt of deception with interest. Kudududiudud. Roderick, he squeezed the body that had been consumed by the Red Death to its limit. Blood pulses through his dried corpse-like body. Bones crackled everywhere. Bianca looks at Roderick and cries out, "Dad, don't overexert yourself, you're not in good shape." For a moment she saw her father's gaze upon her. It's the eyes of a man who is ready to die, the eyes of a man who is ready to die but at the same time willing to give his all. Bianca and Roderick, an unspoken message passed between them. Dad. Bianca staggered as if her legs had given out. Tudor, who was beside her, helped her up. Roderick, why, Dad? Bianca responded to Tudor's question with a despairing stare. He plans to end his life here. The words startled everyone, and they turned their heads once more. There stood Roderick, the bow demon, preparing for the final blow. Patsutsutsu. The aura gathers around the tip of Roderick's arrow. Fatal blow. Roderick's entire Bodhis mana surges. And then, quakwang. An unbelievably loud explosion erupted from the arrow. A huge vortex formed and countless lightning bolts filled it. The wind swept away all the clouds in the sky and the arrows flying through. The center of it created a pillar of light that looked like a comet falling. A strike from the heavens. It was even more powerful than when Hugo had slain Andromalius. Roderick's arrow flew toward Andrealphus with a terrifying aftermath. And then, Quajig Qualyulung. The arrow blew out not only the heart of the giant monster bird but also its entire chest. Quag. Despite being hit by this terrifying sniper attack, Andrealphus didn't die immediately. However, the unexpectedly fatal wound was enough to destabilize its trajectory and lower its altitude. And where Andrealphus was gradually falling, Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca were waiting. Pushishishi, that usher boy has given us a good gift. This is repayment for the hail that fell earlier. The two old men who had just been mocked by the hailstorm were furious. The whips writhing like vipers, the clubs crashing like a tsunami. The aura of the two of them, who were so young in their horrific lives, flew through the sky. Pioyog quaquaquaquang. The whip and club tore off one of Andrilphus' wings. Then the rest of his wings began to receive a baptism of arrows from the god. Killer Sniper Squad. Pio pio pia pia piag. Andrilphus, whose body was riddled with arrows and turned into a hedgehog, shook her blown-off head and screamed, Ka'awea. It was a terrible final cry, so terrible that it was hard to tell whether it was human or bird. Kalilig. The last bowstring is pulled. Bianca took the final shot. Kyoang. The final arrow flies, surely breaking Andrilphus' last hold. Pipiong. Bianca's arrow blew off Andrilphus' last tattered wing. A falling demon has no wings. Andrilphus didn't even seem to have the strength left to scream, let alone flee through the air. The monstrous bird's body falling toward the ground pointed toward the usher mansion, and beneath it stood Roderick. Roderick asked, looking at Andrilphus falling toward him. Cervantes, what happened to him? It wasn't Bianca who answered his question, but Tudor next to her. Tudor closed his eyes and shook his head. Roderick nodded, noticing the spear Gungnir in his right hand and the empty left sleeve blowing in the wind. So that what happened? Tudor's appearance and demeanor spoke for themselves. Roderick closed his eyes as he realized everything that had happened. Then he spoke in a dry voice. Please take care of the Usher family. It was the last thing he said. Quaquaquaquang. The half-destroyed body of Andrilphus crashed down on top of Usher's mansion. The mansion and island, whose erosion had been halted for a moment, began to crumble once more as Andrilphus fell. Rumbling. With a thunderous crash, the Usher family mansion began to sink into the swamp. Along with its grounds. Ayawa, the casualty. A dying flame of a demon, the third corpse collapsing into the water. The last days of Andrilphus the Ice Duke were miserable and lonely. Then the hail, storm, and thunder subsided. In the middle of the quiet swamp, only wide ripples and foam remained. The fall of Usher. Bianca's eyes welled with tears as she watched the mansion disappear beneath the bottomless swamp. Turning to the tutor on her shoulder, Bianca said, Demons, I'm going to kill them all. I agree. Tudor replied, looking down at his father's relic, the Gungnir. The two young heroes sharpened their hatred of demons. Then, Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. The sound of footsteps approaching their backs. Vikir, the night hound. A hunter who has been fighting demons in secret and alone since before the world changed. Tudor and Bianca turned their heads to look at Vikir. Gazes of unwavering faith and trust. And then the old seasoned hunter turned to the newly awakened hunters. There are only two left, with most of the 10 demons responsible for the age of destruction hunted. Down there were only 2 left. The first corpses and second corpses. If they catch just these 2, they will be able to prevent the age of destruction. It won't be easy, perhaps harder than everything they've done so far combined. But it must be done. And Vikir was no longer alone. The Night Hound is followed by the Night Walkers. Camus, Dolores, Sinclair, Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, Piggy, and other colleagues. From the Academy, as well as Marquis de Sade and Major General Orca from
Nouvelle Vague.
In addition, a large force of personnel from Fort Tochka were supporting Vikir. In every way possible. This is the final phase. The demons who had lost this many of their comrades would not stand idly by. There is a high possibility that they will mobilize all the time and strength they have accumulated so far. The Night Hound turned his back on Usher. So did his followers. The end is near. The prelude to all-out war was upon them. A dark underground space. It is extremely quiet except for the occasional sound of water drops falling from the ceiling, hitting the stone floor and breaking. Then the sound of loud footsteps shattered the silence. Hiwiog hi Kiohog. A young man was running down the hallway, his face distorted. He was naked, his skinny limbs dotted with large handcuffs and shackles. Suskind de Leviathan, the eldest son of the extremely poisonous Leviathan family. He hid himself close to the bottom corner of the basement stairs. Soon several soldiers with spears were seen patrolling the stairs. This is how it happened. Suskind cursed himself as he clutched his head. A young master of House Leviathan, he had been taken captive one day without warning and imprisoned in the family's underground facility. As the next householder to lead the House of Extreme Poison, Suskind was well aware of the facility. It was a prison for imprisoning the most dangerous elements to be excluded from the family, political opponents, and those who could not be controlled. Among those who inherited the blood of Leviathan, and at the same time it was also a laboratory where all kinds of terrible human experiments were conducted. Thomas I was trying to connect the dots between his involvement in the demonization case and Principal Winston's outbursts at the academy. There's definitely a connection to our family. Principal Winston's outburst, the growth of a demonic plant called the Hell Tree at Colosio Academy, and the demonization of Thomas, who attended the Night Hound's convoy. And as this series of events was swept under the rug by the first prince, Suskind continued to point out the absurdity of the situation. Common sense dictated that Leviathan should not have sided with the first prince at this time. But common sense came at a heavy price. Forced out of bed before he could even open his eyes, Suskind was thrown into the dungeons. Here it was here that he met many members of the family. All of them opposed the civil war. It was only then that he realized exactly what was going on. Something unknown and terrifying had consumed Leviathan, and there was no going back. Tateg. Suskind sprinted through the darkness, taking advantage of the disappearance of the patrolling guards. It was his strong mind and body that had allowed him to survive all the cruel experiments in the prison. Although Suskind was an arrogant person steeped in the sense of being the chosen one and privileged, he was still an elite who did not neglect discipline. Running up the underground stairs, he came upon a secret door hidden in a secret place. The only people who know of this place are the Patriarch and the Yugmaster. Suskind pushed the door open with a glimmer of hope. Drrrr. The heavy bricks shifted, opening a passage to the depths below. Sensing a sentry approaching from behind, Suskind quickly slammed the door shut and descended into the darkness. There's no way out of here, but at least there's room to rest for a while. I'll heal here, repair the damage done to my body by the experiments, and then break out. Suskind descended the secret staircase, thinking this and that. But soon he came upon a horrifying sight. A dark underground alcove. The floor was littered with countless jars, and they emanated an unpleasant aura that gave him goosebumps just looking at them. The jars emitted an aura of dancing red evil spirits. Suskind recognized it immediately. Red Death. How could he not? It was a terrible plague that, until a few years ago, the entire family had been obsessed with developing. At first it simply caused a fever and was contagious, but later it caused people to go berserk and even attack others indiscriminately. Unbelievable, wasn't the Red Death abolished due to the incident caused by that bastard? Suskind looked at the jars in disbelief. Each of the large jars held a person. It was an eerie sight to see a man and a woman drenched in the red drug there. Bodies curled up like fetuses, staring up from the jars, their eyes narrowed. Every single one of them had the same look in their eyes. Porridge here, give me. The maid who cleaned their rooms every day, the old man who tended the garden, the chef who made their desserts so delicious, the butler who was always so strict and stern, the instructor who taught them martial arts when they were young, the younger siblings of their relatives from the other families who they only saw on holidays, the distant elders of their extended families who they often greeted. These are all familiar faces in the jar. Suskind stepped between the jars on shaky legs. Soon he came to the innermost jar, a huge one. Hiss hiss. 2 breathing sounds can be heard from inside the jar, which is half buried in the ground. In the jar that Suskind looked down at, there were 2 large snakes tangled together. Each breath they exhale sends a cloud of dancing red evil spirits into the air. Are these the sources of the Red Death? Suskind broke out in a cold sweat. At that time, hissing The two snakes looked up at him and began to breathe heavily. Suskind was about to jump back in surprise. "When is that a good smell?" a sullen voice said from behind him. He turned startled and saw a man in black robes standing there. Suskind recognized him immediately. A father. Hobbs de Leviathan, the patriarch of an extremely poisonous family. He looked at his eldest son and smiled coyly. "Am not your father Suskind, am just the demon who ate your father and took his shell." Suskind's complexion paled at the unusually honest answer. Head had some idea, but Head never expected him to reveal his identity so openly. Suskind clenched his teeth and asked, "What did you do with the youngest?" He had already become like Thomas, the second son. "Stop talking nonsense, there's nothing we can do about Thomas because he has a terrible personality, but not the youngest, he's too good-natured and innocent to be our brother, so hell never become a demon." But Suskind didn't get to finish his sentence. Schwag. Two snakes jumped out of the jar behind him, grabbed him by the neck and waist and pulled him into the jar. Suskind couldn't even scream as he was pulled under the jar. I had kept him alive because he was the body I was going to change into. Hobbs, noticing that the body of Suskind in the jar was bent in a strange way, lamented, "It's a shame to turn him into a poisonous person, but I can't help it. I've still got one more body to change into." The red evil spirits that had been floating around in the jar began to dance and crawl into Suskind's body. His eyes, which had gone in different directions, began to glow red, and red spots began to form all over his body. Just then, "How's it going this time?" another voice came from the top of the basement stairs. A man covered from head to toe in black robes looked down at Hobbs. Hobbs smiled and replied, "This first corpses, what can I do for you?" "I'm here to discuss the Civil War, and it's time to discuss the succession to the throne. There are still many eyes watching. If you have anything to discuss, send in." "Well, it's okay sometimes. I don't know how long it's been since I've had a conversation like this face to face with colleagues. Even now only you and I are left." "Yeah, because of the damn demon hunter." Hobbs, or rather second corpses and first corpses whose faces were covered with black robes, began to talk about various things. It seems that third corpses has been defeated, and there is a faint trace of her attempt to force open the gate of destruction in her magic path before her. Life was cut short. If I'm going to die, I'll open it and die. She seems like a pathetic wretch. It's not something to laugh at, no matter how alone we are without a sense of camaraderie. This is a big problem. Haha, the purpose of opening the gate is the same. Yes, all our colleagues of them are dead, and now it's just you and me now. Is the time to make a deal?" Hobbs nodded. "If it's a civil war, don't worry, I'm about to finish making a large batch of poison, and once these guys are done, the war will be a piece of cake." He was the first poisonous person, wasn't he? He was a failure. He succeeded in strengthening the flesh and making the personality berserk, but he lacked the all-important contagion, the ones aging in the jar now are an improved version. These are the real thing. Hobbs turned away as he finished speaking. He turned in the direction of the two snakes that had poisoned Suskind earlier. "The essence of my magical power is embodied in the form of a demonic beast. The Ouroboros, a venomous fountain, an artifact that allows them to bite each other's tails and create an endless supply of venom. As long as we have this, we can create as many poisonous person as we want. That's great. It'll help us in the war. Of course, a madman plague-spreading raiding party of maniacs. It has tremendous tactical value." Then the man who had been listening to Hobbs up until this point opened his mouth to ask, "Then why don't we try and wipe out the night walkers who will be in Tochka Fortress by now as a test?" What are they?" The demon hunter who recently killed fourth and third in quick succession is said to be nesting there, and for some reason a lot of refugees are heading there. It's a high rugged place, but it doesn't have drinking water, so it wouldn't be a good place to shelter, let alone take in refugees. But that's what they're doing there, buying up large quantities of food and drinking water, and seem to be preparing for a sit-in. Ha, foolish, there's no water source there, and if I let the poisonous person loose, they'll just barricade themselves in and die of starvation. Hobbs bared his teeth and laughed. He waved a hand in the air and an army of poisonous person with red spots all over their backs and bodies stood in formation. The others have fallen victim to the demon hunters while standing idly by. But not me. If we know where they are, shouldn't we be the first ones in? Be careful, there are many refugees there, and the demon hunter is a heartless man. He may use them as shields. The human shield strategy doesn't work for me. The more filthy humans we have, the better. Infect them all, turn them into poisonous person, and that's... The black-robed man laughed with satisfaction. Indeed, for a demon hunter with so much to protect, a type like you would be like a natural enemy. No problem. Hobbs grinned wryly and continued. I'll conscript all the poisonous person and well set out a month from now. At this hour I'll go and cut the throat of the night hound or something. No, wouldn't it be better to just make him as a poisonous person, all of them, even all of his limbs? I trust you. By the way, can you do me a favor? A favor? You to me? What? To kill a man. The man puts a piece of paper with a face on it down in front of Hobbs. If he were alive, he would look like this right now. What's this? He looks like a worthless bastard. I think so too. I'm asking just in case. Hobbs shakes his head, but he can't help but nod. First corpses, Aka, the Marquis of Discord. It was the first time in his life that the high and arrogant being in front of him had ever asked for such a lowly favor. Watch Champions League for free. Poker, roulette, blackjack, more. Episode 451, Declaration of War 2. A stack of papers lay on the desk. They were all different reports, but they all had the same word at the end. Defeat, 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 defeat. And then the one looking down at them spoke in a heavy voice. The Western Front has collapsed.
Morg murespane.
The mood in the room sank to a somber hush as the matriarch of the House of Morg spoke. The top item on the agenda of the Alliance of Houses meeting held by the heads of Ironblood Swordsman Baskerville Mage Clan Morg Faithful Quavadis and Tycoon Bourgeois. It was the current state of the Civil War. Poisonous Dark Master House Leviathan. A family that has been recognized as a master poison manufacturer since the Warring States period before the Unified Empire. Having recently absorbed the powers of Don Quixote the Spearman and Usher the God-Killer, Leviathan was growing in strength at an alarming rate. Respain frowned. The poisonous people created by the Leviathan family were more difficult to deal with than I thought. It is an army made up of madmen who have lost their sense of reason, and they even spread infectious diseases to the surrounding area. Red Death, if you are infected with it, it saps all the energy from your body, killing you, and when you die you turn into a puppet, or should I say, a living corpse. It's hard to describe. Cardinal Martin Luther of the Quavadis was equally puzzled. At least Morg and Quavadis were dealing with magic and holy power, so the damage was relatively minor. The Knights of House Baskerville, on the other hand, who fight with hand combat, suffered considerable damage from the poisonous attack. If Osiris, the young patriarch, and the 7 counts had not done well in local wars in each region, a significant portion of the territory would have been lost. All eyes then turned to Damien, the representative of the Bourgeois family. Wasn't the Bourgeois family an ally of the Leviathan family in the past? I don't know about that, as it was the work of the previous head of the family. And you are not one now, Damien. Technically I am the acting head of the family. The current Bourgeois family's head is elsewhere. But you said that you have acquired quite a few of the remaining secret documents, and I don't mean to criticize you, so please share them with us. At Cardinal Martin Luther's polite request, Damien opened his mouth. Many of the documents were lost, so I don't know the details. All I know is that when the Red Death was first created, it was sprayed as a test on the natives of jungle, and when the natives fought it off surprisingly well, the Leviathan, alarmed, created an even more contagious and effective variant. The result is the poisonous man who are now defeating our armies day after day. The creatures created by Leviathan are as strong and fierce as demons, but they have no mind and are entirely under the control of their masters. They also emit a red mist that drains mana and weakens the body at the mere touch, and if inhaled for long enough can turn an otherwise healthy person into a monster. The Leviathan family even absorbed all the remaining troops of the Usher family and the Don Quixote family, which were allied families and created poisonous man, so its power was growing day by day. Adolphe, the magic star of the morgue, spoke up, his face grim. The Western Front has been completely overrun and we've lost all the rubies. We've mined how hard it has been to dig up that ruby vein dam, the Leviathan. The world is getting worse and heresy and cults are running rampant, so we are in a lot of trouble. Wildfires, drought, starvation, demonic ravages, plagues and cults and heresies, it's the end of the world. Martin Luther and Damien looked grim. Then a new person spoke up. Didn't I say we should have prepared for that long ago? A sarcastic voice, a jab at the heads of Baskerville Morgue Quabadis and Bourgeois. Professor Morgue Banshee, no Banshee, the principal of Colosio Academy, crossed his arms in disbelief. Not only are the young bloods of the house dying, but innocent common citizens as well. People matter, not rubies like that. What, when did I say people are less important? I'm just saying that I'm in charge of ruby mining right now. Adolphe, a delegate to the Morgue Light Hall, and Banshee, a former member of the Morgue Dark Hall, do not get along. Banshee snorted at Adolphe and the others. This would not have happened if I had completely reinvestigated the whole case. When my pupil was wrongfully acquitted at trial, Leviathan wouldn't have been raised like this in the first place. Banshee, he was also one of the people who worked harder to save Vikir's life than anyone else when Vikir was imprisoned. He glared at those who opposed Vikir's life-saving efforts at the time, or who were unsympathetic or lukewarm. Isn't this the result of being blinded by personal interests, turning a blind eye to important issues, keeping your mouth shut? And what were you all doing until the demons came out in such a big way? At Principal Banshee's words, many people shook their heads or averted their gaze. Then the representatives of the other academies smiled and tried to lighten the mood. Haha, this is not the place for blame, is it? Principal Banshee, let's not vent your anger, we have more important things to do right now. That's right, the immediate concern is how to stop the poisonous army that Leviathan has created. Basilios, the warden of Varangian, Hippolyte, the headmaster of Themyscira, and Blue Whale, the master of the magic tower, looked at Banshee and fidgeted. They are worried that their once united alliance will be divided again. This was something that was on Banshee's mind as well, so he kept his mouth shut and just made a frowny face. When Dyrrhachium, the warden of the Varangian boot camp, died after failing to recover from the wounds he received during Satis' attack, Basilios, the new warden, comforted Banshee. But the situation got a lot better when our Confucianists got involved. That's right, as the participation rate of student soldiers increased, the number of soldiers also increased. At this rate, we may not be able to overwhelm the poisoners, but we can at least equalize the situation a bit. Banshee was still not pleased with what Hippolyte and Whitebeard were saying. I hope everyone can cover up the mistakes of adults through the students' sacrifice. Furthermore, it is groundless optimism to say that the situation has become tense due to the intervention of the academies if we look at it coldly. Students are nothing more than newbies that professors need to protect. Just because student soldiers participate in the war will not significantly increase our military power, it just happens to be at the right time. No one responds to the rhetoric. Principal Banshee continues, his eyes shining. The Leviathan family are now bringing the poisonous army back home. The evidence is that many situations in which we were intentionally defeated and retreated in battles taking place in various places are being captured. Why would they retreat when they have the advantage of having broken the Western Front? Respain asked, and Banshee was silent for a moment. Is it because of his connection with his hometown morgue and because of his older brother, High Counselor Snake? After a moment of silence, Banshee spoke, his tone slightly more polite than before. We are gathering our forces together to make it look natural to feign defeat. At those words, the faces of all the leaders turned grave. Leviathan is secretly gathering their forces together. No one was stupid enough to not understand the meaning of these words. The Leviathan family must be preparing for a large-scale local battle that could decide the outcome of the war. Leviathan, Usher, and Don Quixote combined. if the legions of poisonous soldiers spread across the country were to advance. In unison their power would be immense. It was likely to be the final battle that would decide the outcome of the war. The problem is we have no idea where, when, or how they plan to strike. Everyone nodded at Respain's words. Where, when, and how. The most important of the three is the where. This is because defense forces must be stationed in advance in places where fierce battles are likely to occur. The great minds of the day began to put their heads together. Soon various locations were being considered for raids. Could be the Red All Castle with its massive veins of ruby. Ruby is the best transmitter of magic, so they'll be eager to secure it. Maybe it's Dortsmile, since this is where the core facilities of the magic train are located. If this place is destroyed, the distribution and supply routes of the Allies will be cut off. It could be St. Mecca, where the first Red Death was found in a well in the slums, so there could be something hidden in the area. Political reasons, strategic reasons, cultural reasons, and many other reasons are presented as evidence with detailed analysis. 100 schools of thought contend. Everyone was talking about different regions. All of them could be attacked by Leviathan, so it was hard to pinpoint one region. Just then, Tachka, one of the men, spoke up. A voice that offered no evidence but sounded terribly confident. Everyone in the room turned to look at the speaker. Cold impression. The energy radiating from his entire body is sharply forged like a sword. The scent of blood was evident in his every move, and every time he moved his gaze it felt like a sword was being drawn. His identity is Hugo. Hugo Lou Baskerville, Patriarch of House Baskerville, the Iron-Blooded Swordsman. He looked down at the map and spoke. They will come to Tachka. The words were so full of certainty that everyone questioned them. Fortress Tachka, why is that remote plateau? Isn't it a place with good defense but no water source for drinking water? So it has no tactical value. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of military tactics would avoid places like this. From the Leviathan's point of view, there's no reason to attack it. Do you have any reason? Hugo's answer was simple and to the point. My son is there. They will come to Tachka because my son is there. Hugo replied to the skepticism everyone was expressing toward Tachka. His assurance so full of conviction that it seemed almost self-righteous drew chatter from those around him. Tachka is a well-defended fortress, but it has no strategic value because there is no place to get drinking water right. There was a lanky warlord who encamped there during the Warring States period, and was defeated because there was no water. That's why it's called Crying Castle. The Leviathan family are so sneaky and cunning they would never target such place. The evaluations of those around him were generally negative. But Baskerville Patriarch Hugo isn't one to let the stares and comments get to him. So what are you saying? That's his way. No one can open their mouths to Hugo's rebuttal. The iron-blooded swordsman's name Baskerville was heavy and sharp. Hugo spoke, his tone unwavering. My son is there, he's there, and he's not fooling around. Our enemies must have realized that by now. And surprisingly, Hugo's hardline demeanor was met with a few sneaky nods of agreement. Come to think of it, one of my daughters is there. She's a little girl. She's so obsessed with men. Matriarch Respain of Morgue said in a low voice. Our saintess is there too. I hate to say it, but our own Gaju seems to have been there recently as well. Martin Luther of the Quo Vadis and Damien of the Bourgeois nodded in agreement. Morgue Mu Camus Dolores Lewin Quo Vadis and Sinclair J. Bourgeois are also known to be in Tachka at the moment. They hadn't exactly reported their whereabouts, but it was information the trio had gleaned in secret. The Night Walkers. The heads of the houses knew that Dolores and Camus, along with many others, had gathered there and were hosting refugees. Some held their tongues. So the Night Hound was a scion of House Baskerville, was he? I thought he was imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague, but how did he get to Tachka? No, I'm pretty sure he was reported dead in Nouvelle Vague. To those questions Hugo surprisingly readily opened his mouth and answered them. I heard he escaped not long ago. At that, everyone's mouths dropped open. What is Nouvelle Vague like? Isn't it the worst prison in the world where once you're locked up not even your soul can escape, and he's escaped from Such a ridiculous place. Hugo, feeling everyone's eyes on him, shrugged. That guy is a genius. This isn't the kind of bragging that goes along with "look what school my son got into this time," or "I heard he got first in his class there." It's only natural that Hugo would be met with a look of disbelief when he calls someone who escaped from Nouvelle Vague the worst prison in the world a genius. Whatever my son's judgment, always had a reason. I will go to Tachka to honor. Hugo's argument was clear and forceful. Adolphe, a mage who knew a bit about Vikir, nodded in agreement. Certainly the fellow is trustworthy, and while he must have had something in mind when he made that place his hideout, I think support is necessary, as people may suffer without drinking water for a while. So you mean the Baskervilles are sending an army to Fort Tachka? No, I'm going alone. Adolphe shook his head, and Hugo answered as if it were obvious. This is not as a Baskerville's patriarch, but as a father. There's a difference between state and private. I didn't know you loved your children so much, did you? Do you want to be my son? Why should you know how much I love my children? Hugo replied grimly, touching his chin as if his shaved beard was missing. It's the patriarch's move in the first place, so it's only natural that the entire house would be behind it, but since the whole point is that the father is going to see his son in private, there's no room for other powers to interfere. Well, whatever. The first time they saw Hugo making such a strong assertion, they all had a lot to say. Under the circumstances, they'll go with you, father. I also have a lover there. They'll join you too. They'll join you. They'll join. Osiris Le Baskerville, the young patriarch of the Baskerville, said the same thing behind Hugo's back. So did the three brothers next to him, Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow. The idea of moving to Fort Tachka seemed to be viewed positively by the morgue. She's my daughter, but I'm worried about her because she's a bit too naive. Why don't you come with us and see for yourself? Please take us with you too. After the war is over, they're going to harass you and tell you that you're hiding somewhere and not even bothering to prick your nose. Ugh, I'm so scared just thinking about being ripped to shreds. I'd rather die fighting in front of him. Respain and Adolphe and the three sisters, High Sis, Mid Sis, and Low Sis, agree. Our Saintess is there too. We've always wanted to visit her, so we might as well. They'll go too. We must protect our Lord. Martin Luther of the Quo Vadis and Damien of the Bourgeois nodded in agreement. With so many people talking seriously about reinforcements to Fort Tachka or even moving their camps, public opinion began to tilt toward skepticism. Just then, "You can't go that way, there's an important meeting right now." A panicked shout from a guard comes from outside the conference room door. An urgent tone, like he's trying to stop someone. Bang! Soon the door suddenly burst open. Giabiog, 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 Giabiog. 5 figures stormed into the conference room. The atmosphere in the room changed drastically. Everyone's posture and facial expressions show their shock at seeing these unexpected faces. Some characters have sullen expressions as if they don't even know who they are. A few, however, seem to already know about the unauthorized intruders in the room. What brings the all-stars of Nouvelle Vague here? Figures so formidable that even Morgue Banshee, the principal of Colossio Academy, had to adjust his posture. Colonel Diorgium, Colonel Soar, Brigadier General Dissum, Brigadier General Flubber, and Black Tongue. They are the 5 great wardens of Nouvelle Vague. Even behind them were a large number of Nouvelle Vague guards known for their ferocity and skill. Diorgium was the first to step forward. The Nouvelle Vague is gone. A volcanic eruption wiped it out without a trace. And the guards who were lucky enough to survive were all unemployed, just like Soar was the next to speak. Her gaze had been fixed on Hugo since earlier. "It's thanks to your son's splendid behavior, my son." Hugo rolled his eyes slightly, and Soar quickly averted her gaze, trying to distract him. Dissum followed Swear's lead and said stiffly, "For now because I am a civil servant belonging to the Imperial family, I need to find a place to stay. I guess I was following the current captain's orders. I came here." After finishing her sentence, Dissum glanced at the man he called the current captain. Flubber, who was cowering on the floor, was also looking at him. Surprisingly, Diorgium and Soar don't say anything. Their faces showed that they agreed with Dissum. This should have surprised everyone in the room. A leader recognized even by Diorjum and Soar, who were fiercely fighting over the position of head of Nouvelle Vague. Had there ever been anyone like this before except for the Major General Orca? Montrewil-sur-Mer Javert. All eyes in the room turned toward the figure at the back of the room. Then the last of the wardens stepped forward. Black Tongue, the current leader of Nouvelle Vague's 5 wardens. He opened his mouth with bright red eyes. We're going to Tachka, and everyone here should go there too, as many people as possible all together. Many expressed their displeasure at Black Tongue's harsh, almost imperative.
Tone.
What does that mean, coming out of nowhere? Do you even know what you're talking about? How dare you order me around guards? Do you know how many high-ranking nobles are here? More than that, Colonel Black Tongue, did you originally look like that? I think my appearance has changed a lot. However, Nouvelle Vague's 5 wardens were completely unmoved despite such criticism. Black Tongue continued to speak in a chilling voice. So much for nice words. To several rather shocked-looking figures, Black Tongue drew his own sword. Jiag. Asmodeus, a magic sword that splits the table in the center of the conference hall in half. It is truly bizarre to see the small pieces joined together to resemble a whip. Everyone's faces stiffened. The atmosphere in the room is frozen and the tension between the people is palpable. Only then did Black Tongue drive in another wedge. If you don't want to get fucked, you should all go to Tachka.